Good afternoon and welcome to round 15 of the Women's State League competition, proudly sponsored by the Goods Property Services at Kings Park. This is a top of the table clash, 1 versus number 4. Kings Park up against Hensman Park in what is sure to shape the finals to be. Welcome along here. My name is Brett Patten, sitting alongside Shane Smedley, the former over 50s world number 2. Shane, big day of tennis today. Last day of the Goods Property Services State League women's competition. Before we head into the finals, this shapes to be probably a replay of next week's semi-final. But you've got some things to say about, you think that Kings Park might cause the upset against the number 1 ranked Hensman Park and slide into third and play potentially Peppermint Grove in next week's semi-final.
Brett, you always know I've got something to say. I think this is a massive opportunity for Kings Park here. Kings Park are in 4th spot. With a win today, they can go to 3rd, and I think it's in everybody's interest. Nobody wants to be playing Hensman at home in a semi-final, so if they can win today, I can see them winning. If Kings Park win today, that'll put them into 3rd spot, and then they'll dodge Hensman Park, because Hensman Park are the unknown factor. If Lily Fairclough comes back, we don't know. So I think it's a very interesting day. I think Hensman are a little bit shaken from last week. We saw last week's game at Alexander Park, and that was certainly a surprise. Having said that, we did sort of think that with Marissa Gia not in the team, it may make a big difference. And I think Kings Park are well placed to cause another upset today with the introduction of Shanelle Iaconi in today.
Absolutely, and that's a very big in. Shanelle Iaconi comes back after playing some ITF challenges in Canberra only a matter of a couple of weeks ago, has been in quarantine for the last 7 days. So it'll be interesting to see what form Shanelle brings into today's match. But she comes up against the red hot from Hensman Park, Anja Dokic, who's had a standout year this year. She's won all but one match in the Women's State League at number 1 against the really talented Talia Gibson from Peppermint Grove. This shapes to be, I think, the winner of this match will go a long way to determine the winner for this tie between Shanelle Iaconi and Anja Dokic. How do you see that match playing out?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Patsy. Anja's probably my pick for the MVP for the year in the Women's State League competition. She's had a standout season. Had to play number 1 for most of the season, the absence of Lily Fairclough, as we've talked about before. That's a big match. I've got the matchups in case you're interested. You've got Shanelle Iaconi versus Anja Dokic at 1. We've got Megan Kauffman versus Ksenija Vujacic at 2. We have Teiwa Casey. The team's bringing Teiwa in, so they've left Astrid out, which is a bit of a surprise. She comes up against Ella Nurkic, and of course Ella's had a tremendous season. And number 4, we've seen Nina Catovic come in, and she plays Burton. So there's some great matchups all the way down the line. I think our producer here was talking about that it could well come down to the doubles.
May well come down to the doubles, and we've got Astrid, the captain of the Royal Kings Park team. She's a double specialist and a prodigious talent, won about 3 or 4 state league titles with Kings Park. I mean, this just shapes up to be a mouth-watering day's tennis out at Kings Park, and if you want to come down, please do. The entry is free. You can come and sit courtside and see the best athletes in WA's female tennis going around, and really exciting times down here at Kings Park, because potentially, if they get over the top of Hensman today, they give themselves an opportunity to get away from Hensman, because Hensman, as you said, Shane, has been the standout team, particularly in the women's competition, for probably the last 2 or 3 years. Last year's winner. They do play on hard courts there at Hensman Park at South Perth. Grass, a little bit foreign to them. Every second match they seem to be playing on grass, but this does shape nicely for a bit of a boil over for Kings Park.
Yeah, I think that Kings Park have won 5 matches this year, whereas Hensman, we've talked about it before, have won 12. They played twice. Because there's only 6 teams in the competition, they play each team 3 times. They played 2 earlier rounds, of course. Round 5, Kings Park lost by a couple of sets to Hensman Park, and that was when Shanelle Iaconi was injured. So she injured in the first game, had to withdraw, so that sort of gave that game away very, very quickly. But having said that, in round 10, they got absolutely pantsed by Hensman 6-0, and Lily Fairclough was back in, so Lily they were top of their game with their top team down, and Shanelle didn't play. So yeah, everything to play for today. I think we're at a tremendous facility. Anybody who knows tennis knows Kings Park, and it presents so beautifully here with all the gum trees in the background, the centre court grandstand still in our background there as well. So I know it's going to be an awesome day.
Spiritual home of WA tennis here at Royal Kings Park. We are playing on the cafe courts, of course, to our right of the camera here. The centre courts, and this club's been around for the best part of 100 odd years, and the men's state league are being played on those centre courts as we speak. And we'll cut across to all the day's plays right across the Goods Property Service State League, men's and women's competition, to keep you updated. It is the round 15 of the women's competition, round 14 of the men's. Men's have 7 teams, the women have 6 teams, hence the difference in the rounding. But it's the last round, and again, looking forward to what's sure to be an incredible day out here at Royal Kings Park. And we're seeing on centre court at the moment Xenia Vujacic for Hensman Park, closest to the camera, up against Megan Kauffman. I mean, really exciting matchup here in this number 2 position. Ksenija has hardly put a foot wrong this year as well, alongside Anja Dokic and alongside Ella Nurkic. All these girls, and Hayley Burton, we're seeing on court number 2. These girls have only lost about 3 or 4 singles across the season amongst them.
Well, I think up until last week when they played Alexander Park, I think they dropped 3 out of 30 singles matches and 5 out of 30 doubles matches. Or sorry, 5 out of, they play less than 30, don't they? So they would have played, they've only dropped 2. So yeah, it shook them last week. I think they'll bounce back. They're a good team, they're a quality team, but of course they are a hard court team too, and they are playing on grass again. So interesting.
And how much does that play on the psyche? Hensman Park hadn't been defeated until last week against Alexander Park on grass. At Alexander Park. Again, another match, the last match of the round on grass against a final contender in Royal Kings Park. Having that loss, the first loss for some time, so close to finals, Shane. I mean, how do you think that impacts the psyche of this Hensman Park Women's State League side?
Yeah, I don't think it'll have too much of an impact, Brett. I think that playing on grass, most of the players play enough on grass with the grass court tournaments, and most of the women's teams are on grass court for State League anyway, so they play on grass a lot. I think that Hensman will know that regardless of today's result, they're going to finish on top, and they're going to have a semi-final and more than likely a final at home. So yeah, they'll be pretty comfortable. Probably the only thing it does do, it may just puts a bit of a doubt in some of those players that struggled. We had 2 players lost their singles last week, so probably that can be in their mind a little bit. You know what it's like, Brett, yourself. When you're playing really, really well, you're in that zone, you feel so confident, you don't feel as though anybody can beat you. But all of a sudden, when you do lose that match, you think, oh, maybe there's a couple of vulnerabilities there, maybe there's a couple of things going on there. So I would expect the Hensman Park girls would have worked really, really hard this week. Kings Park got all to play for. If they can dodge the semi-final against Hensman, they can potentially see themselves in a final, but will more than likely be on hard court.
Of course, and all finals are played at the home court. Advantage of Hensman Park right now. They'll go into the semi-finals in the number 1 position, so they'll have a semi-final at home. And if they win that semi-final, they'll get to play the grand final at home. So in a good position right now, the women's Hensman Park team. Even if they lose today, they will finish as the number 1 ranked team heading into the State League finals. Of course, this production is brought to you by Scotty Walsh. Scotty Walsh's production, joined by Tomio Yamazaki. Of course, we're going to be joined by Joel Pleydell, the WA Open doubles champion of some years ago and a State League winner himself. He'll be played today. And of course, Goods Property Services, proudly bringing this production to you through the West Australian live streaming. Long day of tennis out here. We expect this is going to go probably 5 or 6 hours, and looking forward to everyone tuning in. They're not seeing it live through the West Australian live streaming. Come on down here to Royal Kings Park. A little bit of breeze around. The bar is open. What a wonderful club. Again, the spiritual home of WA Tennis. Tennis West was based here until they moved out 25 years ago to Burswood at the State Tennis Centre. And you've had a lot to do over the years with playing many matches here at Kings Park. And what can you tell us about this club, Shane?
Yeah, obviously next generation moved in. They became the anchor tenant, and they've done a tremendous job just like they did at Memorial Drive in Adelaide. If you're interested in coming down here, there's a wonderful cafe, full bar, and lots of good food. And the bar does open onto the grass courts right in front of us. So there's already a great crowd here because they know it's going to be an awesome day. We're protected from the wind with the stands here. The sea breeze is in, so that's going to take some of the heat out of the day. But not a cloud in the sky. Grass courts always look beautiful here. So everything to play for, Brett.
Wonderful season so far in the Goods Property Services men's and women's State League competition. I give a shout out to Teiwa Power as well for powering the tennis leagues right across the WA landscape. Pennant started way back in October. We now find ourselves midway through February. Finals will be concluded towards the latter stages of March before we head into the Easter break. Play a lot of Easter tournaments right around WA.
Yeah, a lot of regional tournaments, Brett. I think Geraldton's a big one. Certainly Busselton's another big one. So a lot of regional tournaments around the state. So this is our last round of State League today. Then we go into hiatus for a week with the Labor Day long weekend. And then we have 2 weeks of finals, and the season's rounded out by mid to late March.
It certainly will be, and what a wonderful season it's been. A shout out to Tommy George, who was the former high performance coach for Tennis Australia in WA. He was a big part of the broadcast. Of course, Joel Pleydell, Rob Kennedy has been part of the broadcast, you, Shane Smedley, and all been put together by Scotty Walsh from Scotty Walsh's Media. Of course, Tomio Yamazaki doing the panelling. Couldn't get these broadcasts up without a lot of help. It's not just 1 or 2 people. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and looking forward to wonderful days. Tennis, of course, we can't forget Julia Spazzali. She's the events and sponsorship manager. Put together the wonderful partnership with Goods Property Services, bringing today's broadcast to you through the West Australian live streaming, West Australian newspaper.
Can I ask you for your tip for today? You haven't got one right in the last 4 rounds. You've bet me a pie in every round. So lucky I haven't eaten them, so I wouldn't fit into the seat. But you've been wrong every time so far. So how do you see today?
The hydraulics on your chair are giving way. I can tell you that for the viewers and for the listeners. Look, I tend to agree with you. I think Kings Park have got all to play for. Hensman Park, yet they will finish on top regardless of whether they win or lose today. And I think Hensman Park come in with a really strong team. Catovic really bolsters their strength down the order. She's coming up against Hayley Burton. Hayley's had a wonderful year this year. She was the captain of the Women's State League for Hensman last year. And this sets up a really intriguing match. Catovic, former MVP of the Women's State League. And of course, there's so many prodigious talents right across this day's play. But I do like, right now, I think, Kings Park for me. I think it's going to go right down to the wire. I think we'll see it potentially win by games or sets. I don't think there's going to be a margin in matches. I think it'll be 3-all. It'll probably come down to sets and games, Shane.
Oh, I think I've made the wrong choice then. If you're agreeing with me, you're not much of a judge. I reckon I've made the wrong choice. Can I change mine now?
Well, no, you've just got to stick to your guns. Of course, looking forward to what's sure to be a really entertaining game. And of course, we're going to listen to Joel Pleydell. He's been a wonderful addition. Goran Marajan, who's the new High Performance Academy manager for Tennis West. He was on air last week with you and Joel at Alexander Park and caused the boil over of the season so far with Alexander Park defeating Hensman Park.
And you were missing from the broadcast last week.
Well, I've done a lot of lifting over the last couple of years. Thought it might be time just to sit off camera and watch some of my more very able and learned colleagues go about their craft.
No, I am unfair to you, Brett. I saw you doing a lot of networking out there, spreading the word from Tennis West, and I saw you doing a lot of work, particularly in the bar area.
That's where all good work is taken care of. A lot of networking going on as we're just waiting for the girls to prepare. We can see Anja Vujacic just finishing off final touches, just doing her shoes up. And Megan Kauffman furthest from the camera. We'll of course be broadcasting across 2 courts today. Looking forward to a really entertaining day's play, Shane.
Yeah, see, I would think that probably these are 2 of the most informed teams. When you look at the stats in the last 5 rounds that all the girls have played, in the number 2 singles with Ksenija Vujacic and Megan Kauffman, Megan's won 3 out of 5, Ksenja's won 4 out of 5 of the last singles. They've only dropped 1 doubles between them. If you look at the 4s, Nina Catovic, 4 out of 5 singles, 4 out of 5 doubles. And Hayley Burton, 4 out of 5 singles and 5 out of 5 doubles. So that's pretty impressive. And then of course we get to Anja, already talked about.
Of course, girls just commencing. We'll let the
Brett.
play take care of itself. The stats, you're a stats man. You're the Bruce McAvaney of the WA broadcast team, Shane Smedley.
Someone's got to do some work off here, Brett.
Beautiful backhand, great defence from about 2 metres behind the baseline. We can see the breeze, you can't see it on screen, but the breeze is coming into the camera, so towards Anja Vujacic, and it's causing a few issues out there, particularly from this end of the court. And that ball, as we saw, she hit it up and it really dipped in because of the breeze.
Yeah, so pretty much hit it straight into the Fremantle doctor, didn't it? And just sort of died and just sort of dropped into the court there.
Beautiful play. You can see Ksenija really dictating off that forehand. Beautiful athlete is Megan Kauffman at the far end of the court. Spent 3 or 4 years at college under a really good tennis program. She's doing strength and conditioning. She spent a bit of time out with Lenny Cannell at the State Tennis Centre, and Len Cannell's the Tennis Australia strength and conditioning coach, one of the best right across Australia in the Tennis Australia program. And she's a fantastic, strong, conditioned athlete is Megan Kauffman. She'll certainly be able to stick out 3 or 4 hours on court here today if need be.
You know, for me, Megan is the Nadal of Women's State League. incredibly well conditioned. You know, you look at her core body strength, not a little bit of fat on her anywhere, and she's just such a tremendous athlete. And you know when you play someone who's an athlete like that and moves as well as she does, that you've really got your work to get, you know, to win points against her, because she's going to track everything down. She keeps the ball in play. Light hit a slice backhand, can hit a slice forehand as well, and you've got to beat someone like Megan Kauffman.
I liken her to Maria Sakari, who's top 10 player in
Yes,
the world
from Greece. Yeah,
very similar. Ksenija Vujacic from Hensman Park serving, closest to the camera. See the ball just floating through the air, not a lot of pace put on it, but the wind really just kept it pushing forward into the baseline at the end of Ksenija.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an issue today for the player that can adapt to it, especially as we get later on the day when the breeze starts to get up a little bit.
Middle corridor serve, just catching Megan a little late with the forehand, catching the top of the tape. Of course, all clubs nominate the surface they wish to play on at the start of the season. Hensman Park obviously have chosen hard courts. Royal Kings Park, they've chosen the beautiful grass here. Probably the equal of any grass court right across the world here at Kings Park. They have been for many years, home of the W Open from many years ago.
Yeah, having said that, I think Alexander Park do a pretty good job. I think they'd probably without Pia, those two.
Again, just catching that ball a little late. The ball just holds up in that breeze, so just the timing was out a little bit from Megan Kauffman. Of course, Cottesloe comes to mind. They've been one of the standout grass court clubs for many, many years. Of course, the Davis Cup was played there some years ago.
2014.
Grass courts there at Cottesloe. Wonderful jolt in the arm for tourism in WA. Play that 1-2 punch, just timed it better, got the short ball and really leaned on that and showed her intent, Megan, looking to move forward. She's a all-court player. Ksenija will stay back and counter punch, and you'll see a mixed style of play from Megan Kauffman, looking to be aggressive and take the net away from her opponent.
And when you're playing to the breeze, depth becomes so important, doesn't it?
Again, we just see the floating backhand return. And again, catching Ksenija probably about 2.5 metres back behind the baseline. Will you be looking for her to stand up on that shot and take it a little bit earlier?
Shorten the swings too, I think, yeah.
Do love that style of play though, and that was an absolute gimme. That was sitting on top of the net, and she'd usually make that 9 out of 10 times. The ball just held up a little bit in the breeze, but that style of play is going to win her more points than it isn't, Shane.
Yeah, so the moment Ksenija drops the ball short, Megan's in, and so you probably find Megan's playing that ball, you know, her ground strokes inside the baseline, and Ksenja's about 2 metres behind.
Overplaying.
But,
that's probably what she starts to think, particularly hitting into the breeze, having to overplay.
Yeah. And that's where your spin becomes important, doesn't it? You know, that was a very, very flat forehand, so it tended to keep going a little bit more. Top spin and bring it down.
The break point opportunity, second serve.
Well done there to young Ksenija. Held into the point there. As you can see, you know, a lot of people when they play tennis think, oh, it must be so much easier playing down breeze, so hitting from the top end down to the bottom end with the breeze behind you. It does require a lot of control. It requires a lot of control on spin because it's very, very easy to overplay it, because all of a sudden you feel your ground strokes are bigger than what they are, so you tend to hit it even harder. So spin becomes really important, and we're seeing that done well by Megan out there.
The Back to Juice. Ksenija Vujacic, Hensman Park serving. Just overplaying that backhand again. Does tend to hit the ball very flat, Ksenija. This day sets up a little bit better for probably the way Megan plays her game. Likes to hit the ball with plenty of spin. Short ball, she'll move forward. Another opportunity to break. Fourth break point opportunity in the opening game for Megan Kauffman. There it is, opening break for Megan Kauffman from Royal Kings Park on her fourth attempt. If they change it, and we can skip across to court number 2 where we're watching Burton from Hensman Park, closest to the camera, up against
Catovic.
Kings Park, former MVP of the competition a few years ago. Haley is down 1 game to love on serve.
Yeah, I think this match of the number 4s is going to be an intriguing game. I mean, I think you've got 2 really quality athletes and 2 quality ball strikers, so it can be a hard one to pick. You know, I'd like to see Nina get over the top, because I think we're going to find Ksenija's going to have a work cut out for her against Megan. Megan looks like she's got that all-court game, doesn't she? Very comfortable on the grass. And again, they've chosen grass, and she's a grass court player. I'll be interested to see how she plays on this game. And it's like watching clones of each other, isn't it?
They play very similar.
So similar, yeah.
Kick back to court number 1. Megan Kauffman serving after an early break.
Just see Ted Rice walk into the building. Ted Rice, a stalwart of WA tennis and junior tennis development. Just coming in slowly. Oh, just overplayed that, didn't she? Yeah.
You can see her intent is that big sliding serve, lean on that forehand, just open the court up, had the opportunity to move forward, but the counter-punching style and the defence from Ksenija is second to none. She's had an outstanding season this year for Hensman Park, and she's a great mover.
Those who are at home watching, look at the comparison in baseline position between these 2 girls playing here. Ksenija's 2-3 metres behind the baseline, and already see Megan up on the baseline.
Beautiful backhand, deep return there. The pace just skidded through the court. Caught Kauffman off balance, overplaying that backhand just a little long. You can see she's a little bit frustrated with herself. A couple of early points in this game gone missing.
That's that one where your game feels bigger than what it really is when you're hitting down breeze. You feel like you can really smack it, but when you're hitting the ball as flat as Ksenija hits it, it's high risk there. Another example of the same thing. So we've seen Megan play up high on the baseline, really close to the baseline, taking time away from Ksenija. So what it's doing is actually rushing Ksenija a little bit.
Little long. Second serve, 40-30. Overplaying that second serve, just caught the ball a little bit too far behind. Just talking to herself as she walks up closest to pick up and retrieve that ball. Juice.
Yeah, worked really hard to get that break, and she can ill afford to give it back now straight away. It was a big long game, that opening service game from Ksenija up into the breeze. Can ill afford to give it away. This could be a trend through the whole match. Difficult to serve up into the breeze. We'll keep an eye out for that one.
Again, she's getting good play. Anja Vujacic from Hensman Park. Again, just overplaying. She's feeling like she has to hit through the court rather than just let a little bit of shape happen on the ball, play it back deep and set the point up.
Yeah, a good mix-up point from Ksenija there. I just think that looking at the way that she's playing, she plays with a high-risk game. There was a short ball there that we would have seen Megan come in on, and Ksenija backed off it again. So that's going to be the difference we're going to see out there. High-risk game.
There's that short ball that she was after, and again overplaying that forehand. This is a real arm wrestle out here between Anja Vujacic and Megan Kauffman. You're just waiting for someone to get a little bit of momentum. But again, she doesn't want to give this service break back. Had her opponent, Anja Vujacic from Hensman, on the back foot. A couple of opportunities to close this game out. Now finds herself down a break point. Megan Kauffman, Kings Park, closest to the camera, serving.
And what you saw then was she had a three-quarter court ball and saw the opportunity to pull the trigger and did. Very, very keen because you're often behind the baseline. Oh, I love that slice backhand.
On grass court, it really just, it's worth its weight in gold, isn't it? And that really just skidded through. She didn't have control of that point until she released that slice backhand and found the unforced error from Vujacic. It was a chance to break back, get on parity here. Second game of this first set.
Yeah, just sort of hurried up on Ksenija a little bit and sort of rushed a stroke. Skidded through as a slice will do on a good grass court.
Beautiful return again, just catching Kauffman a little bit late in the preparation. Again, that wind is certainly swirling around out here and making it very difficult for the serving Kauffman, as it did last game at this same end for Anja Vujacic from Hensman Park.
So I think you're right about the arm wrestle. We've had 15 minutes of playing. We haven't even seen 2 games yet. Could be a long day out here.
Beautiful serve, flattened out wide to the backhand. It's the first serve she's made, and that really does ease the tension, particularly when you're down a break point, a significant point. It's nice to come up with a big first serve.
We were talking about Mr. Ted Rice a moment ago.
And Teddy's just entered in the booth and wants to have a conversation with us while we're on air.
You probably hear him off camera there.
He's having a go at no reply on emails, and we'll catch up later on, Teddy. Shall we just have a nice spritzer or something at the bar? Ksenija overplaying that back, and there was the holder serve as we were talking to Teddy Rice. We missed all the action out here.
We probably need to get a few security people around here.
Oh, we love Teddy Rice. Hey. He's certainly an entertainer, Teddy Rice, around here.
He's come back again.
Let's have a full conversation while we're on air.
Always a character, Ted Rice, isn't he?
Certainly is. One of the colourful characters of WA tennis.
Has he gone? He's gone.
Meanwhile, back at the game, Kauffman managed to hold her serve.
You saw that? Now this we'll see how the girls' strategies change serving down breeze now. See what happens. I'd like to think Ksenija will hit a serve when she gets a good deep serve. She'll move forward, but more than likely she's probably going to stay pretty much anchored around the baseline. Whereas you look at Megan when she serves, you can be sure she's going to be coming in.
Beautiful forehand, good, strong, about 1.5 metres behind the baseline, but hits really well through the ball. You can see the strength and condition of Megan Kauffman from Kings Park. Really strong athlete.
1% body fat, and just nailed that ball on that forehand.
Overplaying with that breeze. What do you need to do when you're serving with the breeze as opposed to into the breeze, Shane?
I don't think you can afford to go, it's high risk to go big on serve, big flat serves. The really good players will have a lot of kick on their first serve because it'll give clearance over the height of the net and then it'll drop down. Whereas you hit the ball flat, again you tend to think you're bigger than what you are and you try to go harder than what you can. So the really good players get a lot more kick, and of course on a really nice grass court the ball's going to bounce super high off a kick downwind.
We see Ksenija, not a lot of kick, not a lot of work on her serve. It's primarily flat, and with the breeze that poses problems. She has struggled from that end.
And you'll see that a lot where the players hitting into the breeze will see a green light ball and they'll sometimes overplay it because they know they've got a chance to actually make contact with the ball inside the court, so they go pretty hard at it and just overplayed it there, Megan.
Better serve, just a little bit of pace off that and hold serve. Changing ends, 2 games to 1 as we skip across to court number 2 here, the Clive Wilderspoon court and the courts of fame here at Kings Park. Nina Catovic serving Kings Park. Currently up a service break, 2 games to 1. Not tell a lie, it's on serve, no, 2 games to 1 to Hensman.
Yeah, I think it's on serve.
As we introduce Joel Pleydell into the commentary booth, I'll hand across my duties.
Thank you very much,
that was
Brett.
Quick, Brett.
How you going, Shane?
Welcome, JP. Twice State League MVP. Come in and perhaps you'll be prepared to do a bit of work.
Yes, definitely. Welcome the opportunity to come down here and enjoy the Women's State League action here at Kings Park. Beautiful part of the world.
I think our CEO wanted to go and do a bit of networking. He's taken off quicker than I've ever seen him move on the tennis court.
That's right, he's a busy man, BP.
No, we're just saying before you came on air that these 2 girls play so similar. You know, similar stature and similar game.
Yeah, I reckon also similar in mannerisms as well.
So Kings Park really need Nina to win this match because I think they're going to struggle on the first court in the number 2 singles. So they can't afford to drop 2-0 down, especially with Anja Dokic, who's been in a superb form all year, coming on next for Hensman. So they've got to get at least one of these 2. We saw Ksenija get into the set, won her first game serving down breeze. Did drop her first service game into the breeze, so Ksenija is still down a break. Megan is now serving down breeze with a break 2-1. Be interesting to see how she copes with this breeze. The breeze is gusting a little bit more as we thought it would do. And straight away we're seeing a much smarter service game from Megan. Megan's takes the pace off the ball, hitting a lot more kick. And as you can see, the ball's getting very high down breeze.
I think we just saw Megan hold her serve there, so...
Did what you need to do, yeah. So 1-3 serving, so Ksenija's now back into the breeze, still down that break, and of course, if Megan just keeps on holding her serve, she's going to win this set, so Ksenija's got to win this game first. That's
beautiful constructed point, wasn't it, there by Megan?
And that core body strength that Megan has, it allows her to set us a really stable base, and you saw her get really down low to the ball. She's not tall of stature, but got down nice and low through the ball and stayed down low.
Big first serve there by Ksenija.
And Ksenija can get away a little bit more of that flat first serve into the breeze, because the ball will hold up a little bit into the breeze. It won't be as fast off the racket. Won't quite have that depth.
Just going for a little bit too much there with that backhand, maybe trying to press a little bit with that into the wind there. Maybe just thinking she had to give it a bit more than she probably needed to.
Yeah, right. We talked about that earlier on. Ksenija hits the ball very, very flat, and she's playing into the breeze, looking for depth, and very easy to overplay it when you hit the ball as flat as she does. And I think on the second court, Harley broke Nina Catovic on serve there a minute ago. And is looking a little bit distressed on that second court at the moment, so you might find that Harley's up and the Hensman Park are up on that second court, the number 4 singles. And Ksenija doing her best to hold this game, not to drop another service game. Is an interesting point, wasn't it?
Very
it was like Ksenija's stroke production on that slice backhand is not nearly as comfortable as what Megan's is, but got away with a great short ball that Megan just couldn't address.
Yeah, very good tactical play. I think when you're playing into the breeze, you use those short slices to make someone hitting down breeze to be able to hit up over the net. And it's very difficult, so you need a lot of topspin. And then Megan obviously just unforced error there on that forehand, just being a bit too long.
That's a great defensive point from Megan again. You saw, the viewers would have seen how low she got in that half volley forehand. Very easy to stand up tall on that forehand half volley, but got down really low through the ball and playing with a lot of loop, keeping the ball in play.
Yeah, it reminded me a bit of Agnieszka Radwanska when she used to drop those knees on the floor.
Well, look at you out there, little fella.
Hey?
Hey? Look at you with the names. No, good point. Got number one in the world, didn't she, at one
I
stage?
think she did, yeah, I think you're right.
So it can't be all bad.
No. Just another unforced error there by Ksenija, just creeping a bit long with that forehand, maybe just pressing a bit too much again into that wind.
I think it's going to give Megan a break point, I think. And we were right in that Nina did drop her serve into the breeze, and now she's down 4-1 against Hayley Burton of Hensman. Yeah, missed 2 forehands, hasn't she? On that short forehand with the ball not getting very high. As you know, Joel, used to do it so well when the ball is so low and you're trying to hit topspin on that. You've got to have really rapid acceleration of your racket head through the ball, and just overplayed them a couple of times. It's just really smart point, isn't it?
Yeah, just keeping that ball deep, really nice control of the racket head, and a very good hand skill she's got, Megan, out there.
Just got a bit of loop on the ball. The ball sort of came through pretty quick down the breeze. Another example, wasn't it? Just perfect grass court play there. Playing down breeze, nice high loop, getting the ball deep, and there's another break there. So scores are reversed, aren't they? So Megan's up 4-1, and Hayley's up 4-1.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a very tight contest here today.
It looks like I've sort of been watching, even though we've been watching on this first quarter, I've been watching Nina's body language. She looks like she's a little bit distressed out there. By her own admissions, when I was speaking to her before the match, hasn't played a lot of tennis, been working full time now, so tennis has sort of taken a back seat, and maybe lacking and there's nothing to it, maybe lacking a bit of condition there, and certainly maybe feeling it in the heat. It's still warm, very warm out here.
Just making a few unforced errors, isn't she, Nina, at the moment? Just head seems to be dropping, body language is quite down, so maybe just needs to find a little bit of extra energy out there.
And if you know you haven't done the work and you're out there playing at someone like Hayley Burton, hardly misses a shot, it can be in for a whole lot of pain.
Yeah, that's right.
Because
that's
you know,
exactly
this girl's just not going to miss.
Yep.
I've got to come up with something special. I haven't been hitting the ball enough to be able to do that. Again, we're seeing the discontent with the game at the moment.
Yeah.
We move back to court 1, show court 1, and we've just seen Nina drop her serve again, so she's now down 5-1. Megan on this court is serving for 5-1. mean, that's a beautifully constructed grass court point, and that was that Brudwanska forehand you were talking about before then. The ball was very, very deep on the baseline. It was always in, played it well, stayed down through the line of the ball, and finished off with a very, very competent volley. Great point. What was your favourite surface? Would have been grass?
Definitely grass for me, yep. Down at Cottesloe. It was perfect surface for my game.
Were you a bit of a pigeon on clay? Were you any good on clay?
I was a shocker on clay.
Yeah,
and
bit of a pitch?
Yeah, a bit of Bambi on ice. I would like to liken myself to on the clay courts. Just couldn't time the slides right.
I use it. I like that. That's not bad.
Yeah, no, I was just, very upright and couldn't really get any footing on the clay court, so I didn't enjoy playing on that surface, but grass court definitely I like to use my slice and get into the net as much as I could.
Yeah, so how bad's that feeling when you go and play on a surface, you know you're not comfortable on, and you're playing someone who just eats it up?
Yeah, that's right.
It's like you're just in a heap of pain. You're looking for a place to hide, aren't you?
That's right, yeah. You're running anywhere and everywhere. Yeah, it's not a great place to be in, especially mentally. You just find yourself frustrated all the time on a surface that you're not competent on.
Made worse when you see someone start to laugh and smirk at you when you're playing.
That's right, that's right.
And to be fair, that probably happened to me a lot more than it did you. But, you felt like you're like a puppet, controlled by the puppet master.
That's right.
They just move you around with it where you knew you didn't want to be.
That's right. No, you just had it on a string and you were just chasing everything down.
Okay.
So 2 points for 5-1 here. Another nice service game. Poor old Ksenija's struggling to find an answer out here to the all-court game of Megan Kauffman. We did think that would be the case. So Ksenija's now serving at 1-5 in the first set, and it's the mirror image, reciprocal image of what's happening on the second court in number 4 singles when it's 5-1 the other way to Hensman. We thought it'd be a close match today. I haven't received your tips on how you think today's going to pan out.
Yeah, I just think Hensman being the top of the table, just probably have a bit more firepower on their side with Anja at number 1. So I'd say they're looking to lock in that number 1 position, get that win there, and then probably her doubles as well. So it's going to make it very interesting and very tough for Kings Park to get the win today. But stranger things that have happened, so we'll see how it plans out.
So you're on the Hensman Park horse today?
I think so, yes. I think so. I think they've got great talent and great depth.
You can't put an old head on young shoulders, can you, Tommy? These young kids, they don't know too much, do they? Now, if I'm wrong, I'm not going to be on the mic at all. I'm gone.
Yeah, that's right. You'll be running.
And you'll be chasing me. Won't take you long to catch up either. So you probably see in the background there, Nina's already lost the first. She's having a quick break. She needs some more water and probably needs to regroup because she's dropped that set 6-1. And I think you find Megan's pretty close to locking up this set too. How the socials treating you, all right? You haven't missed anything?
No, I haven't missed anything, Shane. Wrong shot choice, I think, wasn't it?
Not the wrong shot choice for Megan Kauffman. It's the wrong shot choice for Ksenija.
For Ksenija, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
I mean, she's got to play to her strengths, and I mean, you could just see she knew what she had to do. Just so uncomfortable doing it, whereas Megan would have eaten that up.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have just liked to see that, play that back deep and see if you can knock that volley off at the net.
Yeah, good serve there. Again, persisting with a high risk game style of hitting that flat first serve. Hasn't made too many first serves, albeit when they do go, when they're very strong, but not making high percentage of first serves down breeze.
Yeah, that's better depth we just saw there from Ksenija. Not overplaying her backhand there, just keeping it nice and deep. Downwind obviously helps. Ball gets through the court a bit quicker, and just put Megan on the back foot there and was unable to get that ball back in play. So Ksenija looking to hold here and make Megan serve out for this first set.
We've talked about it before. I mean, and that's just risk reward, isn't it? That when you're hitting the ball so flat and so big, down breeze, the ball's going to fly. The ball's going to fly longer. So unless there's some kick on that serve, we're going to see a lot more of that. Oh, it's a tremendous point.
Great point.
And Ksenija did well then, didn't do anything wrong. Then he had a nice kick serve, got into the point, he changed the ground strokes a little bit and a little bit more kick on those ground strokes, but just a tremendous off forehand from Megan Kauffman then. There'll be a bit of pressure on the second serve now, double fault in the last time she served to this backhand court. There you go, yeah, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And I mean, it's just a technical flaw there that can be addressed very, very easily. Players have got to learn that. We are very, very windy here, and you've got to have a B game to go to when the conditions don't suit you. And if you keep on trying to bang first serves and rely on your first serve, you're going to die on your first serve.
Yeah. So yeah, she is. You're right. She's living and dying by that first serve. So. Yeah, as you're saying, she hits the ball very flat. Obviously, in these conditions, it becomes very tough because your margins become even smaller than what they probably would be on a calmer day. So she's good, yeah. And on the contrary, you got Megan, who's got great wrist action through her shots on her ground stroke, especially on her forehand. She's got tremendous wrist action, so she's able to spin the ball a bit more comfortably, more so than Ksenija. Just over on show court 2, we just started in the second set here between Nina Catovic and Burton. Burton taking that first set very comfortably at 6-1. Creeping along there with that backhand from Nina, so just lost the opening 2 points here to start her service game in the second set. Hayley just seems to be in beautiful control of of her shots at the moment. Just doesn't miss a ball and has beautiful control of her racket head. As you might have saw on camera just there, you just saw Nina bending over, maybe in a little bit of distress still, as we mentioned earlier. It is quite warm out here, so understandably Nina hasn't played a lot of tennis lately, so maybe just feeling the pinch a little bit. Across to show court 1.
And as you would recall, Joel, on those very rare occasions you're getting pantsed out there. The points happen so quick, don't they?
They do.
The points it seems to be happening around you. You just can't control it. You've got to find a way to break up the momentum in the other plugs. At the moment, Harley is just freewheeling out there and doing it very, very comfortably.
Yeah. Yeah, you're exactly right, and obviously Nina feeling the pinch a little bit. She's going to have to try and slow these points down and then try and figure out a way of how to get a plan B happening and try and get herself more into these points, because at the moment Hayley's just on top of every shot.
So you're Ksenija Vujacic. You're Ksenija. What do you do differently to get back into the match? You've just dropped the set 6-1. What do you do to get into it?
Look, I still want to see her be aggressive, so I wouldn't take that away, but maybe just playing with a bit more control off the ground strokes, and especially downward breeze. She's making a lot of unforced errors long. So I'd like to see her to stay aggressive, but maybe that controlled and play more within yourself aggression, rather than just outright trying to hit winners. So, and I'd just love to see if she can come into the net on these grass courts and use the slice a bit more. Just give Megan some different looks and put her in some different positions in the court and see what she can do.
Yeah, all good points. I think that it's hard to change a style of play that you've learnt and you sort of it's been coached into you. It's very, very hard to change on a tennis court. You can change it in training, but during match play, it's very, very hard to change it. And I just think we're seeing a 16, 17-year-old. Correct me if I'm wrong. Would be Megan? It'd be early to mid 20s, I'd imagine. Megan's fresh out of college in the States, so she's going to be someone who's had all this training, all this intellectual property, all this emotional intelligence, tennis intelligence. Coached into her over in the States, and Ksenja's just starting on that journey now, so she's got a lot to learn. And whereas Megan's already learned those lessons, so she knows how to change a game, she knows how to adapt to their conditions. I think that's where Ksenija has got some learnings to do. And no doubt at all, when she's off to the States in August of this year, she will do very, very well.
Yeah, look, I very much agree with that. Megan, yeah, fresh out of college, very well conditioned. Yeah, is able to stay out there for long periods of time. Ksenja's still obviously very young, bred here in WA, so I think you were saying she's looking to go to college in August.
That's right, yeah, in August. So fielded a fair few offers, because my understanding is she's a very bright student, so got some offers out there, and it really just comes down to picking the eyes out of the scholarships you've been offered. So on the second court, Nina had a bit of a win. She won her first service game, so she's in front on the second set. Yeah, lovely forehand back behind Megan there. We'll see if Ksenija can come up with some serves this time that give her a much higher percentage on her first serve. Because what it does then, it then keeps Megan back and keeps her away from the net. Yeah, that's that first serve we're talking about. So nice strong service game there. One game all.
Yeah, and hopefully that service game there can give her a lot of confidence moving into this second set.
So when you're playing and you're returning serve with the big kick serve, so you're returning into the breeze, and the person you're playing is serving big kickers high to your backhand, did you try to hit it with two hands still, or did you hit it with a one-hander?
No, I would still try and try and take my core positioning probably a little bit closer and try and lean on it before it gets up too high, but still use the two hands. And sort of try and keep it low over the net. That was what I'd try and do if I was hitting into the breeze. So just trying to get them to hit up over the net, because obviously when you're hitting down breeze, you need a lot of racket head control and spin to bring that ball back into play. So I just wanted to make it really uncomfortable for my opponents hitting up over the net all the time.
And we're going to welcome back CEO of Tennis West, Mr. Brett Patten. He's finished some of his networking obligations, so welcome back, Brett.
Thank you, Shane. Nice to be back in broadcast position after just doing the rounds here at Royal Kings Park. JP, good to be broadcasting alongside you. How have you found the standard of the tennis out here?
It's been great level so far from all players. I think Megan is more dominant at the moment. She's got the strongest shots and looks to control her shots a little bit better than Ksenija.
I do like that play, really aggressive play by Megan Kauffman, and that first volley back behind Ksenija. Really smart tennis player out on court. Wind's died off just a fraction here. It's not as blowy as it was 35, 40 minutes ago. A bit hotter because the breeze has died down. That deep backhand wing hitting back into the breeze. It's a tricky shot. Good to see Ksenija taking advantage of stroking through the court, that backhand wing.
So Brett, for those viewers at home who might not know, what is the advantage of going back in behind your opponent?
Bit of a play again from Ksenija. Well, the advantage of going back behind your opponent, JP, is tennis is all about momentum and timing and making sure you're setting up for your strokes. Now, if you're hitting a return on the forehand wing, the juice court, and you're making your way back to the centre of the court. So if you're playing that first volley back behind your opponent, they have to stop, pivot. Nice return. Stop and pivot, and then set up, and they're rushed, so they don't have the ability to be able to just set up for a good passing shot. So it's a very good tactic as we move across to the second court. Nina Catovic serving from Kings Park, losing the first set to Harley Burton from Hensman Park. See Harley closest to the camera. Part of the Burton dynasty. Ash Burton, her father, was a very good player back in the 80s and 90s, won a State League title with Hensman Park. I think it was 1993. Of course, Maddie Burton and Haley both representing Hensman Park last year to win State League titles for their Hensman club. Nice deep return from Haley. Another great family dynasty. JP, you and your brother as well have been part of a State League winning team. Of course, your brother Todd was a state league player. I think he played for Wembley Downs back in the 90s.
Yes, that's right. With a few other names, Blake Brinklow. Tristan Venables is another one.
Tristan Venables will be tuning in from the US, coaching over there at the moment. Double fault from Nina Catovic.
Yeah, she still looks very distressed out there, doesn't she, Nina, at the moment?
She walked off courts moments ago just to take a toilet break after the first set. A little bit underdone as we come back to court number 1. A little bit underdone. She hasn't played a lot of tennis. And you can see she's just looking for a little bit of off camera. She's looking for a little bit of shade. Does look a little distressed. She's taking her time at the change of ends. As we see Ksenija off to a quick start in this second set, leading 3 games to love. 2 breaks of serve after dropping the first set. Beautiful play there by Ksenija, and that breeze just blowing back into the face of Ksenija, just holding the ball up and dropping it down into court. Really started to hit her straps here in this early stage of the second set, JP.
Yeah, looking a bit more comfortable. I think her opening service game was quite a comfortable hold, so maybe that's given her a little bit of confidence now, moving as we move deeper into the second set.
You've had some experience hitting with a lot of the top world ranked players. Alexander Zverev, you're his hitting partner in the Hopman Cup a few years ago. Touched on that just after this point. There's been much made around Alexander Zverev's latest outburst.
Yes, there has been.
Beautiful forehand. The shorter ball, just a big 1-2 punch from Megan Kauffman. When you play with the world's club, I mean, Alexander Zverev, top 3, top 4 in the world, has won 2 ATP Turin Championships against the best 8 players in the world. The way they play and practice, the intensity they bring to the court is. What did you notice about the practice sessions with these top line players?
It's definitely another level. These guys have, obviously, they've got big entourages and big teams around them. They've got, you know, your physios and your coaching staff, and everything is done to prepare them for their matches. And then the intensity once they're out on court, it's
overplaying.
Yeah, it's just another level from what you'd expect from, you know, your local or state league players. They just bring this extra mentality and mindset that they think they're going to win every single point and every situation they're going to come out on top. So yeah, you learn these things by hitting with them, and you see what goes in behind the scenes, not just what's on the court.
I'll get your interpretation of the latest outburst by Alexander Zverev. Oh, overplaying again with that breeze. And we saw Alexander Zverev get defaulted and fined about $35,000. I think it might have been US dollars only a couple of days ago. Playing in Acapulco in Mexico.
Yeah, that's correct. In a doubles match, playing with his good friend and part of his team, Marcelo Mello. I think he's former top doubles player in the world. Maybe
Yeah, he
got
was.
to 2 in the world or something in doubles.
Out of character, do you think, from Alexander?
I think definitely out of character. Yeah, it was very unusual. It's just not a great look, is it, when you're behaving that sort of way? When you obviously know as competitors, you know, heat of the moment stuff can get the better of you at times. But yeah, looking back, I think he'd be very disappointed at his behaviour. And
Just quality striking from both players out here.
great hitting, wasn't it?
Beautiful cross-court backhand into
Great
the breeze.
exchanges.
Ksenija Vujacic from Hensman Park, currently leading 4 games to love after dropping the first set, fighting her way back in this match against Megan Kauffman. Megan's had an outstanding year so far, playing here at Royal Kings Park. Courts of Fame courts in front of the cafe. This court that Megan and Ksenija are playing on is the Pat Rafter court. And the court number 2 is the Clive Wilderspin court. He's Hall of Champions inductee to the Tennis West. Just falling behind a little bit here. Certainly scoreboard pressure is forcing Megan to overplay at times. But the ATP is still coming out, going to make a decision around extra sanctions. He lost 35,000 in fines, he lost prize money, he lost rankings points. He won the Acapulco tournament last year, Alexander Zverev. Beautiful forehand. That could see him drop behind Rafa Nadal. Rafa's 4 in the world at the moment. Alexander's 3. There's only a few points between them, so significant.
Yeah, so
penalty.
Yeah, some big sanctions he got, wasn't it? And the other thing about it is the referees do a great job, and it's just not a good look in that regard. Like, our referees are all doing our best, and they're hard enough to come by as it is. And what happens at that top level obviously always filters down into those junior ranks. So I think looking back, he'd be very disappointed.
Catching the line, Ksenija Vujacic. Again, 5-love as they change ends. Certainly poles apart. First set to second set for Ksenija Vujacic as we skip across to court number 2, the Clive Wilderspin court here at Kings Park. Nina Catovic serving. Currently lost the first set. We can see Nina's in a bit of distress out there. Again, hasn't played a volume of matches this year. Has been, looks like she's struggling a little bit from a conditioning standpoint against a very well-conditioned player in Hayley Burton, who's won all the matches bar 1 in singles this year from Hensman Park. Overplaying that back end, and again, conditioning as a tennis player. We spoke about the practice of the high-end players, Alexander Zverev, who used to practice with at the Hopman Cup. Conditioning. Today's athlete, today's tennis player, they are a really good athlete, aren't they?
They are. They put in extra work. Obviously, sport becoming more professional, these athletes spend every day that they're awake getting their bodies in the right shape to compete. And as you're saying, Nina out there obviously hasn't played that much tennis, so probably, and you're coming up against someone like Hayley Burton who's put in a lot of work. It can be quite daunting going out and playing against someone who's not missing a ball and you're coming in underdone.
Hayley Burton just unloading on that forehand. You can see just didn't run for that point, Nina Catovic, as we switch across court number 1. Show court 1, Kings Park Tennis Club. Ksenija Vujacic serving for the set, 5 games to love up. Lost the first set, looking to bring this to a super tiebreaker. Third set. Double fault, just looking upwards to the sky. A little bit of breeze, a little bit of sun in her eye. Certainly a tale of two halves, this particular match, number 2 singles match. If it goes to a super tiebreaker, which is first at 10 points, bit of Russian roulette. Two double faults to start this 6th game of the second set.
Yes, that seemed to be the tale in the first set. She made a lot of unforced errors and a lot of double faults. But in contrast, in this set, she's been brilliant. A lot more controlled aggression, I think, in the second set from Ksenija. In the first set, just overplaying a lot, trying to hit it maybe a bit too hard when she's hitting into the wind, and then drifting them long when she's hitting down the wind. So she's tidied that up definitely in the second set and leads 5-love, looking to serve it out.
Again, first 5 serves missed in this 6th game from Ksenija. Beautifully played.
Great.
Just flat backhand into the breeze, with the breeze I should say. Just giving a little bit of confidence in the 6th game, down 15-30.
Yeah, well, probably what you would have noticed there is Ksenija, with that first forehand opening up the court, she actually broke the sideline. So instead of hitting it straight through the baseline, she's taking the pace off, hit it with a bit more spin and taking it outside the tram lines, getting her opponent out of position, and then having that easy backhand cross court to finish it off. And again, Megan just overhitting that shot there, that backhand, flying it long. So Ksenija looking to take this into a super tie break.
Like that play, got the short ball that she was after. She forced Ksenija to take that top hand off the racket, hit a slice. She's not as comfortable hitting the slice, the one-hander, as she is hitting through the ball with two. Particularly on grass where the ball is skidding through below knee height. Giving up at this stage. Overplaying. You can see the frustration on the face of Megan Kauffman.
Yes, so a really important point here. Juice.
Set point. Opportunity to square the ledger here between Ksenija Vujacic and Megan Kauffman. Kauffman closest to the camera. All white, white visor. A little bit of breeze picking up now, a little bit swirly. 10 minutes ago it's quite still, now the breeze is really starting to swirl around. Last time we played here at Kings Park, the canopy on which we're sitting under blew off. We're hoping that
it stays in one piece today.
Engineered a little bit better. Double fold again. Ksenija Vujacic back to Juice, leading 5 games to love. The Hensman Park player serving. Looking forward to the matchup between the number ones, Hensman Park's Anja Dokic up against Shanelle Iaconi, directly following the conclusion of this match. Overplaying, another break point opportunity for Kauffman.
Yes.
What does that do? If you're up 5 love, you drop your serve, not panic stations by any means, you just go back to your normal thinking, just start relaxing and try to break back straight away?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you just got to stay strong mentally. Hopefully she can dig herself out of this game. She's down a break point here.
And again, flat serve into the backhand. Likes to chip the backhand return, Kauffman. She does play with 2 hands. I'd like to see her probably be a little more aggressive, step in, particularly into the breeze. Step up on the ball and hit it with 2 hands, flatten it out. See the breeze is really, you can see it flapping around in the background there, the flag flapping, the trees blustery in this pretty strong breeze. It's just swirled up in the last 10 minutes, JP.
Yeah, it's
certainly makes it difficult for both players, one into the breeze and the other one with the breeze, I should say.
Yeah, definitely going to play a role this afternoon if it stays like this, Brett. Momentum is going to be I think you're going to see a lot of momentum swings if this wind stays like this. So you're obviously playing into the wind is going to be a lot harder than playing with it.
Again, another very long service game from Ksenija. telegraphed that drop shot. She made it with plenty of time. Kauffman overplaying. Didn't need to go as aggressive as she needed to. I'd like to see that probably chip mid-court, centre court, and just sit on the net and make her opponent pass. So another set point opportunity for Ksenija Vujacic. Nicely played, Megan Kauffman, to the delight of the home crowd here at Kings Park. Cafe Bay courts, right in the centre of Kings Park, just in front of the grandstand. It's been around for 100 years. Used to play State League men's and women's grand finals on the centre courts at at Kings Park back in the 90s and 80s. Of course, it was the home of tennis and Tennis West for many, many years.
Yeah, that's right. They had a pretty prestigious tournament here for many years, didn't they, Brett?
Yeah, beautiful touch again. Sets up another set point for Ksenija. She's done everything to throw this game away. I think she's hit about 4 double faults.
Yeah, that's right.
But she still finds herself up in position to serve out this second set.
Yeah, as you're saying, she missed the first 5 serves of this game, but has found her way back into the service game and has a set point here.
You see the Breeze just playing havoc with the ball toss. Breeze is coming directly into the camera behind the court. There's the second set, 6 games to love. So that squares the ledger between Hensman Park and Kings Park in this number 2 singles match as we skip across to the second court. Burton overplaying that forehand. Burton leading 1 set to love. A bit of breeze, as we said. See just a little bit of frustration creeping into Nina's game. Hasn't certainly got the pep in her step as she had at the start of the match. Just unfortunately feeling a little bit of those conditions, JP.
Yeah, that's right. Hayley's obviously noticing it, making her play as many balls as possible. Obviously probably knowing that Nina hasn't done a lot of the work coming into the match, so Hayley going about her business as she does, making a lot of shots, making a very controlled off both wings.
Of course, this is brought to you by Scotty's Media, Scotty Walsh, Tomio Yamazaki, doing a wonderful job putting this production together. Goods Property Services, men's state and women's state league competition. Thank you for their partnership. It's been a wonderful partnership, new partnership this year, brought on by events and sponsorship manager Julia Speziali, excuse me. It's been corrected. It's been a wonderful partnership with Teiwa Power, powering all the tennis leagues right across Tennis West competition. Burton, Hensman serving. Beautiful ball striking from Nina Catovic. Again, just looking across at her team, looking for a bit of inspiration. Super tiebreaker here to start the third set. Just getting some commentary advice from a number of spectators around the grounds. Right, just put your neck on the chopping block here, JP. Start of the third set, super tiebreaker. Megan Kauffman serving. All important second rubber here. Start the day. Who do you like?
I'm going to go with Ksenija here, just like the momentum she's carried in, just not dropping a game in that second set. So I'm gonna go with Ksenija to keep the momentum rolling.
Well, I'll go with Megan Kauffman. Just to keep it even. There's that short ball again. She's just not been able to capitalise on those short balls, particularly in that second set.
Yeah, you're right. She got the ball she wanted, didn't she, Brett? Easy, short forehand, just hitting it halfway up the net.
1 point to love. Mini break. Start this super tiebreaker. First to 10 points for Ksenija. With the wind, all important. That'll give it a little bit of confidence. Again, has struggled on serve at that far end of the court. Serving with the breeze. 4 double faults in the last service game from that end. And we can see again just stopping her ball toss. Oh, beautiful. Big dipping forehand that bounced up on Ksenija. Caught her above the shoulders overplaying. 1 point apiece. Got that mini break back. Again, that ends troubling Ksenija. Oh, overplaying. Oh, yes, it was. Caught the line.
Dropped in.
A little bit of chalk there flew up, as we know,
There you
on the
go.
grass courts. Chalk will fly up if the ball hits the line. We saw that on that occasion. And super tiebreaker on the court next door between Nina Catovic and Hayley Burton. Both these first 2 matches going the distance. Just overplaying that. Well played. Again, that big forehand cross court for Megan Kauffman. A lot of pace, a lot of power, a lot of spin. Dragging Ksenija out wide to the forehand, which she couldn't control. Nice serve again, sliding serve, just catching Ksenija a little bit late.
Yeah, finding first serves I think is going to be very crucial and play a big factor in this super tiebreak here.
Ksenija serving with the breeze. I mean, she hasn't served well from this end. It's got to be playing on her mind.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I think it would be in the back of her mind for sure.
2-3. Let's serve. There's a bit of contact. I'll give her a bit of confidence now, stepping up. Lovely play by both athletes out here. 3 points apiece as they change end. I did like that defence from Megan Kauffman. Wide forehand, throwing up a moon ball to get back into the point, but just couldn't capitalise. Ksenija playing a very solid point to keep it on serve as they change ends. First to 10 points in the super tiebreaker. 3rd set, right across the Goods Property Services Men's and Women's State League competition. So we're just watching the girls change ends, getting a drink. Warm conditions out here. A little bit of breeze around, that'll help, but still quite trying on the athletes. Again, almost seems like 2 different game styles depending on which end you're playing at. Into the breeze, strong breeze here at Royal Kings Park. Ksenija now serving into the breeze. I think that'll help her out. She did struggle with the breeze.
Yeah, as we were saying, Ksenija does like to hit the ball nice and flat, so probably will prefer to hit into the breeze.
Beautifully constructed point. Both athletes hitting some deep ground strokes, and then the shorter ball, Megan Kauffman really launched onto that. The off forehand cross court. 4 games to 3, mini break here. All important first rubber for Kings Park. They need to get off to a good start if they're to upset the top of the table Hensman Park here today. Megan Kauffman, 4 points to 3, first to 10 points. Third set is a super tiebreaker. Again, this end is troubling both athletes. Oh, just on cue.
Yeah, it seems to be a bit of a devilish end, that one. A lot of double faults coming off that end down breeze. Although the last few minutes, the wind has died down a little bit. It has. It was swirling a fair bit earlier.
Be playing into both these athletes' psyche, though, knowing that end has caused some issues for both players. Kauffman serving again, see if she can right the wrongs. Overplaying that one wide, 4 points apiece. And again, 2 double faults. Just handing back the mini break to Ksenija Vujacic.
Very interesting, isn't it? There's momentum swinging both ways in this super tie break. So now Ksenija with the mini break again. Serving into the breeze.
5 points to 4. Overplaying that forehand, you can see just frustrated with herself. Got the short ball that she was after, Megan Kauffman. Ksenija currently leading 6 points to 4. Maintains the mini break, first to 10 points. A little bit of a gap now on the scoreboard between Ksenija and Megan.
This is the big point here, isn't it?
Overplaying, 7 points to 4.
Yeah, that was a big point there, Brett. Big difference between 7-4 or, if it went the other way, 6-5. So how Megan's going to deal with this mentally is going to be interesting to see if she can make a serve here.
Beautiful kick serve out of the backhand. Short ball, that's exactly what she needed. 7 points to 5, change ends after every 6 points. Just sitting down, looking to regroup, currently down a mini break. It's a very important tie, this one for Megan and the Royal Kings Park to get off to a good start. Switching across to watch Hayley Burton from Hensman Park, closest to the camera, against Nina Catovic in a super tiebreaker. We'll keep you updated with those scores. Back on the main court here, the Pat Rafter court here, Courts of Fame at Royal Kings Park. Ksenija Vujacic from Hensman Park, leading 7 points to 5 with a mini break. All important number 2 singles match up between Hensman Park and Kings Park.
Yes, it's going to be interesting. Ksenija with the breeze now. So I think Megan has one more serve before Ksenija will get a chance to have her 2 service points.
Let's serve. Or second serve?
Second serve.
Wonderful point by Megan Kauffman, just needing that point, just to give herself a little bit of breathing space there.
Yeah, she
still down a mini break.
She sort of willed herself to win that point, didn't she? Ksenija had under control for a bit.
Certainly did, 7 points to 6. Serving. Ksenija Vujacic from Hensman Park, still up a mini break.
Yeah, So this will be telling, I think, Brett here with these 2 service points.
Gee whiz, by my side, I thought that ball was long.
I thought it was looking long too.
I thought that ball was about a half an inch behind the baseline, but she played the ball, 8 points to 6. I think she knows it too. In retrospect, she probably should have called it out. Still, got to regroup now. It's a big point. Vujacic serving, 8 points to 6, first to 10. Again, struggling with that end on serve. There's the one, the overplaying, got the mini break back, 7 points to 8. Again, that end with the breeze, JP, we're seeing it really
I think the
to
problem,
the disadvantage of both players at the moment.
I just think a bit more problematic for Ksenija because she hits the ball so flat, so her margins become even less, don't they?
Certainly do. 7-8, big point, context to this tie. A serve fault. Ooh, that beautiful slice again. Short ball to the forehand, 8 points apiece. Really digging in. You can see the experience come to play here by Megan Kauffman. 4 solid years under a very good college in the US. Played a high amount of matches, particularly in the collegiate system. Just a very tough competitor, JP.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And a great athlete and a great mover.
8 points apiece.
Yeah, not giving any unforced errors away, which is what you need to do here late in the tail break.
Oh, overplaying that slice. You can see 8 points to 9.
I think she broke her string
She
on
did.
that return, so, oh no.
Oh, no, she's going back. She was looking to towel down. Match point, first one for Megan Kauffman to give Royal Kings Park the start that they're after against top of the table, Hensman Park. 8-9. Overplaying that first serve. Let's just see how she handles the second serve under these conditions. If you don't mind, flat and wide, 9 points apiece. Went straight after that, Ksenija Vujacic for that big flat second serve.
Yeah, I think you don't underestimate that. Takes a lot of courage to do that. Match point down to come up with a serve like that out wide. Incredible.
Incredible amount of courage on that occasion, and shows the testament and the amount of matches that Ksenija's played over the last couple of years. Just go into automatic pilot mode, don't you? You don't think too much,
Yeah,
just go
right.
after.
Yeah.
Change of ends, 9 points apiece. Again, in the context of this match, in the context of Kings Park's chances for the State League title this year, I think they need to win this match. They don't want to come up against Hensman Park in the semi-final next week on home soil. If they get the win today, there's a chance they could move into third spot and come up against the number 2 ranked team, which will be Peppermint Grove.
Yes.
I think Peppermint Grove, a very tough team, but I don't think they're on paper as strong as Hensman. Ksenija serving, 9 points apiece. Again, just a little bit of a restart. Catching the top of the tape. Flat backhand from Ksenija. Again, gives her a match point.
Yeah, how's this? The momentum keeps swinging both ways here.
Spoke to Russian roulette in these super tiebreakers, and we're seeing it right here. Momentum has swung. Megan had a match point opportunity. Now she's down a match point.
Going to come down to who wants to go after it. I think who'll come out on top. Rather than waiting for your opponent to miss, I'd like to see someone take their chance on a match point here.
You're kidding me.
What a point.
What a way to win the match. Ksenija
Unbelievable.
Vujacic from Hensman Park in a cracking last match point. You can see both athletes just appreciating the efforts out there on court today and giving Kings Park a sniff, but certainly Hensman Park, the #1 ranked team for the competition, getting out on top. 11-9 in the super tiebreaker third set to give Hensman Park a 1 rubber to love lead. And I think we've just seen the #2 singles come off in Hayley Burton from Hensman Park, defeating Nina Catovic in the super tiebreaker. So Hensman Park, in the matter of only a couple of minutes, have got off to a 2-love lead, putting all the pressure right back on the Kings Park team. In the next 2 singles, Shanelle Iaconi at #1 and Teiwa Casey play #3 singles for Kings Park. This is going to be an intriguing matchup here. As we said, I made the prediction will be a Kings Park win. It'll be 2 singles rubbers apiece and go down to the doubles. But it's all before the Kings Park team right now.
That's right. Yeah, they've got a lot of work to do now. Obviously, those 2 singles matches could have gone either way, both in super tie breaks. So now Kings Park really need to dig deep and try and win these next 2.
Thank you for your service, JP. We'll get Shane Smedley back into the commentary booth. Over 50s world #2, World Championship doubles runner-up. JP will join us in another 20 minutes, just having his well-deserved rest. Amazing first 2 singles, Shane Smedley.
Oh, I'm still trying to work out what happened. Nina was all out of sorts in that singles, in that #4 singles, and somehow found a way to win the second set, and then won the tiebreaker pretty comfortably.
Oh, she did win the tiebreaker, Nina Catovic.
Yeah,
okay, 1 rubber apiece. My apologies.
You're not watching the tennis, or what have you been doing?
Just concentrating on the main court. But thank you for filling us in.
No.
It was a good win then for Kings Park, because she did look like she was struggling out on court. Nina Catovic looked like the conditioning had got to her, but she sets up an opportunity now for Kings Park at 1 rubber apiece.
Yeah, and having said, Nina turned it around wonderfully to win that, because I thought Hardy was low, but on the other court, Ksenija was never in that match. And I left when she lost that first set, won the second set to love, I think, wasn't it? And then I was sitting down with the crowd watching the match, and we all thought that Ksenija was down in the tiebreak as well, but she must have been up comfortably.
Just giving a bit of a synopsis there. You've been sitting amongst the crowd here at the Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. It's wonderful surroundings here, and of course it just sets up nicely for a wonderful day's play. 1 rubber apiece heading into the next 2 singles. And what are you expecting certainly from this top match between Anja Dokic and Shanelle Iaconi? Both wonderful players. Anja Dokic, 26, 27 years of age, spent a lot of years at college honing her craft, and Shanelle Iaconi, one of the great young athletes coming out of the WA right now, and was away playing the ITF Challenges only a matter of a couple of weeks ago. He's been in isolation for the last 7 days, but hitting a great ball, Shanelle, and I'm really looking forward to this match. Well,
Shanelle was 219, 220, or 219, 220 MVP, State League MVP, as a real young individual. Now maturing, and I spoke to Shanelle. So haven't seen her for ages, and she's now moving to UWA to start her course there. And of course, Anja, as we've said a number of times before, was the best 12-year-old in Australia at one stage, and Anja's had a great season. I think she's coming, what do we say, 5 from 5 singles. Chanelle's 4 from 5 singles. So Shanelle needs to win. Shanelle needs to win to give him a chance, because the word on the street, the word out in the crowd there is that T was probably a little bit underdone, hasn't been playing a lot, and we've seen Ella. Ella's been in tremendous form. Ella's 5 from 5 in her 5 last singles. T was only 2 from 5 in her last 5 singles, so it pretty much indicates to me as the form horse is Ella Nurkic, another delightful young lady, and Teiwa only 2 from 5, so she might be a bit underdone, Teiwa. So
yeah, and a multiple State League winner is Casey Teiwa, formerly ranked 846 in the world. Teiwa Casey, she's a prodigious talent here for many years, gone on to study law, and now she's practicing, so she hasn't been able to pick up a racket as much as she did when she was playing full time, but still hits an incredible ball. One of the cleanest strikers that you'll see, Teiwa Casey. Played and won with City Beach alongside Katie O'Shea and the Watson sisters, and Sheridan Curry.
Well, there was a lot of time and resources invested in Teiwa Casey as a youngster. She was at the tennis centre obviously all the time, and as everybody seems to be now, there's a tremendous amount of talent around here in WA, as represented by, or overrepresented by the rankings of all the men and the young men and the young women playing in the tournaments. Now that our borders have opened again, we're probably going to start to see a lot more travel again and start to see a lot of our best athletes mixing it with the best on the East Coast.
As you made mention, Shanelle Iaconi, she defeated Anja Dokic in last season's State League round number 10 in straight sets. And Shanelle Iaconi, she's the 2021 WA State Grass Court Singles Champion, defeated Anja Vujacic there, played at Mount Lawley Tennis Club Boxing Day and onwards. And Anja Dokic, she's won 10 from 11 State League singles wins this season. Certainly is the favourite for this year's MVP. Graduated from Boise State in the US and former under-16 singles and doubles champions. Both incredible movers, good baseline players. And we should see a lot of extended rallies up here today. It's hard to know which way to go.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I'm thinking. And Shanelle, of course, won the 2021 grass court title, state grass court title. So she can play on grass.
Yeah, absolutely she can.
Yeah,
she's a product of Mount Lawley she's a product of Alexander Park Tennis Club. Gets coached by Reese McDougall at Mount Lawley and plays for Kings Park.
Yeah, along with her brother, older brother Jerome. Jerome gets coached by Reese out at Mount Lawley as well, and Jerome is a member of the Alexander Park State League team we've seen a couple of times this year.
One of the better WA juniors, won the Australia Cup, which was the singles component of the Pizzy Cup, the schoolboys and schoolgirls championships a couple of years ago now. And he was offered a position to go away and play college tennis, but then COVID struck, unfortunately, so he's stayed and studying here and honing his craft and wants to go away and play some open events.
Well, I read with interest this morning when I was doing a bit of background work that Shanelle Iaconi was picked in the WA States 14s teams with some names that we'd all know: Talia Gibson, Taylor Preston and Jess Cully.
All part of the National Tennis Academy.
Yes, and so all those players have gone on. So that was a tremendous group of young athletes there.
I mean, what a cohort of athletes to be practicing with and playing against. WA has certainly been punching out of its weight class for many years in the junior ranks, such as the testament to Andrew Roberts, former head of the High Performance Academy at Tennis West for Tennis Australia. Tommy George, of course, Len Canal, and now we've got Marissa Giannotti, Mitchell Pleydell and Goran Marijan controlling the High Performance Academy.
And we all know Tom George. Tom George is the former high performance coach who has now become CEO of Tennis NT. But you speak to a lot of the athletes, and they all speak very, very fondly of Andrew Roberts.
I certainly do.
And Andrew Roberts went on to use a hitting partner for the Women's Fed Cup team.
Part of the coaching team for the Federation Cup, now the Billie Jean King Cup.
Yeah, and they all speak very, very favourably about the work that Andrew Roberts did. So there's been a rich legacy of quality coaches here in WA, and I'm sure the athletes recognise that and appreciate it, because you know top quality coaches are a rare breed, aren't they?
And not only the High Performance Academy, but the quality of high performance coaches right around West Australia, with Ash and Brad Dyer and Next Step Tennis Academy out at Greenwood, of course Reese McDougall at Mount Lawley. We've got John Thorpe,
James Connolly
at Hensman Park, John Thorpe at Dalkeith. Many great coaches, Dan Sewell at Blue Gum Tennis Club. The amount of wonderful coaches we have right around WA is a real testament to the talent that's being produced over the last 10 to 15 years, and we're seeing that in the top line women's game, and we saw that at the Australian Open. We saw Madison Inglis get through to a third round. She's a product of WA, and Astrid Sharma winning her first WTA event in Charleston last year, and Stormy Sanders. And of course Maddie Ebden winning runner-up at the Australian Open doubles this year.
Tristan Schoolgate.
Son of Peter Schoolgate, one of the High Performance Academy managers.
Yeah, so all right, so how are we going so far? We won one, so you and I both tipped Kings Park to win today. I was speaking to Ashley Burton off camera. He's the father and coaches Hayley Burton and Maddie Burton, and he thinks that his opinion, obviously is a biased opinion, but he's of the opinion that the girls here will probably win both singles matches. He thinks Anja will get across Shanelle Iaconi, so he's always been a good judge, Ash, so we'll see how it goes. And he thinks that Teiwa will be a little bit underdone against Ella Nurkic, so he expects to be up 4-2 after 3-1, beg your pardon, 3-1 after the singles, and there'll be a couple of sets up. So he's still confident the girls are going to do enough to get through the day.
We'll see if Ashley Burton's right again. Yeah. He's produced three wonderful, talented kids. Hayley, of course, Maddie Burton, and Cameron Burton, who tremendous talented family, the Burtons. Of course, his father, Rod, was a over 35 state champion as well, and Ashley himself won a state league title playing alongside Mark Lawati, Peter Gerrans, Keith Begley, Colin Napier, Mark Torrey back in 1993 for Hensman Park.
And still keeps himself in great shape. You know, he's in tremendous shape, works very, very hard on court with his 3 kids. And again, they're very, very lucky, and I hope they appreciate how lucky they are to have a parent so heavily invested in their sport.
And so supportive, as we see the girls just taking their time, just getting themselves set to kick off. So we might just sneak across and watch the opening couple of points. Teiwa Casey and Ella Nurkic. I mean, Ella Nurkic furthest from the camera for Hensman Park. She was a member of the 2021 WA State Busy Cup team. She's actually had a terrific year, winning 9 of 10 State League singles matches so far.
She's an Applecross student too, I believe.
Yep.
Coming across to Curtin this year.
Across the 2 seasons, she's won 16 of 18 State League singles matches across 2 seasons. Very rarely loses Ella Nurkic. And Teiwa Casey, as we made mention, formerly ranked 846 in the world, won multiple State League titles, Shane.
Yeah, so
that matchup.
Yeah, so I think Teiwa's going to have it up against it today against Ella. Ella's one of the form players, and probably if anybody's going to push, put pressure on Anja for MVP, it's probably going to come from another Hensman Park player, I think. Yeah.
So we switch across to court number 1, Shanelle Iaconi.
This is the game I'm really interested in. Shanelle needs to win this one to keep Kings Park alive, I think. And Shanelle was another Applecross student as well.
Overplaying that backhand. I do like Shanelle's game. She adds a little bit of flavour, variation. She's an aggressive player. She's got a lot of slice. She uses the pace. Won't just always be power player. She'll take some some speed off the ball and use a little bit of different spins and angles. And Anja likes the ball coming onto it quickly and really leans in on that pace. So it'll be a test of wills out here today.
Anja's a classic counter puncher. But having said that, not scared of being at the net either. The serve was well long. Missed it, yep.
You thought it was long, but
Anja
well played it.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a good spirit there. Good spirit.
Beautiful backhand. You can see just the variety there, the big looping forehand from Shanelle.
And for the players at home watching at home, it's always great to see if there's a ball ever in doubt, it's always in. And that was that point before. Anja maybe a little bit doubt, but called it in, and that's great sportsmanship. You don't see that a lot of the time. I mean, that's what we hope all our junior athletes will do.
Iaconi serving, Kings Park. Overplaying that forehand. You can see the intent of Anja though, looking to step up and take the ball early. Hits the ball incredibly hard with a lot of pace, a lot of flat, particularly off that forehand side.
Yeah, there's a lot of self-belief in Anja's posture at the moment, isn't there? She feels very comfortable, very confident. Well, why wouldn't you with the season that she's
Winning
had?
form's good form, a lot of confidence. Doesn't mind playing on grass. As you can see, the girls just changing ends, toweling off. Of course, the change of rules over the last couple of years, back in your day coming through, when you played the first game, you could sit down at the change of ends and have your 90-second break and then go about your business. But nowadays, you play one game and turn, and you only sit down after 3 games, Shane.
Yeah, I think that came from to speed the game up. You'd have a long warm-up. I think you're limited to a top 5-minute warm-up. The players would have their 5-minute warm-up, then play one game, which could go for 2 minutes, and they'd sit down again. So I think that's all come from, trying to speed the game up. All sports are trying to speed the game up to make the game more spectator-friendly. We've even seen over limits and limits around Test cricket nowadays for the same reason.
Missed that by a long margin with the breeze.
Didn't miss the camera by much.
And Anja's changed her serve up. We spoke to Anja early in the season and she's had a few shoulder issues and she's changed the way she hits that serve, a bit like Casey Delacqua did, coming around the ball a lot more for a left-hander and not over or flattening it out. She seems to find that helps her with her shoulder. This might pose some problems, particularly serving with the breeze.
Yeah,
1-2 punch.
Yeah, that's a lefty standard, isn't it? That's a lefty steak and 2 veg. That serve the ball out wide, and even though Shanelle knows the ball's going wide, still got to be able to you got to be good enough to deal with it.
Overplaying that first serve.
Wind's picked up a bit, Brett, hasn't it?
It has swirling around.
Starting to cause a few problems with ball toss. Yeah, it's a big forehand from down there. Down breeze.
See Shanelle looking to change the position of the where she returns the ball. She was standing up in court against the Dokic serve.
Yeah, she can ill afford to get pushed too far behind the baseline. It's a long way back, gives Anja a lot of time to then set up.
See the pace and the power by which Anja plays the game.
Yeah, and again, it's that same serve, that same slice serve wide. Shanelle's out into the tram lines to retrieve it and leaves an open court there. So you're going to have to work a way to deal with that. Going to get that ball a lot earlier. Oh yeah, 3 winners. 3 forehand winners down the line, the same side every time. And I was having an interesting conversation with Ted Rice when I was off camera, and Ted's got some big plans here, and he showed me some plans of what he's proposing to do here. And, for those who know Ted, he's been around tennis for a long, long time, very successful businessman. Being an advocate of junior tennis.
One of the colourful characters of WA tennis.
Isn't he?
Instrumental in bringing the clay courts to UWA.
Yeah, you're right, and so that's his. He's got a vision here to have. I think it's 12 clay courts here at Kings Park.
Backhand, that off backhand, you can see just hitting through the court and into the breeze. Shanelle's got to be a little bit more pinpoint precise, particularly with her serve. Doesn't want to put it in the hitting zone of Anja. As we can see there, Anja, the first 2 games, she's been able to open up the court. Shanelle pushing her further and further back, particularly with the breeze.
It makes a lot of sense why Anja was so confident in her posture moving to change of ends. Has hit 5 winners in a row.
Shanelle's a wonderful competitor, though. I mean, you want someone to play for your life or
Good
play
tennis
for your
smarts,
house.
yeah. Good tennis smarts. Can work out what's going
She
wrong.
doesn't
and
go away.
Change.
She can pick up tempo, she can pick up pace, nuances of the game, but she does not give in.
Well, that's an
Terrific
admirable
young competitor.
quality, isn't it?
That's pace and power again.
Big hitting, isn't it?
It is big hitting. And to that reference about Shanelle and her competitiveness, she was down 5-love in the final of the WA State Grass Court Championships against Xenia Vujacic, and then reeled off about 8 games in a row
Wow.
to win the first set 7-5 and
Well,
Get up about
that's some
one or
grit,
two
isn't
love.
it? That's some resilience there then. So obviously you've got a B game, which is what we've talked about all season, is these younger players not having a game to go to when their A game doesn't work. Clearly did. Not a big serve though, is it?
Big set, but I like that play there. She was looking to serve and volley, which you very rarely see in the women's game, but she was making her way forward. Again, a lot of tennis EQ, Shanelle Iaconi. Smart tennis player. There's a let.
And we heard Tom George talking about tennis EQ a lot when he was on in the early part of the season.
There's that pace of shot again from Anja Dokic. And we may mention she was the 14s and 16s national champion, so she had some terrific pedigree early.
Yes.
Went away and got into a very good university, Boise, University of, I think it was University of Boise or Boise State.
Boise State sounds familiar.
Boise State University.
Yeah, so Kings Park are taking a bit of a risk in this singles lineup today because they left out Astrid Kanther. Astrid's the team captain, albeit hasn't had a great run of late. Only won 1 of 5 singles and struggled in the doubles as well. And the other option they could have gone was Sally Partington, but she had a similar sort of record as well. So they've gone with Teiwa and Nina.
Only serving.
Nina's worked out for them.
Double fault, unfortunately, again for Shanelle. The quality of players they have on the park, Kings Park, you can't go past the Teiwa Casey, former world ranked player, multiple state league winner. Nina Catovic, former MVP player for the state league, one of the best juniors coming out of WA over the best part of 15 years. So,
and they're both lawyers, aren't they? Both the girls are lawyers, yeah. So they're both very, very smart as well. Nina travelled a lot as a junior when she was 15, 16s. A lot of time was spent on the road.
beautiful forehand again and break a serve early in this first set as we sneak across court number 2. Teiwa Casey serving on serve. First set. Tall athlete.
I was having a, just off topic, I was having a great conversation with Ash Burton a moment ago regarding his boy Matthew Burton and what he's planning to do. You know, a lot of these male and female junior athletes have got some exciting choices to make, haven't they? These who are just out of school this year, and it seems to be the ones with the most choices are really smart.
Mm-hmm. I think it's critical. Kids need to have an even balance, not put all your eggs in one basket. And tennis is such a grueling game to be able to make a decent living out of it. You've got to make sure that you've got plan A, B and C. As you know, Shane, you're a school teacher for many, many years. Make the most of your education, give yourself as many opportunities as you can.
Yeah, and we saw, I mean, when I was at Apcross, we were just embarking on that journey where athletes were going across to college. We had, Ryan Skeets and Boyan Babusi. Boyana went across to Berkeley, and there were just, but it's a lot more now. If you're a talented athlete academically, you've got some choices. To finish off that conversation, he was making the comment about, in his memory, he doesn't remember too many athletes who have come back from college in the States and have continued on with their tennis to a professional level. He said And I said, well, that's because most of them use the tennis as a pathway to get into these, these top colleges in the States. And
Astrid Sharma, John Pearce, two to mention. They've gone on from college into a very lucrative professional career. Beautiful down the line backhand for Shanelle Iaconi.
And if you're someone like a Matt Burton, who's been feted by some of the top universities, universities, but they call them colleges in the States, top colleges in the States, he's got some choices there with endorsements on clothing and rackets and education. Then of course if he comes back, with a quality degree from a Ivy League school, that just sets them up for life then. And so I made the comment that I think that the college pathway is a great way to get athletes into a fully funded education.
We'll touch on that in a moment. Dokic serving. Gee, that's some power from the back of the court from Anja. Dokic forcibly hitting that backhand cross court into the breeze. That's something you're trying to set up at Curtin University at the moment, create opportunities for the universities to attract this talented tennis player into your tennis programs.
Yeah.
There's an option to going to college, to the US college.
It's something that Unisport Australia and Tennis Australia are working on. They do it, the universities and Unisport Australia is the overarching body that controls all university sport. They've got a model in place now called the University Basketball League. So it's trying to replicate as close as possible to the college system where teams travel as universities. So Curtin University is part of that this year in the Basketball League, so we've got men's and women's teams. But I know you've been part of conversations, as I helped in the early stages, trying to set up a national tennis league at college.
Beautiful swinging serve. I'm a big believer in creating opportunities for our local athletes to stay and play in university tennis leagues.
Yeah, and especially the universities we've got in WA are highly credentialed. We all know about UWA, Curtin University in its own areas.
Ever playing?
Engineering is without peer in Australia, and so is the physiotherapy. So you can get quality education by staying locally, and then if they can combine that with a tennis playing opportunity as well, like the college set up in the States.
Just overplaying that back end, of course. ECU, Edith Cowan, Murdoch University, Notre Dame.
So we got 5 universities here. Both UWA and Curtin are involved in the University Basketball League, which is a model, but the problem with it requires an extraordinary amount of funding for it to be able to get teams, because the basketball athletes get to travel interstate, don't pay for airfares, don't pay for accommodation, don't pay for meals. So it'll be interesting to see whether, with you, I know this is something you're really pushing hard on. If we can get that as a university tennis league in Australia, it'd be so exciting.
I agree. Something we're working towards alongside Shane Smedley and Curtin University. As long as we're all on the same page, I think we can certainly make this happen over the coming little while. Breeze is swirling around. As its moments, breeze just drops, and then all of a sudden it'll swirl around for the next 15, and it drops for another 10. I do like that play. She was looking to force the point by slicing that backhand, making Anja come forward, but didn't execute it correctly. That's the EQ of Shanelle. She understands the game. She can see where Anja's strengths are. She's trying to change her style of game around to play to some of those weaknesses for Dokic.
that slice backhand is going to be really helpful for Shanelle out here, especially down breeze. Just overplayed a little bit there. Yeah, so, and as Ash was saying about his boy Matthew, you know, you get offered a scholarship to the States, but you go to a university, it's not a great university, and the qualification you get is not as good as what you get here in a quality university here. So if we can hold players here,
and it gives the universities a real string to the bow to attract some of the best local athletes into their programs. And it also supports the growth of women and girls, keeping girls in the game of tennis a lot longer by giving them that other option once high school finishes to get into university and still play within a really tight tennis program locally.
Yeah, and I know you're a strong advocate of that, aren't you?
There's that beautiful open forehand straight down the line from Shanelle Iaconi.
And sort of being involved with representative sport at Curtin, we sort of, the challenge is to find enough quality athletes who want to play representative sport in the women. The boys tend to stay around and play a little bit longer than the women do. The women tend to sort of maybe go into other pursuits a little bit quicker than what the men do. So we've got to find a way to get women back into tennis, especially those in that 18 to 23 age group. So maybe that University Tennis League may be one of the answers.
Totally agree. As we rotate out, Joel Pleydell moving into the commentary booth to support Shane Smedley.
Thank you, Brett.
There's some lovely depth from Shanelle there. We talked a moment ago that use of that slice backhand down breeze is a great asset, because what the ball does, it does hurry on. It skips off the grass and does hurry on. And we've seen Anja a couple of times be a little bit short on her stroke production because the ball's got onto a little bit quick. Welcome back, JP.
Thank you very much, Shane.
We're seeing a few of the girls hitting that Emma Raducanu slice forehand. We saw Shanelle do it there. We saw Nina come back to it a fair bit in her singles. Not sure what that's all about. Perhaps you can share a bit with me on that one.
Yeah, I think the slice, it's probably a good tactic to use on grass. It's probably not so much effective on the hard courts, but certainly on the grass, they're keeping the ball low. That definitely is a tricky shot to try and play against. It puts you in some awkward positions, so maybe that might be the reasoning behind it, just keeping that ball nice and low on the grass court, skipping through.
So you're a supporter of it?
I think on the grass court, yes, definitely, but I think it's definitely contextual, but on the hard court, certainly not going to be as effective. So
hang on, just run that word by me. Contextual?
Yeah, contextual.
Did you make that up?
No. Oh, you can probably shed some light, Shane. You're a teacher at Curtin University. You could probably correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're right. That was a good word. I liked it. Just thought it was a bit too big for you, JP. Sure you picked up in a crossword somewhere. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I think. I saw Raducanu in the US Open hitting a slice forehand, so it can't be all bad. I saw it at the Australian Open. Didn't do a lot for her. I just think it's an easy option. I think it shows a lack of preparation or a lack of confidence in your forehand.
Yeah.
So I don't know where you win the point from. If you're slicing your backhand and then you're slicing your forehand, where do you win a point? How do you bring a point to an end?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Not so sure.
Yeah, it's definitely more of a defensive mindset, I think, for sure.
Yeah, some great defensive work from Shanelle there. Down a break, so you've got a lot of work to do here. Needs to hold this service game. But you know, Nini used that slice forehand to good effect to get back into that match. But I just felt it showed me that she was lacking confidence in being able to hit through that forehand. Lovely court awareness there, and Shanelle was way deep behind the baseline, and it wasn't a great drop shot.
That's right.
But it sat up quite high, but it did stall in the breeze, and I thought Shanelle was going to rack it down, but just sort of died into the breeze there. So very effective.
But as you said, I think Anja saw where her opponent was on the court and just dropped it in. It wasn't amazing. It sort of did sit up, but it was enough.
Felt pretty good off the racket, obviously just a little bit long. Okay, so referee Jill Sheridan, if you the bar overplayed it. So Jill Sheridan, one of the stalwarts of tennis officiating in WA, been to Australia many times, obviously saw that call and wasn't happy with the call and ordered the point to be replayed. Anja did question the call. And very few players try to make bad calls, don't they, JP?
Yeah,
you're always one of the fairest players out there, and I think that very few players try to make bad calls. But when you do make a bad call, most of the time you're not trying to, and what it does then undermines your own confidence when you're calling next. You think, oh my God! So all of a sudden you're playing balls that are 3-4 inches out all the time.
Yeah, that's right.
You can probably hear in our fixed microphone now, the Freo doctor's well and truly in. Last time we were here, I think we lost our commentary booth, didn't we? It took off, I think, Tommy, from memory. Yeah, it took off, didn't it? So let's hope he doesn't do it today.
Yeah. Hopefully the engineering team has put a few extra pegs in today.
And producer's just told us he's put 3 spikes in the ground on each guy rope there just to hold them in the ground. So let's hopefully we don't fly off. Tough to get good help though. Yeah, so it's always a tough feel when you've made a call and the referees overruled your call, because then you start to think about what do people think. Was there a bad call? Have I made other bad calls?
Yeah, that's right. And you can also get quite flustered pretty quickly after that happens as well, and sort of you could probably go on a streak of stringing a few points that you lose together.
And then of course it's very easy to blame the ref for losing your game and losing your set. Okay, so we're starting to see a bit of frustration from Shanelle. Yeah. She hasn't got an answer for Anja's game at the moment. Anja's just pretty comfortable, just wailing away, hitting the ball like Anja does, very comfortably.
Yeah, she's quite imposing figure, isn't she, Anja?
Yeah.
She hits the ball very big off both sides, so it's going to be difficult for Shanelle to try and keep her moving, try and keep her off balance if she can, and try get Anja to stop dictating the play so much.
And of course Shanelle's just trying to stay on the point at the moment. Shanelle's just trying to stay with her, so she's not trying to create anything. She's just trying to, take some of the pace off Anja's ball striking. And she's not going to win you points that way, because Anja's seeing the ball as big as a watermelon out here at the moment.
Yeah, I think we see it time and time again, don't we? The person with the aggressive mindset usually more times than not comes out on top. So I think Shanelle has to quickly try and change her mindset and try and be a bit more aggressive rather than being passive and just trying to stay alive, like you said, in the points.
Yeah, I think that's the key word. I think she's very passive, isn't she? Very passive. Whereas Anja, even though she dropped that first service game, albeit it wasn't on her serve, she strode the net very, very comfortable, knew exactly what she was trying to do, and she's got a game plan out there, knows her game plan is good enough to win, and as long as she can execute, she'll be fine. Whereas Shanelle's just got to get herself into this match somehow. What she's doing would be good enough as if Anja was missing, but Anja's just not missing.
Yeah, you can see there the gesture there. I think Shanelle wasn't too happy with the crowd clapping her unforced error there.
Oh, okay, I missed that one. All right, so there's already a few things going on other than just the tennis out here.
That's right. Yeah, so
that's not a good sign.
She's got a mental battle with herself at the moment.
Yeah, and that's what Shanelle's got to hope for, that Anja misses a few more. So we're here today with the support of Goods Property Services. Goods Property Services, State League naming rights sponsor, doing a tremendous job. Kit out all our staff, all our commentary team, and we're here with the support of them. So thank you to Goods Property Services. Must make mention of Scotty Walsh Media, and our producer's going to flip us across to court 2, watching Teiwa Ksenija against Nurkic. Young fella, you got better eyesight than me. Can you see the scoreboard over there? Kings Park 3-2, 5-2.
5-2, I believe.
Kings Park at 5-2.
Leading 5-2. So Teiwa Ksenija on top.
Oh, this would be a massive upset, and they're going to need it too. Yeah, you can still see that really smooth ground stroking from Teiwa Ksenija, which was typical of her as a junior. Just had that really, really good time. He used to strike the ball very well. Nice flat swings, nice flat through the ball, and very, very comfortable out there. Big ask today against Nurkic with her winning record.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, we didn't get to see much of her last week. She only came in for the doubles.
Yeah, which was a bit of a risk, I thought. A bit of a risk last week when Hensman Park chose not to play her in the singles, and I think it probably backfired a little bit because of quality player there.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Maybe ended up being a telling story because Hensman got their first loss of the year to Alexander Park last week.
Back onto court 1. Shanelle still down that break. So Shanelle still down a break. Got to get back into this, and you'd expect Anja to be hitting that breaking slice serve out here, out wide to the back end, down through the middle. Sometimes we see Anja go for the flat serve out wide in the forehand.
That's clean hitting, isn't it?
Yeah, that's just beautiful to watch. I thought early on in the set, Anja hit 3 or 4 clean winners on that forehand side, straight down the line. Better job from Shanelle to get back into the point, but what it did, it came up short and then opened up the backhand down onto the backhand side there. So lovely point construction from Anja Dokic there. Good point from Shanelle as well. They keep doing that. And you won't make all of those. That's the one. Yeah, she's got to hang in the point. Hope she's going to miss a few shots. And we've just seen Teiwa Casey win the first set over there on the second court, which is contrary to what we thought would possibly happen, but obviously playing very, very well. So yeah, that could be a huge upset for Kings Park in the course of the day here. 15-all back onto our court here, court 1. Battle of number 1s. Just needs to avoid those unforced errors, doesn't she, JP?
That's right. You've seen the first serves of Anja Dokic in her service game here. She's gone for that flat one. It's gone a bit long, so I think down the wind, if I was her, I'd be sticking to that slider.
That's another big serve, yeah. I mean, we haven't seen that from Anja Dokic too much this season, that big serve. She has had problems with the shoulder, and hitting right behind the ball is a little bit more challenging than coming around the side of the ball, especially if you've got shoulder problems. Sorry, Shanelle, but there's nothing wrong with that bounce in. No.
No, that was just great depth, wasn't it?
Yeah, great depth, and the ball just...
And speed as well.
Wasn't it? Yeah.
It was just clean hitting, yeah. It's too
good.
good.
The ball through the air, yeah, that's all it was. 2-4. Didn't make much of an inroads on that service game then. Must hold serve here. It's just all one-way traffic, isn't it? And you can see Shanelle on camera there, just really frustrated because she's just running, running everywhere,
right.
and it's just on Anja's racket. Anja's not moving. It's a bit like when you play a game of squash and you control the tee, and you're playing this bunny is running around behind you all over the place, and you're standing in that tee just controlling the point. And it's pretty much what we're seeing out here at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. Anja looks really composed and feels like she's got the ball on a string out here at the moment, just moving it corner to corner, and Shanelle is doing all the chasing.
That's a better shot.
Yeah, that's the one we probably need to see a bit more of, just take a bit more risk and a bit more aggressive mindset there.
Because I just don't see where Shanelle is going to win points, off her own racket. She's winning points off Anja's errors, and if Anja's not making any errors, it could be a long day then. So she's got to find a way that she can actually win some points. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. She's got to be looking to take points away from Anja rather than waiting for Anja to make that error.
That's a smarter shot. So we want to see, and Brett did talk about when you were off camera, JP, that she possesses great tennis IQ, and it just shows you that she assessed that point really well, and maybe there's an opportunity. That's a shot she hasn't brought into a game yet. I do like a service action. Yeah, it's nice and fluid, nice and tall. Well done. She'll take the free point.
Yeah, there's a let off there. Second serve. Probably want to be looking to make those ones.
But again, it's like waiting for Anja to make a mistake, and she's had such a great season. You don't expect her to make too many mistakes.
Yeah, that's right. Obviously, it's playing in the #1 position, so you can't afford to be too passive, as we were saying earlier, and hope that Anja, the #1 Hensman player, is going to make errors, because she's probably not going to do that.
Well, that is a lovely change-up. That's a lovely change-up. So that's the sort of thing we need to see a lot more of. I think it's probably the first points that Shanelle's been to the net. Held a serve then, which was always tough into the breeze. So still down a break, but it was good to see. And poor old Shanelle had a few complaints about the court bounces at her end, but I'll tell you, that took a murally sideways bounce, didn't it, that one? It was the Duzra. am I looking at, producer? Let's have a look. What have we got here? So, Jury Terblanche from UWA beat Dan Downey from Alexander Park. 6-love, 6-7, 10-8 match tiebreaker. That's one for the books, isn't it? And Jury playing number 1, Dan Downey playing number 1. Or Dan playing 2. They're swapped around. Oh, they haven't played yet. Dan was playing 2 today, so but Alexander Park have changed their order around too, because Sharma was playing 2 last week. He's playing 1 this week. Oh, Sharman played 3 last week. He was on the back courts, wasn't he? So Jury Terblanche should beat Dan Downey in a match tiebreaker. 10-8.
Yeah, that's an upset, isn't it? Big one.
Jerome Iaconi against Ethan Reed, 6-1. Luka Katsimarkis has had a straight sets win against Riyad Basic. So that's the fixture. UWA versus Alexander Park on the clay at McGilvray Oval there, UWA Sports Park. It was your favourite hunting ground, clay.
Gives me nightmares thinking about it.
What was the saying you used? Bambi on ice.
Yeah, that's right. That was me. That was me.
Mate, I would have been a hippo on ice.
Yeah.
At least you're giving yourself Bambi. That's okay. And you're out and about in the crowd when you're off camera. Crowd's building up. Sound
it is,
good,
yeah,
strong crowd.
Is, yeah. Speaking to a bit of WA tennis royalty over there, Tony Luttrell's come down. Just watching the men's action over there. Jakey Robinson taking on James Newton in the #1 spot.
I saw Jake's grandfather and grandmother, Bruce Robinson and Margaret Robinson, were here to watch him play as well. And I was watching Jake play on, because Kings Park are playing out here on the back courts against our Keith. Oh, not the what am I saying? The back courts. They're on the centre courts, which we're not broadcasting. And Jake plays as a clone of his father, Kurt.
They have the exact same.
He's about a metre taller. He's about a metre taller than his old man. Flash was never that tall, but Jake just. And I was talking to somebody off camera about the fact that I remember when Kurt was the coach at UWA on the clay there, and Jake was a young man, probably 14 or 15, and Kurt used to spend a lot of time on the clay with him. And I think he's just modelled his whole career and his whole style of play on his father, Kurt, which is nothing wrong with that. I mean, Kurt was tremendous play. Have you ever seen Kurt play on a grass court or on a clay court? He plays the same way, slides everywhere, and chips and dinks and lobs and rolls, and
very silky player.
And Jake plays exactly the same. Probably got a bigger serve than his old man.
Just slightly, I think.
So we've got Shanelle doing her best to try to get back into this set. She's still down a break, trying to make inroads into the Dokic serve, playing down breeze, and you're serving into the breeze. And that's what we were talking about. You know, if you can just ride that wave and keep the ball in play and look for your opportunities, and you will miss some. And if you misses them at the right time, or the wrong time for her, she might just get back into this year. Hensman Park doubles players warming up to be part of this match. So it looks like Hensman Park are bringing in 2 fresh players for doubles.
Stunning backhand there by Anja. Just stand and deliver, if you don't mind.
Yeah, quality shot, wasn't it? So Shanelle doing a great job this game. Really competitive on the return of serve. Lovely deep returns. So we break point here for Shanelle.
Yeah, and I think we can see Shanelle winning some more points now off her own racket, And I think that just creates a bit more pressure for Anja, and then we saw Anja make a few unforced errors. So it can swing both ways once you get into that aggressive mindset.
I think that goes to that tennis IQ we were talking about. She's realised she's got to probably create a little bit more rather than being pushed around. Break point here. And she's missed it, and there's the break. That's what we talked about. And with the beautiful setting of the flowering hibiscus in the background there, we've just seen a break of serve, so we're back on serve. So a very strong game from Shanelle. So maybe there's a change in what she's trying to do out here. We'll keep an eye on this. So 4-all first set. Those are socials keeping you busy there, JP? You're just in demand?
I think so. I'm a busy man, Shane. Oh, we just saw a beautiful serve there, though, by Shanelle. And swing her out wide, and she got the drive volley and just pushed it long.
And where do the young fellas such as yourself go out on a Saturday night?
Home. Because I'm not that young anymore.
You're an old soul, eh? You're an old soul.
Now, so I'll be heading home. Put a nice movie on and eat some dinner.
I thought you young guys were sort of like out and about all the time.
I think you keep saying I'm young, Shane. I'm actually quite old now. I'm nearly 30, so my partying days are over.
Just slit your wrist there, JP.
My partying days are done. I'll leave that to the 18, 19-year-olds.
All those girls are trying to get the hooks into JP. Well, you forget that he's not a party animal. Your brother Mitch was a party animal, wasn't he? Still is?
Probably still is, yeah, who knows?
You don't know? Don't you live with him? Didn't he crash with you for a while?
He's been staying with me for a little bit, but no, he hasn't been out since he's been staying with me, but...
That's not what I heard. I think he's been out and about all over the place. Looks like Rob Kilderry's just walking into the grounds, the godfather of WA tennis. Can't get him off the microphone.
No, that's right, yeah. If he comes over here, he'll be taking my job.
Speaking another stalwart of WA tennis, Tony Luttrell's just rocked up as well, having a nice white along with the other crowd here. Normally on the beers, or the bourbons, wasn't he? That was tough. He played such a great point there at the net. Volleyed very comfortably, and then just the ball. Volleyed the ball beautifully, and just that lob was always going to be problematic with the breeze swirling around like it was, and just framed it and went out.
Yeah.
But I mean, played two quality volleys there.
Yeah, it was sort of that in between height, wasn't it?
Just an awkward height. Yeah.
Between a smash or a high volley.
Must hold serve here. Done all the hard work to break back. Down 2 break points. Got to find a way back. Should be disappointed with that. Great counter attack by Anja Dokic there. Drops serve, serving to the breeze, and has just broken serve again. So now she'll be changing in, serving down breeze, serving at 5-4 to win the first set. And of course we're going to see that lefty serve with that breeze coming across the left shoulder. And you expect the ball to be diving around all over the place now. So well done to Anja. So we're just going to move across to court 2. Young fella with your eyes. What score have we got now? I can see a 3.
Yes, I think Kings Park obviously got that first set.
3-0. Thank you, Tomio. 3-0. God, these days, this day's just been changing around all day. We saw the first 2 singles went to match tie breaks. And we saw two sets complete contrast to one another, and we're seeing the same thing over here on the battle of number threes. Teiwa Casey won the first set very comfortably, probably against the form guide, and now she's down 3-love in the second. So Ella's already broken her twice, and serving for a 4-love lead in the second. So we could potentially see our third match tie break in 3 women's singles matches.
Yeah, that's right.
We did know it'd be a close fixture today.
I think it definitely makes for some exciting viewing for those tuning in. Yeah, you're right though, the momentum shifts have been going back and forwards all day,
Completely opposite. Yeah. Completely opposite, yeah. I mean, we saw in the battle of number twos with Megan Kauffman. Mate, all over in the first set, and then dropped the second set to 1-love.
Yeah, that's right. And then even in the tiebreaker, the momentum just kept shifting back and forth in those mini breaks.
Didn't it? And Ksenija, battle of number two, Ksenija wasn't in that first set, and then went through the second set so comfortably. So Shanelle will be disappointed. She did all the hard work to get back into it now. She's got to try and break serve into the breeze. And we'll see whether Anja decides to go big on serve, or she reins it in a little bit and hits a little bit more kick. She's got a few big flat serves and missed them by a long way.
Yeah, I think it's a high percentage. Make these serves, just put a bit of cut spin on them. Make sure you get that first ball back in play.
Yeah, that's
so slippery. Why is it so slippery?
We've seen that point all day, haven't we? That big forehand drive down the line. It's been a go-to shot from this end. 15-love, 3 points away from the first set. See how swirly the breeze is out here. It's always been swirly out here. Yeah, strong.
It's just too big and too powerful, isn't it? And hitting her spots very, very comfortably at the moment.
What she's doing, she's getting that first strike in, isn't she? Whether it's a serve or a forehand, typically, and straight away Shanelle's on the back foot, getting pushed further and further behind the baseline. Yeah, serve long. That's what we've talked about, isn't it? With that, that slice serve, with that, the inability to be able to hit a kick down breeze becomes a little bit problematic at times. 30-15, expected to go slider wide, I would think here. Take Shanelle right out of court and come back with a forehand down the line. Looks like she's got the grass court. The grass court sneakers on too. He's got the dimples on the sneakers, but still seems to be sliding around a lot. 40-15, 2 set points. That's a better shot. That's a much better shot. We've been waiting for that all day, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
To get that strike in early and put Anja under a bit of pressure. Most of the time, she's allowing Anja to get that first strike in and having to react accordingly. Save 1 set point, 40-30. Got away with a bit of junk then. It was a quality serve. It stayed really, really low. Shanelle's thrown a one-handed slice at it, and it's just climbed over the net and just died.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe a little bit lucky there, but she'll take it.
Yeah, saved.
Back to juice.
Big point here. Needs this one. Yeah, again, nice first serve. Down the middle, a typical left-handed serve to the forehand court, down through the middle. And got it right out of position. An easy put away from Anja. Third set point. Did everything right though. I like the way she pushed up in the court on that second serve. That put a bit of pressure on it, and you saw it. But it was good enough to come up with a quality serve, and just a little bit of overplay from Shanelle there. But
right.
First set's gone.
Yeah, that's right. You probably just saw it. Just took probably just too big of a swing at that one. But I liked how she got into the court and moved forward. I think we need to see that a bit more in the second set.
So we just moved on the court turn. Looks like Teiwa Casey's just broken back. Got herself back into the second set. Was down a break, broken back, so down 3-2 now. And this is a critical matchup for Kings Park. They must win this game because the way it's looking out here on court 1, and he's going to get this match. So Teiwa's got to win it on behalf of Kings Park. This one to have 2 rubbers all, and all for the doubles to play for. You can probably hear in our effects microphone now how windy it's getting. And typically in Kings Park here, it does swirl around between the grandstands. So even though the sea breeze is in, it does tend to swirl a little bit. You got to say, Teiwa's stroke production is exceptional, isn't it? It's just so fluid, nice
very
long
smooth,
swings.
that's right.
It's not typical of what you see nowadays with the juniors. Now they have much more compact swings. Racket head moves a lot faster through the ball, but she's got nice long fluid swings. Very reminiscent of a guy I used to play tennis against, a Lawrence Florentino. It was very similar to those long, fluid swings. Do you ever remember Lawrence Florentino?
I did, yes.
He was a quality
I grew
player.
up at Leaderville, so I watched him a lot of Sunday afternoons. He played the over 35s for a long time. I think he still does. Yeah,
before he played 35s, he was a top 10 player in WA in the men's for some time. Very fluid on his serve. Lovely shot from Ella there. Down 15-30. So Teiwa's she already got 1 break back, needs to win this one and get back to square. So he's down 2 breaks, down 1 still, down 1 break. Just again, you see if you don't get that returner serve deep enough when you're serving into the breeze, you're under pressure straight away. So Ella has had a great deep serve. Teiwa came up short and it allowed Ella to dictate the point then. 30 all. Yeah, it's a funny sort of point, but
yeah, it was.
Funny sort of point, yeah, so 40-30.
Ella sort of let that forehand drop, didn't she, below the net?
Yeah, and it made it harder than what it needed to be.
So she had to take the pace off and allowed Teiwa a look at a pass, but was unable to do so.
Yeah, well done by Ella Nurkic there. Held serve 4-2. We'll move back onto court 1 for the start of the second set. Shanelle Iaconi serving into the breeze. and off camera she's really geeing herself up there to try to get back into this match, see what she can do differently. And the problem we've got is that Anja's hitting the ball as big off both sides, hitting as big off the forehand as she's the backhand. That's a problem that Shanelle's got. There's no weak side to attack there. Oh,
Wow.
yeah, probably not the right ball to be coming in on though.
Yeah,
It's
that's
right in the zone, wasn't it? Right in the forehand, middle of the box, and just.
Yeah, if you're going to serve volley, you've got to really make sure that you hit your spots well. Otherwise, if you're giving your opponent a free look at a passing shot straight away.
And words of wisdom for one of the best serve volleys going around with JP, twice MVP State League. Otherwise, you can look very second rate, can't you?
That's right.
Now, for me, you saw the difference in the stroke production of the two players there. Anja stayed down really low through the ball, stayed down right through the impact, whereas Shanelle stood up on it and framed it, pulled it wide.
Yep.
A bit of trouble on serve, first game, second set here. Can ill afford to get down a break early.
So Shanelle just hitting that one long, and she has been broken that first game to love.
Yeah, you could ill afford that, JP.
Yeah, that's
couldn't you?
right.
Lost the first, and already given up a break in the first game of the second set, so ill afford that. Just moving across the second court. Nurkic 4-2 up, down breeze return of serve, and Teiwa serving. That's a beautiful return of serve from Ella there.
Yeah, it seems the talent of Hensman, they all seem to have a fair bit of firepower, don't they?
Yeah, I think we've been broadcasting all season. I think that's been the big standout for me, is how hard everybody's hitting the ball now continually. It's a constant assault, isn't it, all the time now. It's like they've all been coached to get that first strike in, the first strike in, set the tone of the point, control the point.
Yeah, and sort of, in a way, bully your opponent into getting some cheap errors as well.
Back to court one. Yeah, for me, that's just not enough work done by Shanelle then. Shanelle can't afford to stay a metre or 2 minutes behind the baseline playing down breeze, because you know the ball's going to end up short. The ball was short, and pretty much Shanelle found herself anchored behind the baseline. The ball just didn't get through to her. 15, love. Looks like we're going to be heading into a match tiebreaker for the number 3s on court 2. So Teiwa Casey got broken again into the breeze, so all of a sudden she's down 5-2, having won the first. That's on the second court, the battle between the 3s. And Shanelle seems to have a bit of trouble keeping her footing some of these points, doesn't she?
But I think the good thing that Anja's doing is she's not only hitting it hard, but then when she needs to, she's using all the angles of the court as well and pushing Shanelle right outside the tram lines.
Couldn't call that one quick enough. The big ace out wide on the forehand side. It was well wide, but couldn't call it quick enough. Didn't want to be aced out there. We haven't seen too many of those today. Shanelle will take it.
No, we say mainly the double fault's been coming with the opposite end, hitting down breeze.
Thanks, Tommy. He's a bit cheeky, Tommy, on the panel sitting right next to us. Man of very few words, but what he says is very funny.
turn there by Shanelle, wasn't it?
I think Tommy will like that one. Thanks, Tommy. I think, yeah, but again, her footwork was lacking. She was a step short, wasn't she? Had to really reach it. Got away with it. So back to 30 all. Big point here. Can they get back into this set, having already dropped the first set? And now Nurkic on the second quarter serving at 5-2 to even the match at 1 set all. Take it into a match tie break. That's what we were talking about, wasn't it? You know, you live and die by the errors that Anja makes them when she makes them. Hasn't made many. But now, the wrong time to make one then, so it's a break point now for Shanelle. Needs to take advantage of this. And that's the stock standard lefty. Whenever you're in trouble, lefty will serve out wide to the backhand side, take your opponent out of court, and you've got an open court forehand to finish the point off, and that's exactly what she did then.
Yeah, that was a beautiful 1-2 punch there by Anja. A break point down.
And Shanelle probably knows it's coming. Just don't have to do anything about it.
Yeah, that's right. There's not much you can do there. If she hits her spots well out wide and opens up the whole court for her to hit into.
Tried that serve out wide a few times. The McEnroe serve out wide in the forehand. Hasn't really worked for her today. There's the unforced error again. So I think Mr. Brett Patten, CEO of Tennis West, is back ready to have another crack. He's been out there doing some more networking. Nobody does it better than Patsy when it comes to networking. And welcome you back, Brett Patten.
Shane Smedley enjoying this. That's Anja Dokic, Iaconi. What actually happened there? Was that the ball hit wide, was it?
Yeah,
Looks
I
like
think so.
And you held the play up. Maybe the forehand was a little wide. Can't tell from this angle. Just waiting for the super tiebreaker to be played across on court number 2. The Clive Wilderspin court as part of the Courts of Fame. We might just keep the viewing on that court. Back into this service game from Anja.
Yeah, so this is the third ladies rubber that's going into a super tiebreak. So a lot of tie matches out here today.
Go across and capture the start of this super tiebreaker. Teiwa Casey, Kings Park serving. Beautiful cross-court forehand from Ella Nurkic. She's certainly been on fire this was probably service state league season, Ella Nurkic for Hensman Park. After a flying start, 1 point to love. Ella Nurkic, a standout performer this year, part of the 2021 WA State Pizzy Cup team. She's won 16 of 18 state league singles over the last 2 seasons. Oh, as well as she hit that first forehand, that forehand just rimmed and held in the air and pushed wide, 1 point apiece. She's won 9 of 10 state league singles titles this season, Ella Nurkic, against Teiwa Casey, formerly ranked 849 in the world in the singles. Beautiful forehand down the line. You can see the quality ball striking from Teiwa Casey from Kings Park, furthest from the camera. Has won a number of state league titles with City Beach, leading 2 points to 1. The mini break here, super tiebreaker, 3rd set. It's about who can hold their nerve.
That's right, and who can take their chances and look to be aggressive when they need to.
That's beautiful play by Teiwa Casey. Just soft hands around the net, JP.
Right. Yep, didn't overplay the volley, did she? Just knew where her opponent was out of the court there and just used the open court with that volley.
3 points to 1. Teiwa Casey from Kings Park looking to put another rubber on the board for Kings Park against the top of the table Hensman. Just jammed up on that backhand wing. You can see the frustration from Teiwa. Hitting with the breeze. Still 3 points to 2. Change at 6 points. Nurkic to serve into the breeze. Big omission last week, Nurkic for Hensman Park. Going down to Alexander Park. Suffered their first loss of the season, Hensman Park. Beautiful forehand, opening up that cross court and just overplaying Nurkic. So they change ends, 4 points to 2, still with that mini break. Teiwa Casey.
Yeah, both girls got plenty of firepower, don't they, Brett? Both
Certainly do.
Living and dying by their big forehands there.
You see Astrid, just the captain of Kings Park, just giving a few encouraging words at the change of ends to Teiwa Casey. What do you think she'd be saying right now to Teiwa at the change of ends, JP?
I think she'd be telling her just to keep her composure and make her opponent play as many balls as she can, because I think Ella's going to obviously look to be very aggressive. So especially she's against the wind, just making her play as many balls as she can, and then obviously if the right ball's there to be hit, go out, be aggressive with it.
Swinging serve out to the forehand, just catching Teiwa a little bit flat-footed. Didn't get in good position to hit that swinging serve. Still up a break, 4 points to 3. Breeze is quite blustery out here today, blowing into the face of Teiwa as he's looking to consolidate this mini break. Hold 2 serves of her own, 4-3. If you don't mind.
Got away
Beautiful
with that.
return from Nurkic. That ball just held up in the breeze. Wasn't much of a return there from Teiwa Casey, but just did enough.
That's right, those long levers just got a racket to it and just made it over the net.
5-3. And again, if you don't mind,
2 in a row.
2 in a row.
Incredible.
That's the luck of the Irish out there at the moment, into the breeze, just catching the top of the racket, falling into a winning position. Consolidating the mini break. Just couldn't go 3 in a row.
Couldn't get 3 in a row, could you, Brett?
Catching the top of the tape for Teiwa Casey, just pushing that ball a little wide. Nurkic, still very considered in her approach. Down a mini break, she's just geeing herself up, ready to serve with the breeze.
Right. She just shouldn't be deterred here. Just keep your composure, stay calm.
Overplaying. I do like that forehand wide to the forehand wing of Teiwa Casey from Nurkic, just getting Teiwa to slice the return back and not be as aggressive as she has been when the ball's in the hitting zone. 6 points to 5, still up a mini break. Serve here. It's overplaying into the breeze. Oh, that ball just no footwork. 6 points apiece, getting that mini break back as they change ends. And at this stage of the game, JP, would you rather be into the breeze or with the breeze?
Oh, look, I'd certainly like to be with the breeze, definitely. be looking to use my slice a lot and getting that ball coming in quickly to my opponent. Definitely you'd like to use the serve, sliding them out wide with the wind and then looking to come into the net. But I think that last point there with Teiwa, I think she might have thought that ball was going long and then she got stuck, didn't she? And she didn't move and that ball ended up dropping just inside the baseline.
Hadn't played a lot of tennis this year. Teiwa Casey was a prodigious athlete playing a lot of the tournaments. I know she's won multiple WA State League grass court titles as well as State League teams titles. Serving at 6 points apiece. A real prodigious talent. Solid ball striker. Overplaying, smart play by Ella Nurkic, just getting that extra shot from Teiwa Casey. Teiwa now finds herself down a mini break, 7 points to 6. If you don't mind, she's called that good, but looked a little long for mine.
That was long from my angle here, yeah.
7 points apiece. Tomioka Yamazaki, who's controlling the panel, he seems to think that ball was a little long. 7 points apiece. Got the mini break back.
Yeah,
Here the spectators are imploring that Ella call that ball long, but not to be. 7 points apiece here. Tricky into the breeze, we've seen that. That's a beautiful strike. And the 1-2 punch, the big forehand, backhand down the lines, 8 points to 7. And we've seen throughout most of this afternoon, those players playing with the breeze, getting a little bit of a healthy handicap, head start. 8-7, 2 points away from giving Kings Park a 2-1 lead. Second serve. Teiwa Casey, 8 points to 7. Oh, the shorter ball just didn't sit up for Teiwa.
Yes, that first bounce, it just sort of died after that first bounce, didn't it?
You can see the frustration on Teiwa's face as she goes back to gather the balls. 8 points apiece. Still, compose herself. She needs to get a win for Kings Park to have any chance of potentially causing a ball over here against Hensman Park. They need the win today to potentially move into third position and avoid a semi-final matchup against top of the table Hensman. Next 2 points, all important in the balance of this season for Kings Park.
Yeah, that's right. You probably certainly don't want to come up against Hensman, certainly when you go back over to Hensman and play them on the hard court.
Absolutely, big serve down the tee. 9-8, Teiwa Casey. We saw her teammate, Megan Kauffman, hold a match point in her match against Anja Vujacic. Only to lose it, 11-9. Chance here for Teiwa. And beautiful first serve. Clutch moment there for Ella Nurkic. 9 points apiece as they look to change ends. And will. Incredible pressure out here between these two teams,
nail-biting stuff, isn't it? All three of these first rubbers going to match tie breaks.
Certainly, regardless of the result, will give Hensman Park something to think about as they move into their semi-final. In one way, you'd probably think that Hensman wouldn't want to meet Kings Park in a semi-final.
Yes, definitely.
Because of the depth of the Kings Park team as we resume here. 9 points apiece. Teiwa Casey coming out to return. Ella Nurkic serving. A 9 or 10 singles matches this year.
Willing a first serve here, I think, Ella.
Oh, tremendous play. Great court coverage from Ella Nurkic to bring up a match point. Teiwa Casey had all the play, opened up the court. Good counter punching from Ella Nurkic.
That's
Finds herself in a position to get a win here for Hensman Park.
on the full stretch, wasn't it? And she found an angle somehow. Incredible
See Ella
point.
just getting into position. Teiwa Casey serving. And there it is, 11-9. 2 opportunities for Kings Park to close out 2 singles. Megan Kauffman losing 11-9. And again, Teiwa Casey losing to the very impressive Ella Nurkic, who builds an incredible singles record this year. Beautiful 1-2 punch. That forehand just working incredibly well for Anja Dokic. And we see Kings Park desperately unlucky with 2 of their matches holding match points but going down. Could potentially be in a 3-love position but find themselves down 2-1. As we are now witnessing Anja Dokic serving up a set on serve against Shanelle Iaconi. Overplaying. Pressure's right back on Kings Park. They had some chances to move ahead in this tie today. But again, win, lose or draw, this sets up for a mouth-watering semi-final. And again, Hensman Park almost don't want to play Kings Park in a repeat semi-final in 2 weeks' time, JP. Ball just coming back over the net with that breeze.
See how quick she had to work with her feet there just to make sure she got there and could get a play on that ball as it was creeping back onto Shanelle's side of the net.
Your involvement with tennis, JP, you're coaching out with the Dyer brothers, Ash and Brad, at the Next Step Tennis Academy at Greenwood Tennis Club, producing a lot of great talent. What do you put that down to?
Yeah, I just think the Dyer boys do an incredible job out there. They're very motivated. They're very keen interest in the sport of tennis. So they don't just want to produce good players, but also good people as well. So
that's a good ethos.
I think, yeah, just the work ethic from those 2 guys have been incredible over the last couple of decades. And yeah, they've been getting some really good results. So they've put the right people in the right places out there, and I'm obviously out there doing more of hitting side of things and strategy rather than the coaching side, where they'll be more technical and I'd be more your hitting service and tactic based. So I just think there's a great mix of opportunities out there and just develops those younger players to get to that next level.
Beautiful play, and your Dokic doing a lot of intern work with Tennis West at the moment. Have you enjoyed your time there over the last 6 or so months?
Absolutely loved it, yeah, going out there 1 day a week for the last 6 or so months. Yeah,
congratulations,
really.
Just graduated in your field of expertise. Had your graduation ceremony on a matter of a month or so ago.
Yes, that's a very exciting time.
Yeah, it's a ceremony.
It was great. It's yeah. They obviously do it very well, and it's very professional, and I think it just gives everyone a sense of achievement, and it's just nice to know that after you've done all that hard work, there's a moment that they respect what you've done. And
there was a moment you weren't going to attend your graduation, JP.
That's right. That's right.
Glad you did. Good opportunity.
Yep,
it's not about you, it's about the people that supported you on that journey.
Definitely, that's definitely correct. Had my mum there, so it was nice, and my partner came along, so it was a great day.
Congratulations. A lot of hard work. Look forward to keeping you at Tennis West for as long as we can, JP. 2 games at all here in the second set. Kings Park and Hensman Park. Shanelle Iaconi serving down a set. His production brought to you by Scotty Walsh, Scotty Walsh's Media, Tomio Yamazaki on the production panel through the West Australian Live streaming portal, brought to you by Goods Property Services. Hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast. We've enjoyed bringing it to you. Plenty more action out here between Kings Park and Hensman Park.
My God, what is
see some of the frustration from Shanelle. A few words under the breath there, just a little bit frustrated with the unforced errors. Good deep pressure though by Anja Dokic, and Anja does that. She forces her opponents into those unforced errors because of the pace of shot.
Yeah, that's right. And it's not only the pace; it's how deep she hits it as well. She hits them from the foot, just within a foot of the baseline, and it just puts you in all sorts of pressure.
There it is, that 1-2 combination. Just devastating, that forehand, and it's so big, so powerful. The pedigree of Anja Dokic, former Australian 14s and 16s champion, went away to University of Boise State University, and under a terrific tennis program there. And you can see the benefits of that. Come back a better player, educated, physiotherapist, I understand, and playing some great tennis.
Yep, and just see again there, just the depth of shot is just the weight behind the ball, and the depth is just making it incredibly difficult for Shanelle. And you see there, she was on both knees but still unable to get that racket underneath the ball to get over the net.
Pace of shot has just forced Shanelle to lose her footing and slip over. Gee whiz, this is some heavy hitting out here, JP. Break a serve as they change ends. 3 games to 2. Anja Dokic leading by a set and 3-2. Dokic serving, currently leading 3 games to 2, 1 set to love against Shanelle Iaconi from Kings Park. Just made a comment off air a moment ago about the ability of Anja Dokic, JP. And there again, you made that comment off air about her pace, her depth of shot, and just a prodigious talent. And probably didn't hang on to the professional dream probably as long as she probably could have. Would have been playing at the Australian Open and potentially all around the world with this type of form and ability.
Oh, there's no doubt. She's an extreme talent. One of very few that have this kind of talent. Yeah, just maybe wanted to go through different avenues or a different pathway and didn't quite have the dream set on being the best tennis player in the world. But as we can see today, there was no reason why she couldn't have been one of the top players in the female game.
I really like Anja's game style to Casey Dellacqua. I mean, Casey didn't have a big game, but she was a pure striker of the ball, and we're seeing that from Anja. A similar style of game. She's a left-hander, Anja. I think she hits the ball a lot harder than Casey Dellacqua did. Casey was very clever around on the doubles court, played Federation Cup for many years, got to won a mixed doubles at the French Open and 3 finals of doubles for with Astrid in the Grand Slams. But gee whiz, there's a lot of similarities there between Anja and Casey Delacqua, both from WA. She does love that pace coming through, Anja, doesn't she? And right now, Shanelle's just probably got to give her a change of pace, a few different loops, maybe throw the odd slice in. Probably move Anja forward a bit too, just to give Anja a different look. She's in her comfort zone at the moment, just standing at the back of the court and dictating. So that throws in a double fault.
Yeah. No, I certainly agree with you, Brett. Anja seems to be dictating most of the play, but yeah, I just think if we had the data and if we saw meters ran, I think we'd see Shanelle, who would be at least almost double in meters ran against Anja, who's just sitting at the baseline, very comfortable, moving a couple of meters either side and dictating the play.
Some of the bigger hitters State League when you were playing, JP. Miles Armstrong was a very incredible striker of the ball. Got to top 200 in the world from Narrogin.
Yeah,
played for Hensman Park.
Very big. Andrew Roberts.
Andrew Roberts, big hitter.
Callum Beale when he was around.
Yep.
I think he was a high performance coach for some time at Tennis West here.
Indeed. Now competitions.
Yeah, I remember him playing Straki Babusic in a State League final. And that was one to remember down at Cottesloe Tennis Club.
Certainly was. Cottesloe came up against Hensman Park. One of the players threw their racket onto the roof, if memory serves. Won't mention any names. Oh, didn't agree with that call. Bit of a smile from Anja. She's just calming herself down. Didn't agree. Something's upset her. Just taking her time at the back of the court. Still up a set and a break. A bit of frustration creeping in. She's just looking and shaking her head at some of her teammates. How did you used to play against the big hitters, JP? Answer that after this point. Beautiful sliding serve, composing herself nicely, and Dokic. So what would you do to combat those bigger hitters of the ball, particularly with your game style? I mean, you're a counter puncher, you could move forward, good hands around the net. What would you prefer to play? Players that came at you with pace?
Yeah, I think so. I love to target, but obviously with those big hitters, you obviously can't keep it in their hitting zone. So it's about using different sort of shots. So if that's a low slice or angled slice, you get that into your game, so just to keep them moving and unable to be comfortable in hitting off their hip too much, so you want to keep them moving as much as you can. So I used to use that a lot. I used to use that short slice and bring them forward and also out of the court and sort of follow that shot in and then sort of pick it off at the net.
Beautiful backhand winner there from Anja Dokic, just finding her range. I did like that tactic from Shanelle, just changing up a pace, put a bit of a slice in, just a little bit short. Probably needs to hit with a little bit more depth, particularly if she's using the slice. You like to target, so you prefer someone coming at you, so you could go after them with the passing shot after this point. Again, just out of the screws, isn't it? It's impressive hitting. So you prefer someone coming at you as opposed to someone at the back of the court just trying to hit through the court?
Yeah, definitely. Someone that likes to move forward. I love having a target, so going around them, utilise the lob or the angles.
Very successful you were, JP, 2 times MVP for the WA State League competition. Everyone used to jump on the court with you, feared you. Great lineage there, the Pleydell family. Told your brother, Mitchie Pleydell as well, yourself. Your father wasn't much of a tennis player, but he tells you he was.
No, he'll tell you though.
Nice body serve there from Shanelle. Just cramping up Anja. Your age group, nationally, who are some of the better players coming out of your age group? Playing that serve.
Yeah, just double fault there. Some of the we had a great age group. Ours is full of talent. So some of the Daniel Alame was one of them. We had Robbie Allen, Dylan McCloskey.
Gone on to forge very good professional
That's
careers.
right. A lot of them went on to college and done wonderful things. Obviously, Reece Johnson, he's still playing for prestigious talent, play for Hensman at the moment, I believe.
Of course, got to NCAA #1 ranked doubles player in the US under the collegiate system, Reece Johnson. Saw him have a good win a couple of weeks ago at Cottesloe. Just see on the screen a bit of the shadows creeping across this court 1, Pat Rafter court. Double fault from Shanelle. A bit of frustration creeping in. She's just smacking her leg. That's got to hurt if you catch the racket on the shin or the ankle.
Yeah, if you get some bone, that's not going to tickle.
Just trying to jog it out. Terrific talent, Shanelle Iaconi. One of the great up-and-comers in WA tennis. Been accepted into university at UWA. Looks to go out and play some professional tournaments. Playing that forehand. Shadows creeping across the court, JP. Does that impact the way you play the game? You just got to watch the ball a bit closer. And did it used to frustrate you?
Yeah, I think it can definitely play a factor. Obviously, there's not much you can do about it. It's happening. But it definitely becomes harder to see the ball, so that extra concentration is actually quite crucial when those shadows do creep across.
Playing against your opponent, prefer to put the ball in the sunny side of the court when the shadows are creeping across, or into the shadows?
I would say into the shadows, because when the ball's crossing in and out of the shadow, it becomes very hard to pick up, and your judgment of depth can be put off a little bit. So definitely I'll be hitting into the shadow side. So if the opponent's in the sun, I want to get them into the shadow end, and then their sense of depth perception is a bit put off.
Listening to Joel Pleydell, former WA Open doubles champion, 2 times MVP, WA State League competition, also a winner of the Cottesloe State League men's competition of a few years ago. Great memories playing alongside you and your brother, Andrew Roberts, Scotty Jones. As we skip across to court number 2, the start of the second doubles here at Royal Kings Park. Seen the Stevens sisters out here for Hensman Park, looking to cause an upset against their much fancied opponents, and Nina Catovic, who we saw defeat Hayley Burton today, and Astrid Kanther, the captain of the Kings Park State League side. Multiple winner, multiple captain for Kings Park, Astrid Kanther. An avid fan of Kings Park, gets down to the gym here a lot. Looking forward to this doubles. Hope you've enjoyed today's production, brought to you by Goods Property Service, Scotty Walsh, Tomio Yamazaki. Sticking with #1 singles here, Shanelle Iaconi, just walking to the back court, putting her towel down. Currently down a break in the second set, losing the opening set. As we spoke to the fighting qualities of Shanelle, she's not going to go away. It's a little long.
Very good opening point there, and caught the back edge of the line. And your Dokic serving 15 love.
She was just the power. We're seeing that on display here. Anja Dokic.
Interesting to note though, when she hit that serve out wide, Shanelle's just floated a ball back and you saw Anja stick to hitting the backhand where most people would usually use their footwork and get around and hit a forehand, so that's quite interesting. Obviously is more comfortable hitting her backhand.
Oh, that slider just catching. You can hear Shanelle just frustrated by the lack of pace of that serve coming through. We see that Anja Dokic, she's changed her style of serve. It's more of a slice, a round serve, not hitting through the ball and no top spin, just because she's sort of resting that shoulder. She's had some shoulder issues over the years. A little bit of breeze picking up now, JP. Playing that forehand, just it's got to settle down with the breeze. A little bit more spin and pace, rather than pace, I should say. 30 all. Opportunity here for Shanelle Iaconi. Put some pressure on Anja Dokic. And again, overplaying. 3 forehand, she's overplayed. Breakback point here for Shanelle. Playing the smarter game, just putting the ball deep, giving Anja a different look. Anja's all smiles at this stage, but her ability to be able to win points with ease has really been the contributing factor throughout this match. Let's see how she handles this break point opportunity. Overplaying. And just pushing that backhand wide. Big opportunity to break back there for Shanelle.
I think she just went away with what she was doing the whole game there, and just that one went for a bit too much.
Feet went from under her. There's a nice second serve sliding away from the backhand wing of Shanelle. Back to Juice. That sliding serve, break point opportunity again for Shanelle Iaconi. Just a wry smile on the face of Anja Dokic as she prepares to serve. Break point down. Currently leading by a set in 4-3, Anja Dokic from Hensman Park. There it is, break back, 4 games apiece. Shanelle Iaconi, as we welcome back to the commentary booth. Shane Smedley sitting courtside earlier, just really relishing the great match out here between Shanelle and Anja Dokic. And you were cheering for Shanelle. It was a bit of a come on Kings Park, if I recall, from you, Shane Smedley. Welcome back.
Thank you, Brett Pat. Really enjoying the tennis. Terribly disappointed that Teiwa Casey missed the opportunity to close out her match. She had a match point, albeit against serve. And albeit against serve and missed the opportunity. Yeah, so I thought Teiwa had an opportunity there against Ella, and only had 1 point to do it, but that would have made a massive difference. It would have put Kings Park up rather than Kings Park down. So Shanelle's got to win this match now. Otherwise, I don't believe that Kings Park can win the day now.
Interesting to note, Kings Park, both singles they lost held match points.
I know. Yes. And 3 match tiebreakers in the first 3 singles.
We do understand the fighting qualities of Shanelle. She found herself down a set and a break.
Well, you were talking before that when she won the 2021 state grass court title, she was down 5-0 in the first set, wasn't she?
No, first set.
First set, 5-0 in the first set and won it. So that shows something.
Holding on here. Very smart player, Shanelle. Beautiful 1-2 punch. That sliding serve out to the backhand wing of the left-hander. Dokic opening up that forehand wing.
And we were saying that when you were off air, that I was saying with JP that Anja, you're going to win or lose on the number of mistakes she makes. I mean, she has so many, gets the first strike so many times.
Incredible coverage again from Shanelle. Just couldn't bring that forehand back into court. The power that is generated off both wings from Anja Dokic is simply exceptional.
And there's no weak side, so you can't attack a particular side because she gets a great striking on both sides. But you know, Shanelle moves beautifully for a taller girl, doesn't she? Moves really well.
A wonderful athlete, Shanelle Iaconi.
Coached by Reese McDougall.
One of the best talents coming out of WA. As the breeze picks up. Just overplaying that forehand wide.
And you know Reese McDougall very well. You travelled to the World Seniors with him, didn't you? Was it 40s?
Played in the over 40s teams alongside Reese McDougall. Wonderful coach, great player, good left-hander.
Miami.
West Palm Beach. So one of the great matches over there between Reese McDougall and Guilherme Signy from Argentina. They were on court for about 3.5 hours. Of course, Reese McDougall had a full body cramp. Finished the match off after 3.5 hours. Had to ice him down, had to run to the nearest first aid and grab a very hot humid in West Palm Beach on the green clay. Couldn't move off the court. He was sitting, laying like a starfish.
We had the pleasure of watching him play last week, didn't we?
Did. And overplaying that backhand, and you can see.
Wow, this is just a turnaround, isn't it?
Shanelle Iaconi currently leading 5 games to 4, breaking back as we skip across to the doubles. Astrid Kanther serving from Kings Park.
So when I was off camera, I went out to chat to Nina Catovic. I knew Nina as a junior, and Nina was saying that she went for a vomit. Went for a vomit. You know, we were watching her play, and she seemed to be distressed during the match. And end of that first set, she took off, and she said she was feeling really sick. Was obviously hasn't played a lot, and went out a vomit, felt a lot better, and came back in awesome and won the match. So she was thrilled to win that.
Not sure you're advocating for players to go off court and vomit.
Oh, I've seen it happen a few times.
Astrid Kanther serving. Penny Cousins was known for running until he vomited. Big serve down the tee. No, just pushing it wide, Astra. Beautiful return there.
I was talking to the Stevens girls. Don't know much about them. Alice is 14, Alfee's 15, sisters, and they like to play doubles together. So they've come in fresh.
Tremendous talents, both girls. Wonderful talents.
Yes, I didn't realise Alice played last week at Alexander Park, and she was only 14. So that's a great inclusion. Yes.
2-time W Open winner. As we skip back to the top court. Anja Dokic serving to stay in this second set after having a break. Couldn't hold her serve. Now finds herself having to hold serve to stay in this second set against Shanelle Iaconi. Pushing that forehand wide, good opportunity there. Shanelle just playing that ball a little wide.
So I think probably Anja's, internal voices going, what am I doing here? What am I doing serving to stay in the second set? It's been on my racket all match. I've been doing it comfortably all match, and all of a sudden she's fighting to stay in the second set. So we could see 4 match tiebreaks.
Pushing that wide, Anja. You can see the frustrations creeping into a game. She had this match on her racket. Of course, Hensman Park suffered their first loss last weekend to Alexander Park. It must play on the minds of the previously undefeated and #1 ranked team, Hensman Park. 15 points apiece over playing that first serve. Beautiful backhand down the line, wasn't it?
Yeah, right on, was sitting right across the baseline here, right on the line. Another player might have caught it long. Players will remain unnamed, but cool, good.
Yes, Smedley may have called it a little tight in his day, but very fair play you were, Shane.
Never in doubt, call it in.
15-30. Again, just seeing some worrying signs creeping into the service game of Anja.
Probably just lost a bit of focus, I think.
Into the breeze too, that'll be playing on her mind. It's quite a fierce and ferocious breeze coming into the face of Anja as she's serving the second serve. Beautiful cross-court forehand. Just the experience coming into play there, making an extra ball, getting the short ball that she was after, and a beautiful cross-court winner there from Anja Dokic. 30 all. Still, the pressure on Anja's serve here, has to hold to stay in the second set.
And that was a classic example of someone who knows her game really well. Even though she's lost away a little bit, she stepped forward and crunched that ground stroke.
Let for serve. If you don't mind, the counter punching, the power hitting, that point had it all. Wry smile from Anja Dokic. Just managing to do a little bit of, I guess,
just junked her up in the end, didn't she? Really, just junked her up with a bit of
drop shot to win the point.
Dirt drop shot, just absolute dirt. Then
it's a wonderful play there from both players. Big point too.
Shanelle did a great job counter punching there, and you see, Anja's controlling every point, and.
Serving 40-30. Just a little long.
Crowd's getting a bit boisterous, aren't they?
They are, up and about. Overplaying that forehand. Chance to draw it level at 5 games apiece, but now finds it back to juice.
How many times have you seen that, Brett Patten?
Hearing from some of the fans courtside, really enjoying what they're seeing out here today.
Yeah, well, a few bevies will do that, won't it?
Let first serve.
Do you know that fella who's heckling in the crowd out there?
No. Incredible counter punching from Shanelle Iaconi again. You can see her looking over her teammates, just going, what do I need to do? The power hitting from Anja Dokic has been simply exceptional today. Gives herself an opportunity to hold serve, go to 5 games apiece. Overplaying that first serve.
Oh, that is a beautiful shot.
Racking serve down the backhand.
That's a shot of the match for me from Shanelle. Really took it then, took it to Anja, And very rarely has she been able to get the first strike in, so great result there. Back to Juice.
Opportunity, Juice. Oh, double fault.
Oh, set point here.
All set up by that backhand down the line at game point for Anja.
And Anja's got to be going, what am I doing? Why am I here for? It's been so easy for me all day. I've been in control all day. And all of a sudden, she's got to face set point here. And we could go into a 4th match tiebreaker, Brett Patten.
You can see Anja just shaking her head as she's considering how she's going to play this next serve. Needs a first serve here.
She's going wide.
She's going to go wide.
Yeah.
Go to the money. Picked it.
Yeah, that's the
Incredible 1-2 punch there, wasn't it?
That's the meat and 2 veg. And that's what a lefty will do. They'll go for what they know. They'll serve wide, open up the court, open court forehand. Done it all of life. Juice.
Oh, if you don't mind catching the little bit of chalk there, and Anja Dokic just saying, I should have played the cross court. Beautiful point there from Shanelle Iaconi, setting up another set point.
Yeah, and if I could be critical of Shanelle's game, she's been very passive through the whole match, and all of a sudden she started to lift her game now, and being a little bit more aggressive, trying to take control of the point, and it's working well for her.
Set point, Shanelle Iaconi, Kings Park, first serve
Wait
fault.
for the stock standard.
A little bit of pressure here on Anja Dokic. Save 1 set point moments ago. Beautiful play again from Anja Dokic, just holding Shanelle at bay there, saving 2 set points.
Yeah, another quality combination wasn't off a second serve.
The 1-2 punch, that left-hander swinging serve, opening up the forehand wing, as you spoke to, Shane.
Yeah, first, second serve, you know she'll go there. And what I liked was Shanelle actually stood up on the second serve and tried to cut the angles down. Got a good return of serve in. That's a lovely shot.
Point of the match for me, Shane Smedley.
I couldn't get out quick enough. Point of the match for me too, it was.
That's set up nicely for Shanelle Iaconi, giving her another opportunity to close this second set out. Anja Dokic hitting incredibly well from the back of the court.
Quality point, wasn't it? But we'll see Anja go up there. She knows what she has to do, so she'll go slice wide, come in and hit the open court forehand. Look for that point again.
Got to take a little bit of wind out of the sail. She was hitting that ball incredibly hard. Anja Dokic from Hensman Park, serving down another set point.
There we go.
And overplaying that forehand as she smashes the ball at the back of the court. They change ends to go into another super tiebreaker.
This is reminiscent of the twilight match we call when Peppermint Grove were playing Hensman Park, and we saw 4 match tiebreakers that in the singles that night, and Hensman Park won all 4. Can we? Is there security around here somewhere? Because we've got a heckler. It's giving us a terrible time in the booth here.
It's one of the sponsors of this organisation, so we let him heckle all he likes. He's one of the fine tennis spectators as we just take our time heading into this super tiebreaker third set as we sneak across to the doubles. And a beautiful return by Nina Catovic and Astrid Kanther. Currently down 3 games to love against the Stevens girls. Alfee and Alice playing some tremendous doubles out here, the younger brigade, the Hensman Park team.
Do you know much about the Stevens girls? Yes.
Yeah, wonderful talents, great young
Local girls,
good athletes, absolutely. Wonderful family. Love their tennis. In fact, watch the replay through the West Australian Live news feed of all the broadcasted men's and women's goods property service state league.
Haven't seen too much of them this year though, have we?
Fine students of the game. Hard team to break into Hensman Park.
They've got some incredible depth, haven't they, when you consider Lily Fairclow's not playing.
Probably should have left that one to Nina. Astrid called her out of it.
Would have been forehand, wouldn't it?
As we just start the start of this third set super tiebreaker, one set apiece. An incredibly hard-fought contest between the guile of Shanelle Iaconi and the heavy hitting from Anja Dokic. Kings Park have missed out the last two super tiebreakers.
They have, haven't they?
Let's just see if Shanelle Iaconi can turn the tail and give Kings Park an opportunity to go into the doubles squared at 2 rubbers apiece.
And I think if momentum counts for anything, you've got to be on Shanelle, but you can't dismiss Anja either, can you?
You cannot. The quality
with her pedigree and her experience and match toughness, you just can't dismiss her. But you know all the momentum's with Shanelle Iaconi at the moment.
We spoke about the emotional intelligence from Shanelle. She's an incredibly smart tennis player, and she's used every attribute today to fight back, find herself up 1-love in this super tiebreaker in the third set.
Yeah, it's a love. Oh, missed it. Missed the serve wide. I thought she lost in the shadows there, but. Oh, lovely.
Just changing the look of the speed, the feel, the slice, giving Anja a different look. Anja really likes to lean in anything that's around hip height and just go after it. And Shanelle has just dug in.
And she's changed her game slightly. She's hitting a lot of defensive slice forehands, which is not giving Anja anything to attack either because the ball's coming through low.
Beautiful play. Heavy hitting from Anja Dokic there.
bit of relief from Anja, I think, and a bit of self-talk, but never a bad thing. Just got to keep doing what you do well.
For MVP this season, and it's been a standout performer for the Goods Property Service WA State League competition. Finds herself down unfamiliar territory here, down 2-1 super tiebreaker in this third set.
And of course, you start talking about MVP. Ella Nurkic got herself out of trouble today and had a win. And I think that's probably going to come down to these two. Oh, that was a beautiful
1-2 punch, sliding serve down the tee, just setting up that backhand down the line. 3 points to 1. Super tiebreaker, first to 10 points.
Can you get that heckler to move him on?
Shane Smedley, the voice of over 50s world number 2. Great experiences in the ITF Seniors Tour there, Shane. We'll talk about that at the conclusion of this match.
Yeah, love that arena. Recommend it for anybody. Three, 1, second serve.
Oh, just tidy.
Yeah.
A little bit tight there in the arm.
Yeah, just decelerated through impact there. You could see that quite clearly. And it's a big occasion here, and you hasn't been beaten all year, and it's got a chance here. So Shanelle, but again, you've referred to her emotional intelligence, and she'll be smart enough to switch off from that. 2
points to 3, and you're serving. Got the mini break back. We forecast at the start of the day that we thought it'd be 2 singles apiece going into the doubles, Shane.
We
not
did.
Far away from that prediction coming true.
No.
Talk about court smarts. Wonderful play
Yeah,
there on
that
the
was a
grass
beautiful
court
point.
from
Yeah,
Shanelle.
yeah.
Currently up a mini break, 4 points to 2 as they change ends.
And I think it comes down to the player, the athlete who plays those big points well, because we're now seeing our 4th match tie break, and you'd like to think that Kings Park will win 2 of them. So it's Shanelle's up a break here, but I love that Emma Raducanu slice forehand there, came in behind it, and you just overplayed it a little bit.
It's almost.
Is the breeze a factor, Brett?
I think it is, and I was just to talk to that, Shane. It is clearly you need to change your game style depending on which end you're playing at here in the Court 1, Courts of Fame here at Royal Kings Park. A lot easier to, I think, hit with the breeze in these tight situations.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because I never remember you serving with the breeze.
There's always a downhill player, Shane, you know that. And you're serving, 2 points to 4. Swinging wide, just a little
bit wide, missed it. Didn't like the call. Not happy. Second serve, got a reset here. Big point here.
Just inside the baseline, Shanelle looking to move forward.
Yeah,
beautiful
lovely shot.
Off forehand there, wasn't it? Four three serving. Shanelle Iaconi still up a mini break.
We really need to put barbed wire in this booth, don't we?
The godfather of WA tennis just joining us in the booth, Rob Kilderry, one of the greats of WA tennis for many years.
4-3.
Overplaying that forehand. 5 points to 3, Shanelle. And you were right, you mentioned that it was on Anja's racket throughout this match. Finding herself now down a mini break in the 3rd set tiebreaker. She would have seen this half an hour ago. Swinging wide. Just moving that ball from the back of the court, Anja. Beautiful forehand. Shot. Does go to that forehand, off forehand quite often.
Loves that forehand down the line. I think you're dead right there. But trusts the game, doesn't she? Made an unforced error of the point before. And just trusts the game.
4 points to 5.
So back on serve.
Still up on the scoreboard. Shanelle Iaconi needing this win to give 2 rubbers apiece. Swinging a little long.
Yeah, go on. Just loves that forehand. Loves that forehand down the line.
Hear the frustration coming from Shanelle, just a little bit too short. She knows it. Just listening to the courtside cameras, 5 points apiece.
Yeah, not getting that first return deep enough and allowing Anja to dominate the point again, as she's done for most of the day.
Wonderful sized crowd here at Royal Kings Park.
Enjoying some fine whites and some fine reds by the looks of things. Probably a quality Shiraz out there.
Mentioned some of the crowd in a moment. Overplaying that. See Ryan Goodwin and Jorge Perez from Peppermint Grove enjoying the action here today.
Won't be happy with that. There was an unforced error there.
5 points to 6 on serve. Shanelle serving to stay on parity here to change ends.
Lost 4 of the last 5 points, so got to turn it around now. Must win these 2.
Beautiful backhand. You can see just the power coming to the fore there from Anja Dokic. 6 points to 4 as they change ends. Apologies.
7-5.
7-5. Change every 6 points.
Yeah, 5-7. Thanks, Tommy O again.
Tommy Yamazaki on the camera doing the production alongside Scotty Walsh from Scotty's Media, doing a wonderful job putting this production together for the West Australian Live streaming.
And let's not forget Goods Property Services, the fantastic job they do.
Tyre Power.
Naming right sponsors.
Concept Marketing. Wonderful partners. Curtin University.
What do Concept Marketing do?
One of the finest marketing company in all of WA, if not Australia. Do a wonderful job. You'll hear him on 6PR most mornings. Mark Silva, the CEO, talking about how you can increase your marketing through
Increase
a number
your
of
audience.
different strategies. We've switched back to court number 1.
5-7.
Just
a
a
lovely shot.
beautiful cross-court backhand there. 7 points to 5.
So we're looking a little bit grim now. It's turned around very, very quickly here. At one stage when Shanelle on the first change changed to 4-2, she's now down 5-8, 8-5. So it's on Anya's racket here. And you might go big down the middle this time. She's got a bit of a buffer.
Two veg, as you say, Shane.
Yeah,
left-hander going left.
She might go big middle.
Right of screen.
Body.
If you don't mind, the little roll cross court just catching Anja Dokic off guard. 6 points to 8, getting one of those mini breaks back.
Yeah, needs this one, doesn't she?
6-8.
I like the way Shanelle's been looping that forehand more, keeping her in the point a little bit longer.
That's beautiful play from Shanelle Iaconi. We spoke about the emotional intelligence of this young lady, and she, on that occasion, the swinging forehand wide, just opening up that down the line passing shot, and did it with aplomb. Yeah. 7 points to 8.
And both points against serve. So needs to win these two. 7-8. Must get this one. You can see how the wind's affecting ball toss.
Smart play, and the little fist pump too from Shanelle Iaconi, bringing this to 8 points apiece. Wonderful play again.
How do you hit a top spin cross court from about ankle height? I mean, that was a high risk shot. I thought she would have chipped that and moved forward, but what a great shot there to win that point.
8 points apiece.
Big point here
on
now.
a nice edge. Could this go the way of Kings Park? They've yet to win a super tiebreaker.
So bring up match point for someone. Very shaky for serve.
Just bringing your opponent forward. I do like that play. It was good counter-punching style, bringing Anja forward.
Working so hard, Shanelle, isn't she? Trying to stay on that point. Again, gone to the Emma Raducanu slice forehand.
8 points to 9. You're a left-hander. Anja's serving into the breeze. Is she going slightly wide?
Steak and two veg. Got to go wide.
Shanelle Iaconi will be sitting on the wide serve. 8-9, match point. Shanelle, Kings Park. Oh, if you don't mind, 9 points apiece. That is the biggest backhand she's hit today.
That is just courage, isn't it? To be able to be match point down, undefeated all year, and to be able to hit that shot from there. Even our heckler liked that one then.
You can see the crowd up and about. They're really enjoying the display of tennis out here today between Hensman Park, #1 seeds, heading into the final series. And Kings Park, I should say.
I'll tell you what, Kings Park are going to rue today. Kings Park are going to rue today if they lose both these matches, because they've had match points in 2 matches now. Lost the first one. We saw that one.
As we just see Teiwa Casey there, just giving some advice to Shanelle as she changes in. 9 points apiece. So must-win match for Kings Park here.
9 points each, a total of 18 points. They change every 6. So it's the third change they've made. Big point here. Serving down breeze, Dokic. Gone big, yeah, missed it by a long way.
Shanelle moving in and about inside the baseline to return the second serve.
Yeah, it was good.
Overplaying. Can you believe the crowd went up? They thought the forehand previously was the winner.
Crowd celebrated early, didn't they?
And
They
she,
did.
again, to the counter-punching style of Shanelle, finds herself in a position to serve out this third set tiebreaker to give Kings Park a 2 rubbers all position heading into the last doubles. Shanelle Iaconi from Kings Park serving 10-9.
Everybody's holding their breath here. Second match point.
If you don't mind, again on the backhand. I think that's about the 10th time I said if you don't mind on those backhands. Again, skidding through.
And a wry smile from Shanelle there, because she got a quality first serve and the return was even better. So reset, 10-all.
Wrong foot again. We spoke to Joel Pleydell about getting back behind your opponent, and on that occasion, beautiful cross-court backhand, just wrong footing Shanelle. Shanelle turns a potential match point now into a defensive saving this match point against Anja Dokic.
And I think we've seen signs of why Anya's undefeated this year. Just plays tougher on big points.
Had one loss to Talia Gibson early in the year under lights at Peppermint Grove.
Thank you, Brett Patten, for making me look stupid. Move that heckler on.
Just keeps getting more.
More what? Getting better and better.
I'm lost for words out here. This wonderful match
It's
here.
not like you.
One of the best matches you'll find in the Women's State League competition this year. The Goods Property Services.
11-all.
10, 11 points apiece. Just wide and long.
Now you expect Shanelle to step up on this second serve, put pressure on the second serve of Dokic. Big test here for Dokic.
Just incredible pace from the back of the court,
It's just great strike, and it's just a great strike.
Right in the ball zone, right in the ball striking zone. That hit hype mid-court. Again, finds herself up a match point against Shanelle Iaconi, serving to stay in this, down 11-12. Kings Park desperately unlucky today, winning 2 super tie breaks after holding match points in both those losses. 11-12. A little long.
Pressure on the second serve here, serving into the breeze. Oh, that was a nervous backhand, wasn't it? That was a nervous push backhand from Dokic there. So now they've played 12 points each, which is a total of 24. 4 multiples of 6, so the players will change ends again. So that was probably the most unforced error. The easiest shot she's missed in probably the last dozen points, I think.
12 points apiece, changing ends.
Wow.
You see the girls just going to the towel and having
Just
a bit
shows
of a
what
chat.
pressure does, doesn't it, Brett Patten?
Pressure is a privilege, Shane Smedley, finding yourself in these situations. You should relish these 2 great athletes out here, some of the finest athletes in the WA tennis landscape, Anja Dokic and Shanelle Iaconi. 12 points apiece.
Iaconi can get ahead in this one if she can win this point on serve, put pressure on Anja to serve to stay in it. You heard on the effects, Mike, 12-all. Anja's across the score. Often in this sort of time you can lose track of the score very easy because you're so focused on each point one at a time.
playing that backhand cross court. That's 2 backhand cross courts that she goes to the well on and just overplaying. Again, another match point for Shanelle.
Full credit to Shanelle. She's played a super tiebreak. Got her head in front all the time. If you can just close one out now, she's a great first strike here. Close this out.
Bit of breeze picking up now. You can see the shirt of Anja really fluffing around in the breeze. There it is. Game, set and match for Shanelle Iaconi, winning 14-12 in the super tiebreaker in the third set to give Kings Park a 2 rubbers all position with Hensman Park heading into this final doubles. That will be potentially one of the best doubles matches, singles matches you'll see this year, Shane Smedley.
I think you are right. We really enjoyed that because Anja, we said from the start of the match, Anja would live and die by the number of errors she makes because she hit so many outright winners and hit so many winners today. But at the end there, the errors started to mount up a little bit, and it matters when you hit those errors. And Shanelle, you know, you've been a great advocate of Shanelle because you were talking about her tennis IQ, and I mean, she showed something out of the day. I love the way she built into the point. Love the way she did that. So, full congratulations. So well done. So that will spoil Anja's record and probably puts Ella as favourite MVP.
Absolutely, she's certainly got a nose at front, and that gives Kings Park a real opportunity to topple the top of the table, Hensman Park, as we switch across to Joel Pleydell, bringing you home for the rest of the afternoon for the Goods Property Services State League competition.
Thank you, Brett.
So we have seen, welcome back JP, we have seen 4 women's singles all go down to match tie breaks.
Yeah, it's incredible.
And we said at the start of the day it was always going to be tight, so always going to be a close match, and we've certainly seen that. So 4 rubbers have all gone down to match tie breaks and 2 rubbers apiece. So we're on to the doubles now, and I think looks like, can you see a score over there? It looks like
5-4
to Hensman Park. And I'm sort of between points over on this singles match, which is an outstanding match. I was very, very impressed with the performance of Alfee and Alice Stevens.
Yes.
They play wonderful tennis, big game again. And Alfee particularly, such a strong hitter of the ball. Having said we just saw a double fault, such a strong hitter of the ball and volleys beautifully. Do you know much about the 2 girls? Can you bring us up to speed?
No, I don't really know too much about these 2 girls. I'm probably just as in the dark as you are. But yeah, they look to be a very strong combination. Obviously, up and coming talent, and
only young, 14 and 15.
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? I've already seen a few aces here already, so I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
I mean, very impressed with their net craft. They volley very well. They're up against a tough pair though. Up against a tough pair in Catovic. Over the moon with the singles win, and Astrid Kanther, who's coming fresh. So, you know, Nina was the only one out there that played singles, and you were off camera. I went and saw Nina, and Nina was saying she had a little visit to the toilet when she after the first set. She was feeling really crook, and had a bit of a yak, and then a tack yak, and felt good after, and came back and won the match.
There you go.
So full credit to her.
Maybe a big Friday night for Nina.
I haven't even seen a tack yak employed by my kids after a late night out.
Yeah.
So who would have thought?
No, that's right. No, I think the other one that springs to mind when you say tack yak is Christian Prenival, who's prolific talent. He played state league for a number of years, and he used to
He's
always...
at Cottesloe, wasn't he?
Yeah, Cottesloe, and I think he ended up at Greenwood for the last couple of seasons that he played. And every match that I ever saw him play, he used to vomit religiously on court. So
Was that because of anxiety and nerves?
I don't know if it was anxiety or nerves, or he had big Friday nights, or if he had some kind of other condition. But yeah, he was certainly one that was always feeling a bit off on the tennis court.
And whilst we're waiting for the #1 doubles to start, who was the best player you've played with in league?
I would have to say Andrew Roberts. So Andrew Roberts played at Cottesloe. I played with him for a number of years down at Cottesloe Tennis Club. He's now over in Brisbane at the High Performance Academy over there. But yeah, definitely his work ethic was certainly a cut above anyone else, and always in the gym, always giving his time, and very respectful human being. But his talent, he just got better with age. So as he got older, I don't know if that comes with being a coach and understanding what you need to do, but he certainly was one that had a huge forehand, a big serve, and he wasn't very tall, mind you.
But super quick, wasn't he?
Super fast, quick. Yeah, always his preparation was incredible. He was always ready. He always had his racket set up. And yeah, just the forehand that comes to mind. It was one of the biggest I've seen in our league.
And I would probably, we talked about Andrew Robertson, his legacy with the State Academy and the high performance athletes here, and the high performance athletes who trained underneath him speak glowingly of him, how good he was. And I can't remember anybody who presented himself more professionally than he did. His preparation, the amount of work that he did during the week, because he was always at the state tennis, of course, and I used to see him at the state tennis centre training, and the amount of work that he did. He'd hit with Matt Ebden all the time, and he'd hit with all the top athletes who come over. He'd hit with them all, and wasn't just feeding balls from a bucket. He was actually hitting with them and doing drills with them, and then he'd follow up with time in the gym as well. And just a tremendous athlete, tremendous young man.
Yeah, great person. Lucky enough to play alongside him for a number of years at Cottesloe, but yeah, he did an outstanding job here, and obviously he's gone on to the National Academy that's now hosted in Brisbane, and he's doing some great work up there. So
yeah, I think his first opportunity came, didn't it, when he was Alicia Mollick picked him up to hit with the Fed Cup team, because Alicia knew his work at the State Tennis Centre, of course, and I think she picked him up and it became the hitting partner for the Fed Cup team, and then moved on to the High Performance Academy.
Yeah, that's right, and I think that's also where he got a good relationship with Sam Stozer, and I think he was coaching her for a short period of time, but obviously he had commitments back here in Perth, and it's a long way, as a lot of people know who travel on tour. It's the long travelling periods away from home, so I think that sort of deterred that relationship with Sam Stozer, but he did some fantastic work with her, and she's obviously won a Grand Slam and won numerous Grand Slam doubles titles as well.
All right, second question for you. Who was the toughest player you played and you always knew you were going to be in for a battle with him, and maybe on the negative side of a win-loss record, who would it have been? And now I know you was twice State League MVP. You probably didn't lose too many matches, but when you did lose a match, who are the players that gave you the most trouble?
I think Brenton Bacon was one, just because the left-handed swinging, it was always uncomfortable, and it's not something you always trained against, so I found that very difficult. So the left-handers were a bit of a weakness for me, because obviously when you're training and playing, you're obviously hitting with similar sort of players, and someone that comes up with a completely different style, it can throw you off. So Brendan Bacon would have been one. The other one was Cameron Fenner, who's a serve volleyer every time.
He was just coming in at you all the time, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right. So that was different again, and it's not something you used to as a junior growing up. You're always playing in our generation, it's always baseline play. So coming up against those different styles, I thought, that threw me off a little bit. But they were probably the two ones that stick out.
Did you ever play Brett Patten?
I did play Brett Patten.
Did you chop him up like a California roll?
I didn't actually. It was probably my second or third year in State League. I was playing for Sorrento, and he was playing for Cottesloe. And that one went to 3 sets, but he obviously...
On grass or hard?
It was on the grass, so he, again, different kind of style, serve volley, and likes to use his slice a lot, so I found that very challenging again, be the big CEO man. He got me. I think that's the only time we played. Yeah, so we had a tough battle. I've had many tough battles in State League. It's not easy backing up week after week. What people need to understand is to be able to prepare yourself and come out week in, week out to be able to perform at your best. It's not an easy job. So, these athletes that are playing at the moment is very difficult. We can say on paper who's better or who's worse, but on the day anything can happen, as we know in that sport.
Yes, fair point. Were you ever playing when we had double headers in State League?
Men's and women's?
No. You play Saturday and Sunday.
No.
You're definitely the softer generation.
Yeah, no, definitely it wasn't. No, I remember I think there was a state league title that had to come back the next day. I remember that one.
No, we had a couple of seasons where we would play Saturday afternoon and Sunday afternoon, state league double headers. And when you talk to me about coming out every week after week and batting up, I'm going, yeah, you're missing the point. You play singles doubles Saturday and singles doubles Sunday. Then you've really got to be fit and look after yourself. And so that must have stopped for some reason. I don't know why, but it was quite a good initiative because it didn't make the season quite as long. And if you had a magic wand and you could change state league, and you said, JP, what would you change to state league? Just without notice. So
yeah, that's a very good question.
You sort of and a little bit. That's okay.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. Look, I think what's happening now, like we never had this growing up. We didn't have the commentary when I was playing state league, so I think that's a great initiative. But maybe, I'm not too sure, but probably if I'm looking at a player's perspective, they probably don't want to be 6-7 hours out here. They're probably looking at having 4 courts maybe and getting it done, because obviously everyone has. It's semi-professional, it's not full-time sport, so people have other prior commitments, but from a player's perspective, maybe, yeah, having those 4 courts for a state league team week in, week out would probably help out there. Because I knew when I was playing, I always loved it, and knowing that I was going to a club and they had 4 courts out there and I could maybe be done by 5 p.m. instead of at sunset, and then you're going home and you're really sore and tired and you've got to find something to eat.
But you go home and watch a movie anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not feeling quite as sore. That
so soft. So you're an advocate of the match tiebreaker for the 3rd set then, because that brings the matches.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it adds a bit more theatre to the competition as well. So if we're looking at it today,
I like that. Yeah, but the chance of getting 4 courts for a fixture is pretty tough, because then you're taking courts away from social tennis. And the social tennis players who come out to play every Saturday afternoon, you then lose courts. So that's a challenge. Mine is certainly enough courts here, and we might be lucky to get finished tonight because we haven't started our women's number 1 doubles yet. So we might be lucky to get finished here. Yeah, it's nearly 5:30. And Tomio has what time does sunset? Come on, Tomio, lift.
Yeah, I predict just before 7 p.m. I reckon, Shane.
Before 7, so that'll give us an hour and a half, which should be enough.
Should be enough. I think we should get through there.
And the dulcet tones of Tomiya Yamazaki, 6:55 p.m. sunset. Security.
So we need a score check over there. On
yes.
The,
so the first set went to the visitors. The first set went to the Stevens girls. They won the first set. I think it was 6-4, and they were 1 up on the second set. So a lot of work for Kings Park to do.
Yeah, very impressed with the Stevens girls. They look to be a prolific talent here, and I think they might be state league players for numerous years to come.
So I would suggest, at worst, Kings Park probably need to get a set here. If they can't win it, they need to get a set. So they need to win their second set here to give themselves the best chance. Because it'll all be tied up at the moment. So if they can pick up a set here, it'll give them a set advantage, not knowing what's going to happen on the first court when that commences. But there's probably some time before we get started here. Shanelle's sitting down and looks like she's going to be playing with Megan Kauffman. And who do you expect to playing doubles in for Hensman? It'd have to be Anja.
I think Anja will certainly be playing.
Ella, do you think Ella or Ksenija?
I reckon, going on what happened last week, where Ella coming in just for the doubles, I think we'll see a repeat of that. I think Anja will play with Ella again this week in the top doubles against Shanelle and Megan. And I reckon, I don't know if I can pick a winner between the 2 pairs here.
Oh, interesting, because Ksenija Vujacic, 5 from 5 in the doubles, last 5. Ella's won 4 from 5. The other one I haven't thought about is Hayley Burton. She's won 5 from 5.
So they got a lot of options
yeah,
there. So
plenty of options.
And
I guess it's going to come down to who's feeling ready to go and up to the battle.
and as you know, doubles chemistry is really, really important. Because you're a great doubles player doesn't mean you can play great doubles with every player. You'll have certain players you gel with, certain players you don't gel with. Who was your best doubles partner?
Best doubles partner, it would have to be Sammy Ashenden, who was actually playing today down in
down the bottom course, yeah.
Yeah, we won the WA Open. I think we won it a couple of years in a row in the doubles. So yeah, that was probably my go-to man when I was playing tournaments. Sammy Ashenden, he's got great feel around the net, and he's
very athletic, wasn't he?
Yeah, his tennis IQ is unlike any other. So he knows exactly what to do on the tennis court. So yeah, he's a great talent. His hand skills are unbelievable on the net, and Jakey Robinson is close behind him as well.
And what made you such a good doubles pair, you and Sam?
We just had fun.
Yeah.
We just got it there. We had fun. We didn't take it too seriously, and I think that's the way you're going to bring the best out of each other. Where you're not putting added pressure on each other. So me and him, we just went out there. We had fun, and we both had exceptional hands at the net. So we just like to have a bit of fun out there.
And what were his strengths as a doubles partner?
Obviously his volleys, and he's actually got a sneaky fast first serve. So yeah, it was always very nice to be on the net when he was serving, because there was a lot of easy opportunities for me to put away and pick off some volleys. So his serve, and then his craft around the net, and his hand feel was exceptional. So that's why I love playing with him.
Never played with Big Brother?
Play with Mitchell for a lot. Yeah, he's a little bit different. He's got brick hands, and he's stubborn, and he's a stubborn man, and he puts a lot of pressure on you. So yeah, you can probably read between the lines there, Shane.
I can just imagine Big Brother, Little Brother. I could just imagine that. Yeah.
It's not always fun when you're the best player on the court and you're getting told what to do, Shane.
Big shout out to Mitch Pleydell. A big fan of what we're doing here.
He's doing a great job. He's enjoying his time. He's back in Perth now. He's obviously the development coach out working under Goran at Tennis West, and just happy to be home and around with familiar family and his friends.
Well, there we are. We've now seen the doubles pairs, and we've got Harley Burton's been brought in to play with Anja, which I don't know how much they've played together this season. And we've talked about Megan playing with Iaconi, Shanelle Iaconi. So Anja's probably, as the top player there, has chosen who she wants to play with, and feels as though the best chance of winning is with Haley rather than Ksenija or Ella. And that's no disrespect to both Ksenija and Ella, because very, very accomplished doubles players and great records this year. But as we've talked about, it comes down a lot to chemistry. You may not be the best singles player, but you can certainly forge out a great doubles career by having a chemistry with someone you feel really comfortable with.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Haley's come in for the doubles. I think maybe they would have had a team meeting about who to play, but I reckon maybe the bit of dented confidence with last week with Anja and Ella losing their doubles together last week against Alexander Park, so maybe that played a factor in this matchup.
Yeah, you might be right. And I think Anja's the one they'd be asking. Who do you want to play with? Obviously, Anja's the quality player out there, the top player out there. Probably the top player, pretty much top player in the state this year for the amount of matches she's played. Obviously, there's some highly credentialed players out there. Taylor Preston, Talia Gibson, Lily Fairclough. But she sort of played number one most of the year and had a great record. Only dropped that second match today. So you tend to go to your best player and say, listen, who do you feel comfortable with? Who knows how the other girls are feeling? They might have sort of felt, a little bit worn out, a little bit uncomfortable out there, and fallen on with Haley. And this should be a quality match out here.
Yeah, maybe Haley might be feeling a bit more ready to go and had a bit more of a rest, rather than Ella, who's just come off her singles, maybe feeling a bit tired now after her long singles match.
But certainly Kings Park going to have to win this doubles, because the trend out there in the moment on court 2 and the second doubles is that looks like the Stevens sisters are doing pretty good out there at the moment. And I think a lot of players love this team's format where they get a chance to play doubles as well. I think a lot of players really enjoy the team's side of it, and that's why the league does so well. Because it's a pretty unforgiving world out there when you're playing singles. You know, travelling the world on your own. It's a very, very lonely place when you're travelling on your own, unless you've got a great support network around you, whether it's other players or you're doing well enough to be able to pay support staff to travel with you. It can be a very, very lonely place out there, and so I think that's why. And it's a solitary place out there when you're on your own playing singles matches all day. It's a very, very special individual who can sort of play singles matches over and over and over again, and be comfortable doing that, and not suffer any stress or distress through that. So I know all the players love the double side of things. But unfortunately, what you see very, very few of the top singles players playing doubles. You know, if we start to talk about the top men, for example, because they go heavy into a draw, and being best of 5 sets, you know, they haven't got the time to be able to play doubles as well when they're playing. They probably played 3 or 4, 4 or 5 set matches on the way, making progress through the draw. So you don't see a lot of the top men. Mind you, having said that, I spoke to my wife the other day and I said I would love to head over to London, O2 Arena in September, because Nadal and Federer are playing together in the Rod Laver Cup.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting, isn't it? How good is that going to be? And got hopefully Nick Kyrgios on the other side doing a bit of sportsmanlike conduct against those two, probably putting on a bit of a show for the fans there. So I reckon that's going to be exciting.
Yes, I mean, now that the borders are open, who knows? Maybe Vilma, if you're out there listening, put some money aside, because it's something that's certainly a bucket list. Because I think to see Nadal and Federer play together, and with Federer with his well documented knee injuries at the moment, we've probably seen the best of him already. The best is behind him, and who knows how he's going to come back. But yeah, certainly right. In doubles, and a very, very, very surprising to see Nadal plays great doubles. He has great hands and volleys really well. And of course, these guys both return serve so well, and they serve so well. So, I mean, there's probably very few opportunities to see such quality players playing together. So, yeah, Rod Laver Cup September, London, O2 Arena. What an opportunity. So the Stevens girls are going about their business, set and 2-1 up.
Yeah, so they've got a break, I think, so looking to go 3-1 up.
And the playing conditions are probably getting a little bit better here now on court 1, because the shadows are completely enclosing the court now. A little bit more difficult on court 2, as you can see the shadows across the service box there and the baseline at one end, so it'll make it a bit harder.
Yeah, who's your tip here, Shane, for this doubles match on show court 1?
Well, I've got to go Kings Park, so I tipped Kings Park at the start of the day. I thought that there was an opportunity there for it to cause an upset 2 weeks in a row with the addition of Iaconi. Shanelle came in and won that match, which was, when we've talked about that, it was a fabulous, probably the best match I've seen all year, to be honest. It was a great match, and the quality hitting from Anja all the way through the match just hit the ball big off both sides. But the way that Shanelle adapted her match, her style of play, to keep in the point, and we talked about live or die by the errors you make off your racket, and just a couple of key errors at important times allowed Shanelle to get through that once. That was a big upset. I did think that Teiwa case would probably win. So we're 2-2. So I'm hoping that Kings Park will win for the sake of the competition. I think that it's I don't think anybody wants to see, I think it's the whole tall poppy syndrome, isn't it? I don't think anybody wants to see someone winning week after week after week after week, unless you're an Eagles supporter, of course. I don't think anybody wants to see week.
Exactly
so
right.
I think the best team will win the grand final. But if Kings Park can get a win here and finish third, that will give them a chance to beat
Peppermint Grove.
Peppermint Grove, I think. Yeah, you're right, Peppermint Grove. And this could be a rematch of the grand final, and strange things would happen.
Yeah, that's right.
So
that's right.
Albeit on hard court, but I think yes, we've seen some quality tennis days, some quality athletes, and I'd expect big crowds after the long weekend for the semi-finals. but a great selection choice from Hensman to play the two Stevens sisters. I mean, they are doing really well. Certainly under credentialed, I would think. I don't know how many times they played together this year, but to bring them out and ask them to play this match, a big match. But again, Hensman Park, win or lose today, they still finish top of the ladder, so it's probably a great opportunity to have a look at them, see how the two girls play together under pressure, and see, is that an option for us moving into semi-finals and finals.
Right. So. And also to give them some development. They're obviously very young, so as much exposure as they can get. Obviously, you said they can't finish outside top position, so why not give them as much experience and time on court as they can.
Yeah, and that's where that investment comes in from a club, doesn't it? You've got to invest in your juniors, you've got to invest in your up-and-comers to give them the opportunity to develop their game. We all know if you don't give them the opportunity to develop their game, players will look elsewhere because they'll look for opportunities elsewhere. And I think Hensman done a great job including the two girls to play the doubles today, the two sisters. But in answer to your question on this court, I really don't know. I think there's very impressed with Haley's game. I thought she played great today. Anja, a slight little hiccup, but nothing to worry about. Megan, yeah, solid again. And Shanelle, underrated. Yeah, for me, I underrated her, yeah. So, I don't know. So they're about to start now. I think at a time when you don't see a lot of quality doubles in our women's state league, and when I mean that, I just mean the fact that most of the girls will sort of serve and stay back and sort of pummel forehands all day. I mean, we're seeing a high quality doubles match on court too. Really traditional doubles as well, which I love to see, and we'll see the same on this court here. So So I haven't answered your question. I've danced around it. What do you think?
I think I'm actually going to go with you here. I think Kings Park might take this double. I just think Megan's experience over in the US and playing the college system, they get a lot of matches in and they play a lot of doubles as well, and I reckon she's very comfortable with the net. So I think if she looks to take over this match, she'll be the best player on the court, and I think they might get the win.
Oh, I like that. I like that. And we're just about to start the women's #1 doubles. Iaconi and Kauffman against Burton and Dokic. That is a beautiful volley.
That's a great
that
volley.
was really nice, soft hands. It wasn't the brick hands of Mitch Pleydell,
no,
for sure, was it?
No,
No?
it certainly wasn't. No Mitch Pleydell there, but no,
We
I
love you,
would
Mitch.
have loved to have seen a bit more, maybe singles for her to come in, but
Well, she
obviously
didn't get the chance, though,
yeah,
did she?
that's
Didn't get
right.
the chance because Anja was
just
hitting
the
the ball
immense
so
power,
big
wasn't
off the
it?
back
Yeah.
court, you just didn't get a chance to control the point. Yeah, just a little bit too carried away there. Tough to hit a drop shot from that
Yeah,
position
that's
where
right.
she was.
Good to see she's full of confidence though. So
Well, and Megan will support her, won't she?
That's right.
Megan loves the doubles. I mean, college tennis is built around the doubles. She loves that, so she'll have a great support here.
great hands.
Oh, hands from a Haley Burton. I thought,
yeah, there you go.
There was a hands from Megan Kauffman. We thought this is a winner.
Yep.
And the reflex volley came back, and you saw an example where a player doesn't turn around and face the other way. The good players will stand and face the net and face the ball coming at them and rely on their hands. No, lovely hands. Bit reminiscent of her old man, really. Yeah, there's another example of those strong hands at the net there. Very, very comfortable. Yeah, so Megan will work really hard to pull Shanelle along, and a great learning experience for Shanelle too to round out her game.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, I think Megan's going to look to cover most of the net today here in this rubber.
Oh, You don't see that too often, do you? You don't see that forehand back cross court to the tram lines.
Yeah,
Normally you
that's
see the
right.
ball through the middle, and I think Meagham's looking to intercept as well,
Yeah.
and it's gone back behind her through the tram line. So unorthodox, but very, very effective. Girls hit the ball so hard, don't they? They really do.
Right. I think, if I'm the Kings Park team, I'm trying to limit as many balls as I can going to Anja off the ground. So looking to take control of the net and maybe pushing most of the balls to Haley's side.
Oh, that's a poor point then, because that first volley should have been put away there. And how often do you see that where you have a put away volley, the ball comes back in the play, then you lose a point that you should have won.
Yep.
So that's cost them the first service game, serving down breeze, drop serve there. And really, I mean, they were in charge of the whole game, weren't they?
Whole
Really?
game, yeah. They just let that one slip, I think.
So what's it like when you see Anja Dokic hitting a bigger forehand than you?
Demoralising. No, it's fantastic. I love it. I love to see girls.
Her timing has been something
that's right.
extraordinary today.
Yeah, it's
hasn't it?
not just about how hard she can hit it. Her timing increases her pace as well. So her contact point is the same every single time she hits it off the ground.
That's right, and small compact swings.
Yeah, that's right.
Really in close to her body. We'll try and get a score update, JP, if we can, from that second court.
3-2 to the Stevens sisters.
It's like the Bryan brothers.
That's right. And who knows, maybe we'll be seeing these two girls out in the Australian Open one day.
I'll tell you, I always used to, women's doubles, always used to love watching Venus and Serena play. They were just something special to behold because they were just so powerful, so intimidating.
And so intense as well, right?
just
Yeah, they would, yeah.
Big on serve, big on grounds, big at the net.
Well, yeah, when you've got two women serving at over 200 kilometres an hour, it's going to intimidate any pair, I would have thought.
Mm. Then once you've dealt with their serve, then you've got to deal with their returner serve.
That's right. And if you do get it back, there's one waiting at the net to put it straight through you. So.
Yeah. Did you ever see the movie King Richard?
I did, actually. Yeah, I thought it was very
How good was
insightful
it?
and very interesting.
How
yeah.
good was it? Oh,
Yeah,
I
very
loved it, yeah.
interesting.
Oh, you got to hit that, Shanelle. Oh, got
Very
away
lucky
with
there,
it.
yeah.
She got to hit that. Yeah, so I took Sweetie and we went to Burswood, Movies by Burswood.
Ah, yes.
Sat out on a grassy air with a bottle of wine and some popcorn, and it was a wonderful night, and I loved the movie. So if you haven't seen King Richard, Will Smith playing the part of Richard Williams, and it looks at the history and the development of Venus and Serena. Venus, being older, had most of the opportunities. Serena sort of tagged along behind, and sort of at the very end of the movie they show some credits, and they show you some real vision of when he was coaching these two girls, and when they were travelling around that combi van, and when they had all the balls in the because they were in Compton, of course, which is a underprivileged black neighbourhood, and they had all their coaching balls in shopping trolleys, and it was all original, all authentic. So, and with Venus and Serena as executive producers on it, they made sure that it was an open and honest account, and tremendous movie. If you like your sport and you like your tennis, it's a must watch.
Oh, it was a beautiful serve there by Haley, and Megan just managed to get a hand on that ball and then floated to Anja, who just pushed that volley long. It's probably a bit of a gimme, I think, there, Shane. So they've left one out there.
Yeah, and I don't underestimate how tough it is. It's a little bit darker now with the court in shadows. So I always found it a little bit harder when the light came down. It was especially quick at the net. How'd you go with it? You didn't used to wear glasses when you were younger, though, did you?
No, I never wore glasses.
Were you blind as a bat, though? You should have.
No. I was healthy. No, as the years went on and spending all my time in the sun, I've got a bit of sun damage to my eyes. So now I've got the specs on.
Probably explains some of your line calls. So break back on serve.
Back on serve.
Kings Park needed that. let first serve. Well, in the zone, wasn't it? Right in the spot there. But the game has sort of seen that big whale away on return of service. Worked really well for Anja today. Having said that, she lost, but I was very impressed with Anja's play today, particularly in that match tie break. She was down. Often she was down that match tie break and kept on playing the same way and hit some fantastic shots, didn't she?
Yeah, I think there was that one point there at 9-8 down, and she hit that cracking backhand winner cross court. And it takes great courage to do something like that.
And as you know, in a tie break, it only comes down to 1 or 2 points.
Yeah.
It's just seeing another member of the spectators here who sort of had a pretty good afternoon by the look of things. And the bar's been open for a while. A godfather of Australian tennis, Mr. Rob Kilderry. Just can't keep him away from the microphone. Oh, he's fallen over himself trying to get to the microphone. And JP will. Are you happy to do a bit of commentary with?
I was going to let it over to you, but sure.
No, I'm quite happy. I've had a long day. Robert, here you are.
Welcome, Robbie, to the booth.
Good afternoon, boys. How are you?
Very good, very good.
How are the ladies going? Good?
Yeah, it's a very interesting contest at the moment, Rob. It's going to be interesting to see who wants to take it upon themselves to take over and be the best player on the court here. And I think whoever does that and takes onus and takes over the net, I think will get the win.
Yeah. How's the volleying going? They go volleying well?
Volleys, yeah, they're pretty good. I think there's been a couple of missed ones. I don't know if that's due to the shade coming over the court now. Might be a little bit harder to see, but
yeah, it's not easy. Grass courts, doubles, you know, it's pretty difficult if someone's serving really well. But doubles is a whole new skill level.
Yeah, and we're just talking about before with Shane. It's obviously. It's much easier if you get along with your doubles partner and you're in sync of what each other are capable of and are aware of their strengths.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you're playing with someone who's brand new or unfamiliar to, it can be a lot tougher to try and.
That's it. Yeah, they've got to get a good percentage of first serves in though, because at the end of the day, even if you take a bit off your serve, but keep the pressure on.
That's right. You want to bring your partner in at the net as much as you possibly can. So
correct,
making those serves, and you want to get those easy knockoff volleys.
Yeah, 100%. It's a pretty nice setup here. It looks
Yeah,
like
it's a beautiful
Wimbledon.
part, isn't it? Yeah, beautiful part of the Perth area, Kings Park Tennis Club.
So how's the overall going? Who's winning overall?
We are 2-all. We're locked at 2-all going into the doubles, and I think
Pretty
Hensman-
important.
Yeah, it's very important. And I think
That's Anja.
Anja Dokic,
Yeah,
closest to
I
the
remember
camera.
her. She's a good lefty.
Yeah, very prestigious talent. And obviously losing her singles in a very tight one to Shanelle
Yeah.
in a super tie break.
Chanel's getting back into it though. She was out for a while, I think, wasn't she? Was she
Yeah,
injured?
I think so.
Mm.
Yeah, so I think she'll be looking to play a few more professional tournaments.
Yeah. Actually, I think doubles is a bit of a lost art at the moment. I haven't seen at the top level. I think it's struggling a little bit, particularly like there's a lot of the old Murray boy and a lot of the Bryan brothers, and they were really very artistic in doubles. I think
And they were great characters as well. They brought a lot of energy and entertainment to the doubles scene.
And I think their return of serve was so good, but I thought it's got down now to whoever's got a big serve, and that's the main focus at the moment.
Right.
Yeah. So if you miss your first serve a little bit in doubles now, you're probably going to lose, you know, because second serve's got to be very good. See what happens here.
Actually didn't mind that return play going for the chip lob and then trying to take control of the net, but obviously Anja's ground strokes are very powerful, so you're going
She's strong. Yeah.
to have to be very switched on when you're coming into the net, having that racket up in front.
That's it.
you someone who also agrees? We know Nick Kyrgios made a comment during the Australian Open when he was playing doubles. He believes that two very high quality singles players can beat any doubles pairing.
Yeah,
What are your thoughts?
Well, I really believe the real good doubles players don't miss too many returns of serve. And I think also it's all right to say, well, two really good singles players will win. But see, when Nick starts missing his first serve, he drops his serve in singles. And I think in doubles, I don't think he volleys very well at all, even though he's got a big serve. But he's relying on getting his first serve in a lot. And you'll notice when he does, and the other thing with Nick, if you serve to his forehand, he'll block it back rather than hit it because he hasn't got time. He's such got an extravagant swing. So I wouldn't serve to his backhand if I was playing doubles. And if he missed his first serve, I remember one time he played Nadal, and his percentage of second serves he won was 32%. I think Rafa was up around 68% of it. And even in the final of the Australian Open, you'll notice that Rafa at one stage wasn't getting a lot of first serves in, but his second serve was so good, he still kept winning. He kept winning even though he was missing his first serve. But in doubles, like, I don't think Nick's a very good doubles player. He's probably hoping that the server will win, but to me his second serve and his volley and his forehand return aren't real good, so he's probably hoping it depends on a first serve. So you could hit, maybe they've probably hit in singles probably 15, 16 aces in one set. I think it was one of the sets, I forget which one. And then I think he missed his first serves down 5-4 and lost a set. So you start dropping off on your second serve in doubles, you're going to lose. And particularly if you can't volley like Nick. I think Nick's volley is terrible compared to a lot of the better players. So yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but
yeah, no, definitely very insightful. I think Nick obviously relies on that big first serve.
Because you got a guy like Johnny Peers, returns well, very consistent serve, volleys great, and he's a great doubles player. I don't think Nick will get that recognition as a great doubles player because he's got a good first serve.
Just on show court number 2, it's now 5-2 to the Stevens sisters, and they also won the first set. So Hensman Park looking to take a 3-2 rubbers lead late in the day here at Kings Park Tennis Club. And that's it. There you go. So the Stevens sisters.
Oh, they both all finished at the same time, have they?
No.
It's only that far court.
Yep. So the Stevens sisters get the job done for Hensman Park. They now lead 3-2 in rubbers. Stevens sisters have defeated the team of Nina Catovic and Astrid Kanther.
So 3-2. Who's going to win overall?
So this is a must win now for Kings Park on show court 1 here for Megan and Shanelle. So they simply can't do anything less than get a win here to be able to win the day's play. So if they got to win this to be 3-3, do they? That's right. I think.
Are there any split sets in the singles, or?
All the singles went to super tiebreak, so everything's even there at 2 rubbers apiece.
Okay.
And now they've got a straight sets win over there. So if Hensman Park do win a set here, they'll win today's play.
Okay.
So the job now is for Kings Park to win this one in straight sets.
More than 2-1, is it?
Yeah, I think so. We'll wait for a score update here on show court 1.
So we've
got 3-2 in the first set at Kings Park.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and simply must win rubber in straight sets if they want this to be their tie today.
So is that a break?
I think so.
I think they're up a
you're
break.
Right. Yeah, they're up a break. So
if Kings Park win their set, it'll be on games.
If they win in straight, Kings Park must win in straight, and then it'll go down to games. So it's all to play for here at the moment. Show court 1.
Well, the conditions are perfect, aren't they?
They have, yeah. It was blowing. It was swirling around pretty heavily earlier, but it seems to late in the day here it's died down a bit.
I think they got a break. Yep. Kings Park got a break.
Sorry, Rob, it's actually on serve, so it's 3-2 to Kings Park and Hensman is serving.
Oh, that's Hensman serving, sorry.
So we are on serve in this first set.
You have to keep me up to speed on who the girls are. There we go.
Nice deep return there by Shanelle. Putting Haley on the back foot, unable to make that ball, so an unforced error there.
Not a lot of interceptions at the net, are there?
No.
No one's crossing at all.
No, girls are pretty happy and pretty comfortable in their set positions. Although you don't really see girls doubles pairings go to the I formation or the tandem sort of.
It used to years ago, but it seems to have disappeared. I always remember when Kathy Jordan and Betsy Nagelson were playing I formation for the first time at the Australian Open.
Yeah, well, I certainly would love to see more of it, I reckon.
Yeah, as long as your partner knows which way you're going.
Yeah, of course.
What's that, 30 all?
30 all. So yes, both teams seem to be a little bit passive at the moment, so we're just waiting for that one person to step up and try and take over this match.
Not getting a lot of first serves in this game. Puts a bit of pressure on the second serve.
I got it. Switch.
Whoops.
Oh, came
That's
up
an
with one
airy.
there. Yes, there you go.
Blame
just
the court.
landed, just dipped in,
Blame the
just
court.
inside the baseline. Megan
So what do we
unable
got?
to get a racket on it.
What do we got now? 3 all.
Yeah.
3 all on serve. Great smash there by
Good
Haley Burton.
smash,
But
yeah.
again, yeah, Megan there trying to look, she's using her college experience. She spent 4 years over in college, so she's experienced in doubles. And she looks to be very comfortable with the net. She looked to try and take over that point. Shanelle just maybe need to hit through that rather than just play the lob, the volley lob, and just set up Haley with an easy smash.
There's a cross. That was good.
Just think we probably like to see a little bit more movement for the girls at the net.
Correct.
Even if if you're faking, even if you're not planning to get across.
Well, when
but
the other
just a
girl
little
looks at
bit
the ball
more
to hit it, that's the time to move. Not going to see you when she's looking at the ball to hit. You can move then. Some of them move too early, or not at all. Double fault.
Double fault there by Megan. So under pressure here in this service
Got to
game.
get those first serves in.
Yeah, and you're right, as you said before, even if you take 5-10% off your first
Correct,
serve,
100%.
just hit your spot, and then it brings your net player into the game. So a break of serve there. So
There you go.
Hensman Park secure the first break of serve in the first set and lead 4 games to 3.
How are those girls reaching out
Welcome
to you
back,
through
Shane.
socials, all right?
No, I've been with my partner for 6-7 years now, so
Oh, I don't want to bury you then.
that's all right. No, big shout out to my partner Grace Cumming. She's up in Newman at the moment working away.
Oh, lovely
Great
shot.
play there.
So we on serve?
No, so Hensman Park just
Got an early
broke.
break, did they?
Yep, so they've secured the first break. They lead 4-3 in serving here and just won the first point of that game. So
Well, Kings Park need to win this in straight.
yeah, it's all to play for here.
Yeah, if they drop a set, it's all over. They can't win the day. So close, it could be close, but no box of chocolates. So they've really got to find a way to get back into this. And you have a lovely conversation with the godfather of WA tennis,
Yeah,
Rob
it's
Kilderry.
very insightful. He's a body of knowledge, that man. So it's always great to get his comments. And he was talking about the girls a bit low on their first serve percentage, so he would like to see them take a bit of pace off maybe and get that first serve so they can bring their net
We
player.
have talked about that, haven't we? Especially in doubles.
Because it certainly brings in your net player when you make that first serve.
Yeah, lovely
point.
doubles exchange here. I don't know what's happening with Shanelle's volley. She volleys really well on the soft hands and lots of little angle, but when she gets the ball up around shoulder height, just seems to be feathering the ball back again, not putting the
that's
ball
right.
away.
Yeah.
I've seen that 3 or 4 times now when there's a put away ball, and really you work so hard to get a ball at the net, you've got to put it away, and just sort of feathering it back or volleying lob.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's trying.
So I don't know whether
she's
that's
played
a lack of confidence or a strategy. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. She seems to be playing a lot of volley lobs,
Yeah.
which is very unusual when they can be easily just put away.
And again, that points to a lack of confidence on the volley as well. Might be a chance here to get back into this set here. They need to break back. I was saying to Brett off camera that I think this has been the highest quality State League women's match I've seen this season.
Yeah, it's been
All 4 singles were
that's
great.
right.
And the Stevens sisters just smashed the Kings Park combination, didn't they?
Yeah,
Played
how
so well.
much talent does
Oh.
those two girls have? It's incredible.
Just goes to the depth of Hensman Park, doesn't it?
Just a bit low there for Anja. Try and dig that one out. So it's an unforced error on the backhand wing.
So you've got a break point
Break
here,
point, yes.
is it? So you've got to be looking for Anja to go wide. Chanel's going to know she's going to go wide, so she's looking for a backhand. Come up closer to the net. Just cut the angle down.
Great return.
Oh, lovely point. Yeah, there's the break. Well done, girls. Yeah, great exhibition of doubles out here. We're seeing lobs, we're seeing rolls, we're seeing angles, we're seeing drop shots, we're seeing heavy hitting. So it puts the girls back on even par now, 4 games all. This is the game they must hold now if they want to give a chance in this set here.
What a shot. A spinning
Yeah,
360.
there's just an example of really, really good hands, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's
It was
just
lucky,
quality.
but just really good hands. Saw the ball early, even the ball was flying, saw the ball early.
Yeah,
So
that's right. The ability to get the racket up and stick the racket at the ball. That was incredible. I think it actually landed on the net, Shane, on this side where the wind's blowing
I
down.
think you're right, JP. And as you can hear in our microphone, it's been played in great spirits. That was a better volley, more authoritative volley. And of course, going to your point before about when that volley from Megan Kauffman hit the other side of the net, the point's dead straight away. You can't play the point off the net. So once they hit that net, because looks like the breeze has sort of blown the net away from vertical. So once it hits that, it's over. The point's done. She's hit that shot a few times, and she's gone back behind in the tram line.
That's right. A little bit lucky, I think. Came off the top of the frame, but
yeah, but
was willing to take
play
it
that
on.
shot. Does play that shot back behind, and it's not a shot you see very often. I don't know where that's come from, but yeah, great shot, because certainly Megan, as accomplished as she is at the net, didn't see that coming. She's been pinged a couple of times down there.
Court coverage there by Anja, getting across and knocking off that volley. I think I want to see a bit more of that. Just even, I was speaking to Rob earlier, we just want a bit more movement from the girls at the net, even if they're faking and they're not planning to cut across, but just putting that bit more presence on the opposition team.
Yeah, ever in doubt, go through middle. I mean, there's some experience there to see. And you force back deep, had to cover the lob over Haley's head and just played the ball through the middle. And both net players were at the net there. Shanelle and Megan were there and played through the middle, and both looked at each other to make that volley. So, yeah, great tactic. So it brings up break point. Pressure on the second serve here. Long, yeah, there's a break. I mean, that's just a low percentage shot, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Behind the baseline, to think you can hit down the line over the higher part of the net, that's a tough shot to make, and especially on break point, you've got to be solid. And so that's break there. So now Kings Park are going to have to defend this because they're down 5-4 with Haley Burton to serve. Have you enjoyed today's play?
I've very much enjoyed it. All 4 singles going to super tiebreakers. I reckon it's been an outstanding show of talent here today at Kings Park Tennis Club, and I think every match was played in good spirits and in good sportsmanship. So I think everyone, even the fans down here, have enjoyed it. And there's still a few hanging around and enjoying a few last-minute drinks before probably the bar closes up.
Yeah, they do a wonderful job here at Next Generation, as does Scotty Walsh Media, as does Goods Property Services. So thank you to all our sponsors here today. And Concept Marketing, Mark De Silva still here. He's having a business meeting with Brett Patten over by the bar, funnily enough. So serving now, Haley's serving at 5-4. And Kings Park have got to find a way to break back again, otherwise the set's gone and the day's gone. That was, that was an important game, that last game, and you look at the shot played, it probably wasn't the greatest shot played, was it? You know, that right. Down the line.
Certainly in
the context of the game.
Of the game and the season, so it was all to play for. It was a must-hold game, and now they lose this set, they're going to end up losing the day, and then
and then they're going to play them again in a semi.
That's right. They're going to have to play again in a semi against Hensman, who can't finish anywhere but top of the ladder, and they're going to have to play that on hard courts out at Hensman.
Correct. Yeah, so all to play for now. It just shows you, a couple of points here and there can make such a big difference, can't it? Looks like the men's state league is finished. You would have anticipated that Kings Park would have been pretty strong through the day in the men's. I think Dalkeith were a little bit undermanned today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was a 6-0 there by Kings Park Tennis Club today in the men's.
Great hands. Yeah, that's even better hands. Volley. Yeah, well done.
Both teams showing exquisite talent there.
And again, it goes to Hensman know their players, don't they? To play Alfee and Alice Stevens together, and they were comprehensive victors on that second doubles. And to bring Haley in, we talked about maybe Ella or Ksenija playing with Anja, and brought Haley in. I mean, they made some good choices today, so clearly they know their players, and they're just sort of peaking for the right time of the year.
you know, looking at the way that Alice and Alfee played, you think that they'd be tough to beat in the second doubles pair.
Yeah, definitely. Being so young as well, it looks like they've got a world of experience out there already. Obviously, sisters and know each other's game very well, so I think that's going to be a very hard pair to stop.
Yeah,
going
and
into
I
the
was
finals.
speaking to Mum and Dad a minute ago off camera, and they're both from Beverley, so the family house from Beverley. And of course, Beverley is one of the great Easter tournaments. I used to go there regularly and play, and the hospitality provided by the Beverley Tennis Club, and the community was great. Always in competition with Geraldton, but Geraldton tended to attract because it had, it was an AMT, Geraldton,
and had a bit more status.
It had status and money there. So, but if you're a second tier player such as myself, you go to Beverley and you take the family and you have Kunaks on a Friday night and wonderful.
Well, speak for yourself there, Shane. I played Beverley for a couple of years
Did
myself.
you?
Yes, I went
Did
up there.
you?
Yeah, I loved it. Beautiful part of the world. Beverley Tennis Club, Lawn Tennis Club, got a fair few grass courts.
Yeah, and more if you count the oval.
Yeah, that's right. They moved a fair few matches for that Easter tournament onto the oval. Yeah, it's always very good fun. They let you set up camp on that same oval, so you're just a short walk away from your matches in the morning.
You were one of those players who used to rock up in their football Guernsey and play matches with.
No, that wasn't me. No. Always very professional. Put my tennis outfit on, got my sweatbands on.
So we've just seen Anja Dokic turn the scoreboard over to give Hensman Park the first set. So that's the day done. Doesn't matter whether Kings Park win in 3 or not.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So now, Kings Park will have to travel over to Hensman in a couple of weeks and play them again out on the hard courts.
Yeah, so job done by Hensman. So congratulations to the girls. I didn't pick you today. I thought it might have been a slightly different result, but just shows you, probably a fair result in the day when you've got 4 match tie breaks in singles and you split, you win 2 each. So yeah, so they had to win a doubles, and of course we've talked about the Stevens girls being as strong as they were, so they're going to lose out and they had to win this one.
And yeah, interesting enough, I reckon Kings Park probably the more experienced pairs in doubles.
Yeah.
So a bit of an upset, I think, on that doubles with the Stevens sisters demolishing the Kings Park pair.
We just saw Alice and Alfee Stevens run by, just giving us the thumbs up, so they know they've won the day, and stuck it to me, and I know nothing about tennis, and Brett knows nothing about tennis, but I think you picked Hensman to win today, didn't you?
Well, I think I did, yeah. Is that what I said at the start?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Young head, old head, young shoulders, I remember saying that.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was all to play for Kings Park today. I think they came out with huge confidence, thinking they could knock off the top spot of Hensman Park. But obviously not to be, and now they're going to have to travel to Hensman in a couple of weeks to play their semi-final against the same lineup.
And just goes to the strength of the Hensman Park team, doesn't it? And when you think that their number 1 player, Lily Faircolour, is not playing. I was speaking to the manager of the Hensman Park team, and they are trying to get Lily back for the final. So if that happens, it's a lay down Mazir there, really. I can't see anybody challenging him at all.
Great play there. Good grass court doubles there. Taking control of the Hensman pair.
And the dynasty that Hensman Park have built around their club, and particularly their state league men's and women's team, is without peer in WA, and they continue to produce great teams and quality players, and quality, and as much as anything, quality individuals as well.
There by Anja. Probably should have put that volley away, Megan, on the net there. Just
she knows, and you just go, well, it's a day for Hensman today, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
Even that reflex ball goes over the head and lands in the tram lines and ends up being an outright winner. These are always hard matches to finish off, aren't they? When you know your day's over and your day's done.
Yeah, you don't really have much to play for anymore.
No.
But
other than bragging rights.
Yeah, that's right.
And particularly Anja, she'll want to win this.
I'll great hand skills.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, I don't know, I'd be interested to see how, I'm not across the stats on both the women's, but I would have thought that probably Ella Nurkic and Anja were probably favourites for the MVP. Something you know, obviously know very, very well, and I think that Ella found a way to win today, which keeps her unbeaten record intact, and Anja lost today. So strange things happen. You could find that Ella Nurkic wins state league MVP on the basis of today's results.
Yeah.
If Ella had lost today, could have been different again.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Ella's last 3 or 4 points in that super tiebreak. She was very clutch, and she came out with some big shots and some big moments, and I thought that took a lot of courage for a young player like that. And if she so happens to come out on top for the MVP, I reckon she thoroughly deserves it. Great passing shot there by Anja Dokic.
I think even though Anja lost her singles, she'll put it behind her. She's experienced enough to know, and I thought she played a tremendous match. There was only a couple of key points at the very, very end there. It went the other way, and largely because of the quality of Shanelle's defence there, really.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, she was obviously setting a break up, so she couldn't have been doing too much wrong, but Shanelle obviously dug deep and found a way to fight herself back into the match.
And did change the game, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. She did change the game, and then obviously, as we all know, once you get into a super tie break, anything can happen. It's anyone's game, so...
It's been a long day. She'll be thrilled that she's beaten Dokic, Shanelle. A little bit of frustration there from Shanelle, but she knows the day's over. And she'll be thrilled that she had that win, because to beat Anja, there was only one other person who's beat Anja all year. That was Taylor Preston. So it's been a great season for Anja. So Shanelle will be happy with that. Talia Gibson, thank you very much. Someone from the crowd just corrected me again. Shall remain nameless. Scotty Walsh, thank you very much. Good to see the girls signaling on serve. We've talked about it a number of times during our commentary. Keeps trying for that flat serve out wide. Hasn't made one today.
No.
The one John McEnroe made famous. Oh, loves that forehand down the line.
Yeah, she
Love
likes
that.
taking it inside in, doesn't she? So I think if I'm Kings Park team, I'd be talking about it, saying that that's where Anja likes to go.
Well, we've seen it a number of times, but I mean, it's just she's made it look easy, but it's such a low percentage shot, isn't it? High part of the net, short part of the court. But just keeps on coming up with it, and she played that way all the way through the match and the match tie break.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely hands on that second attempt from Haley.
Probably should have finished it after
On the
that
first one,
volley,
yeah.
but,
And that's what always amazes me in doubles. When you're playing high in doubles, you can go from an offensive position, a position of strength, to a defensive position of weakness within one shot.
Yeah, that's right.
And you can lose a point. You think, I'm never going to lose this point. And you lose a point. You go, where'd that come from? Just needs one miss hit, one poor volley. Tried for it again. Well done. You can see it. Another breaking slice serve down the middle, and Megan got around and actually wailed away on the forehand down the line, and Harley was up to it. It was a great return of serve down that line from that serve to get around the ball when the ball's curving away from him. Was a great return of serve. All the girls move so well, don't they?
Yeah, they do these days. The female athletes do an incredible job.
Doesn't happen by accident though, does it? You can be
right.
gifted. You can be a gifted athlete, but you still got to learn how to move on a tennis court.
Yep. Yeah, it's something you got to work and practice at time and time again. Hours and hours in the gym, hours on the tennis court. Adding up all these things to be able to produce what these girls do on a Saturday afternoon here in the state league competition.
And there's always someone who's doing more work than you are.
Always.
Missed that one. Hasn't missed many today.
Oh, don't think I missed by much, but maybe just push that one a bit wide. But again, the striking point is just phenomenal from Anja, and the power she gets from that position is incredible.
That's the meat and two veg we're talking about. That slice served wide. It's served well all day. And you notice with Anja when she plays, if the ball's in a strike zone, it's a full swing, isn't it? She trusts her point of connection. She trusts the swing, and it's a full swing, and it is full out all the time.
Yeah. It seems to be, that's Anja's game plan, and she's full out attack mode. Seems to just be
3 in a row she's gone out wide in that
full
for you.
throttle. She's always in fifth gear. Yeah.
Charlie's Angels full
That's
throttle.
right.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, that's a lovely hand. That's lovely hands, yeah. And that's a great doubles point. Yeah, there's a really good doubles point.
And you see,
and
just
a break of serve.
Yeah, she just made her move just at the right time, so Anja didn't see it, but she moved very swiftly, but just enough to be able to not allow Anja to take that ball up the line. So well done there by Shanelle.
That's a great volley. Oh, that was a great 2.5 volley from Megan Kauffman then, but volley lob, just too good. Tough shot. All the girls having a good time. It's played in good spirits. We're all enjoying it. And if we don't enjoy it, we wouldn't play it, would we?
That's exactly right.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. Best sport in the world, in my opinion.
Lovely hands again. Yeah. Technically very good. Just really looks like she's got good control of that racket, as you've talked about. That's why I was a bit surprised when we saw her sort of dolly some of those volleys earlier on. It just didn't make a lot of sense because she does volley so well.
Yeah, she gets that racket in a perfect position, just smothers the ball, and then there's no real swing to the volley. It's just a perfect technique, as you were saying. And again from Megan.
Great angle,
yeah. Yeah, you see that racket face just right out in front. It's just when they get into that ready position, and then from there they don't actually bring their hands back. They go from that ready position, the hands actually extend forward to the volley.
Coaching 101 from Joel Pleydell. A little bit different to what Rob Kilderry's strategy is in teaching points on volley is. Just got a little bit too carried away there. Beautiful conditions now. The wind's died down. The heat's gone out of the air. Big crowd still here, sitting here watching, enjoying it.
Great return there by Haley.
Been very impressed with Hardy Burton's doubles.
Yeah.
Underestimated, I think.
Yeah, definitely. A net play game is actually, very.
And of course,
very,
return
very solid.
serve really well too.
Yeah.
It's one of the things you're always looking for in a good doubles player. Someone that can return serve, give you a chance to break serve.
Yeah. Yeah, and also bring your partner into the game as well if you've got someone who's a good returner.
Just bidding farewell to Tommy Yamazaki, our producer. He's gone for the day. Time for dinner. So we've seen 3 breaks of serve in the first 3 games of the second set here. So it puts Hensman Park up a break again. So thoughts, Joel, what do you think so far? What are your thoughts on the day so far?
Yeah, I thought it's been a tremendous day of tennis. Obviously, the wind wreaked a little bit of havoc today, but seems to have calmed down a little bit this afternoon. But both teams showing tremendous sportsmanship and a lot of smiles on the faces out there, so it's good to see.
Yeah, it's been played in great spirits, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Which is a fine testament to tennis, competitive tennis, because it's not always like that. Standards high and the girls are enjoying it. Oh, lovely point. Lovely point.
Yeah, very different to what old Alexander Zverev, what poor thing that happened to him recently in Acapulco.
Yeah, he's gonna take some pain on that one.
Oh,
Another
great.
ball down the line. I mean, if that's not intimidation of an official, if that's not physical intimidation and threatening behaviour, I mean, he's going to go. And, there's some talk around that he could get rubbed out for 12 months. So, I mean, what he did was...
Yeah, and obviously...
And to hit that stand so close to the umpire, I mean, it's just...
Yeah, that's right. And obviously he's reflected on that and
Too late, though. Damage is done.
That's right. Doesn't agree with that behaviour. But what he got to understand in those situations is that filters down to the junior rank. So it's just not a great look for anyone. And our referees are hard enough to come by as it is. So they do a great job, actually. And we need to have the utmost respect for them.
Well said. And I think, you know, if you're not a tennis player and you caught that vision of when he was whacking that umpire stand so close to the umpire's feet, I mean that's as physical intimidation as you can get. And I mean, you know, he was his top 5 in the world, and should know better. So I don't know what the lead up was and what got under his skin to get to that. Was it a bad line call or something?
I heard it was a bad line call, yes, and I think it just exaggerated the fact. I think he was playing with his good friend and part of his team, Marcelo Melo, who's a renowned doubles player as well. And I just think they were getting the better of by their opposition. And
so it was a doubles match, was it?
It was a doubles match, yeah. Yeah, so he's playing with his good friend, and I think he didn't want to let his good friend down, so I think that added to the heat of the moment. And
so why didn't his doubles partner pull him in line then?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Should have put him in a headlock and dragged him away.
Yeah, well, yeah, Marcelo Melo's nearly, I think he's got to be at least 40 years of age now, so he should know better as well. And yeah, just maybe go up to him and calm him down, but that didn't happen.
See, the only reason you know that is because you go home and watch TV. When everybody else your age is out clubbing or...
That's right.
Yeah, you're at home.
That's right. I'm on the socials, I'm watching my videos.
And that's a shout out to your girlfriend who's away working, so...
Yeah. I think she'll prefer it than me going out and being...
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think she's quite happy to hear that you're going home.
So as it's getting a little bit dark here, we obviously see that Hensman have now won the day after winning the doubles match with the Stevens sisters, taking a 3-2 rubber lead. and securing the first set here on show court 1 with the team of Anja Dokic and Hayley Burton.
Mate, I got to say, JP, twice MVP State League. I got sick and tired of saying that. I think that it has been, for me, I've sort of seen most of the matches all year, whether it be male or female, and I think that this has been the best match I've seen this year from a women's standpoint. The quality matches all the way through. We saw 4 match tie breaks, split both ways, which was great. So Hensman 1-2, Kings Park 1-2. Came down to the doubles, and for me the wild cards were the 2 sisters from Beverly.
Yeah, that's right.
And I think Alice and Alfee, 14 and 15 years of age, played beyond their years to show incredible composure to win that doubles match, and that was the difference of the day. And so I think Hensman just going to go from strength to strength. What was your take on the day?
Yeah, no, very similar to you, Shane. I thought those Stevens sisters showed outstanding talent and very much surprised me. They play a brand of tennis that's beyond their years. They're very young, they're still developing, but I thought they played the crucial rubber, and they obviously got the win, so all kudos to them. And now Kings Park will find themselves facing Hensman Park in a semi-final out at Hensman in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, so being the last round of women's and men's state league today, we'll find Hensman Park will finish on top of the ladder by virtue of just their 1 loss all year. Kings Park will finish in 4, so 1 will play 4, 2 will play 3 home. The team with the higher ranking plays at home. So we'll go into a hiatus for a week with a long weekend next weekend. And on behalf of Goods Property Services and Scotty Walsh Media, we'd like to thank you for tuning in today, and we'll welcome you back in a couple of weeks' time for men's and women's semi-finals. Thank you, Joel Pleydell. Thanks for your time. And Scotty Walsh Media and Goods Property Services, thank you very much.